Mic check, okay. Give me a second. When you're ready, tell me. Pleasant morning to one and all. Pleasant morning to one and all. It's a beautiful day here. A beautiful day here in St. John's, Antigua at the Antigua Recreation Grounds, the home of. That's good? This is crazy. Hi, morning, man. How are you doing? Hey, what's up, Vernon? How are you doing? I'm trying to get Vinod and can't get him because he had sent me a note Saturday. Well, I got it Saturday night because Dave Joseph had done some work with us on Coolidge, and Dave called me this morning, and I told him I just wanted the clearance because I don't, you know.
Just you don't set up internet? Okay. But let's leave out then. Don't put it there. Let's leave out that. Yeah, thank you very much.
So I don't know with Dave, what should I do? Because it says, huh?
I feel like call me.
Yeah, but I can't get him. I try to call him.
Yeah, I can.
They gave you the teams?
I don't have nothing.
Wow. I don't understand.
I don't have nothing. I mean,
Who's the laser person down here?
like a chicken head. It doesn't matter if there's a person, it doesn't matter if they have something in place. That's just the issue. It ain't like they up at stadium where they could just go across, but somebody really supposed to don't have that for the media, especially for the scores. Well, I see the scores have, but I don't see us having anything. So let me ask. Bernard,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
did you forgot the commentators? Yeah, please. How are we gonna operate? I kind of know the guys were just coming here for the first time.
Okay, the match up is school Steven up, so you can take it.
Who's the match ref?
He knew him? Okay, no problem. I'll go to, no problem.
Good morning and welcome to the Antigua Recreation Grounds. It's that brilliant view of this historic facility here in St. John's, the home of cricket in Antigua Barbuda for ages. This morning, we will be welcoming an interesting scenario where Guyana Happy Eagles and the Windwards Volcanoes will be clashing in their second match of the bilateral three-match series in the Cricket West Indies 4-day tournament. And this match will be an intriguing one after the Guyana Happy Eagles carved out a 4-wicket win in their opening match at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, just about 6 miles away from us last week. And therefore, the Windwards Volcano will come into this match needing to win to tie the series. My name is Seth Burton. I'm delighted to have you. With me will be Vernon Springer. But the reality is that earlier this morning, the teams had a toss. And let's see exactly how the toss went and the decision that has been made from the toss. So the spectacular sight that you're seeing are players on both teams and match officials. They're having a moment of silence because one of the operators who has been around cricket for a long time, Jennifer Anthony, would have passed. She had been responsible for catering by and large at the stadium. So the players, all who would have passed through, and also at the Antigua Recreation Grounds, all who have passed through would have known her. But beyond the food, and we really wish her family all the best, but beyond her creative ability, the players now having an opportunity to carve out their creativity here as they want to represent the West Indies or continue to represent the West Indies. You would have heard the pitch report, you would have heard the toss, Guyana Happy Eagles deciding to bowl after winning the toss, and they will continue. Their captain is Tevin Imlach, captain and wicket-keeper. Vice captain is Matthew Nandu, Tej Chandapal, Kevlon Anderson. They're all part of the team. Kemal Savory, Kimo Paul, Gudekesh Moti, Veersamy Premal, Nine Smith, Isaiah Thorne, Richie Locknott, and they're also having Shamar Joseph in the 11. Quite an interesting move, Vernon Springer. It would be, having seen Seals last week for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, it's good to see the other West Indians assured speeds to Shamar Joseph. It would be a delight to see him, especially on the back that Gudekesh Moti had been the man doing the damage for the Guyana Happy Eagles.
Well, it was interesting, and let me say good morning, Seth. It's indeed a pleasure for me working with you today in this important game. In fact, for the next 4 days, what I said to you at the Antigua Recreation Ground is that it's a lovely, picturesque ground. The last time they played here, Seth, was 2009, but the seam bowling attack that we saw at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium from Niall Smith, Kimo Paul, and Isaiah Thorne was really something spectacular. So with Shamar Joseph coming back into this lineup, and based on my pitch report with the tinge of grass, and you know this pitch has been prepared by Anthony Merrick. We're playing on track number 3. Track number 2 is set is where Brian Charles Lamb scored 375. So we expect it to hopefully, most likely, it will be a tough time for the batters, especially in the first hour.
Right, and that was a long time ago. Brian Lara, not only 375, also carved out his 400 here at the ARG. And the history of it is that the Antigua Recreation Ground was first created, I could say, 1978. Its first test match was back in 1981. And the historic moments, Brian Lara's both world records, Viv Richards' world record of the fastest 100 in terms of number of balls. I saw that. I saw all three. But also there have been good bowling performances here at the ARG as well. You noted that the last test match here was 2009 West Indies versus England, and that match went right to the wire. And another one in 2006 between the West Indies and India also went to the wire. Last moment, we need a team would have had that opportunity. So we will see as the Windward Islands, Vernon, they are having a situation where their two openers maybe, would you say, have they been productive? Well, we have had their challenges last game.
August scored 95 in the first
game, yes.
Yes. So him being promoted to the other. If we're picking up the number, it's the left-hander. Yeah, August will be the one.
Yes,
facing.
he would be facing the left-hander.
And they're starting with Niall Smith.
And he bounds in around the wicket. Just a warm-up delivery. No harm done. Imlach takes behind the stump. So it's an interesting situation where Niall Smith has been given the new ball in the presence of Shamar Joseph and
maybe
Isaiah Torm.
I think Joseph will come from this end set.
But I always like to see my premier fast bowler coming from the top end. It's just something in my head from the ARG. And also I saw the same thing at Coolidge.
Well, this will be the first time that Shamar will be playing here as well, too.
Yes, so in fact, many of the youngsters.
Yeah, so he'll give him a chance, maybe just to see what the field goes with. 3 sips go down, set.
Down the leg side once again. He's struggling with his line very early in this innings.
And I think with the strong eastern breeze coming across the ground, you already see Niall Smith struggling as compared to when he was at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So maybe I might have started over the wicket rather than round the wicket to the left-hander.
Perfect observation. We're so happy to join you listeners. You have been so kind over the last 4 days of the previous matches. Those of you who are joining us in Guyana, those of us joining us in the Windward, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada and Dominica constituting the Windward Islands. Here is Smith. This one shaping away a bit, coming into him and then shaping away a better delivery, the best so far of the over. And he is bowling actually with 3 slips at gully, a conventional field at the recreation grounds. But in the past, when it was West Indies, going back to the 1980s with Roberts holding Ghana and Croft, it was always 3 slips and 2 gullies or 4 slips and 2 gullies, perhaps a mid-on or mid-off, and there was always a short leg. And then you could hardly see a man on the boundary when those speedsters were steaming in with it, and then the future pace attack in the same manner. Here is he. This time driven on the bounce to the man at point. And it really went pretty close on that occasion. Not a bad shot on the part of Ogis, but the ball, I thought, went further than he thought, just bouncing in front of the point fielder, and no run. We're yet to see a run score. Also, the Antigua Recreation Grounds would have been the place where they have had party cricket. It started all here. Before party cricket, there was comedian cricket, Mayfield, and before Gravy, Mayfield and Crocus, and then Pappy with the boogler and with the horn. This time, a good one coming back in, Niall Smith getting his form. So just to give you a picture of Antigua Recreation Grounds, if you don't know, it is actually in the city, Vernon, of St. John's. So once cricket departed from the city and it went north-south into an unpopulated area, the atmosphere changed. When you're at the ARG, you could run up from lunchtime, you could run up tea time, you could steal away from work. I never did it, but I'm telling you what people did. And then you could take it from there after work. It was packed if it were not before. So here was the place. And it is ought to be a heritage site. So it's hallowed grounds in terms of cricketing language. Here is Niall Smith. Around the wicket, down the leg side. On this occasion, a stifled appeal third delivery down the leg side. The over has been completed. It's a maiden over. And your thoughts, Vernon?
Well, very historic time. Niall Smith being able to just put the ball not in the consistent areas where he really maybe might have liked it. And with the strong breeze coming from east to west here, he didn't look himself coming in, but that's early nerves. Maiden over in the process, and Auguste will be looking to be able to make sure that he carries on from his innings at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He scored 95 in the first innings, very attractive 95, and then got out to a duck in the second innings. That's how cool the game can be set. Looking at who was at backward pointers who really restricted him from getting off the mark. Kimmer Paul is starting set from the ARG Media Center end.
Yes, and they're leaving their two fastest bowlers behind. But Kimmer Paul, he has the capacity. He can step up his pace, and he has a nice flowing fro. I don't want to say afro. He has a fro. And Niall Singh has the braided, or some people may say plaited hair. Comes in from the War Memorial end, the southern end here, well driven by Jeremiah. So the openers, Akeem Ogis and Johan Jeremiah.
So Windward Islands going two left-handers instead. This game, which would give them give the bowlers maybe more of a headache to think about. Kimmer Paul, age 28, played some 3 test matches and made his debut way back in 2018. Made his first class debut in 2017.
Yes, has been around, also a fixture in T20 cricket. This time he comes from around the wicket, and he gets the first run. The Windwards, they are on the way. Jeremiah just worked that one down to backward of square and gets a comfortable single. He will be happy to get off the mark.
Yeah, very happy in the context.
So just to bring listeners up to date, the approach by CWI for the bilateral tri-series, the teams winning this series will advance to the next phase, which will be semi-finals or final. The top team will go to the final.
The leading team goes straight to the final.
Yes, that's my point. The top 3 in each group will advance, so it will be a playoff phase. So semi-finals for second and third, final for team 1, and then team 1 will have the opportunity while they are playing to have a practice match against the West Indies Academy. So at least to keep themselves going. So top 3 teams, meaning the team winning the series or coming out on top in this series, they all will advance, but the decision on the top team will then have it. Paul mixing it up, changing his line now, coming over the wicket. Compact defensive stroke from Auguste. Steady head. And looks calm and relaxed, prepared as though he's prepared to play a long innings here. Now the Antigua Recreation Grounds in proximity to the north sound is almost north sound is almost exactly east of the Antigua Recreation Ground, whereas Coolidge is sort of northeast. So it's a triangle of first class and international venues, all 3 here in Antigua. Good delivery, but well driven by Auguste. Will it go out to the extra cover boundary? No. Being pulled back by Virasamy Pramod. And the 2 runs to Auguste. So Auguste gets off the mark. And gets off the mark with a couple of runs. And those 3 venues would be about 3 miles from here. One, as I mentioned, about maybe 5 miles from here. So all 3 within good driving distance, maybe about 7 to 10 minutes. So it's a cricket hub.
Not in today's traffic.
Antigua Barbuda.
Set.
It depends on the time of day. Out court. Out court. A wider delivery from Kimmer Paul draws Auguste into a false sense of security. And in the end, giving his wicket away, Paul strikes in the second over. And the Windwards in over number 2, they are 3 for 1.
A delivery which I felt that Auguste could have left. Played a loose shot, and that was after the half volley which was pitched up to him. This one was a little wider and nicked off, caught comfortably by Kevlin Anderson at second slip, and the Windward Islands losing their first wicket. Ogis, when he looks back on the replay here, will feel very, very slighted. Normally, as an opening batsman, when you're an opening batsman set, you want the bowler to come to you. You don't need to be going to the ball, especially when somebody's got a brand new ball. And I thought just a while ago, as I said, that ball was a lot wider. The one before that he drove to cover to get off the mark, it was a lot more closer. This one was going across him, and just his head, there was no real head position there, just the hands going through, and he knew it, and it was a very comfortable sitter for Kevlin Anderson. So on the back foot, early o'clock is the Windward Island Volcanoes, and they'll have to reload and come again.
Well, really reload and come again. So the Windwards really would not have liked that. So Kavim Hodge comes in to join Johan Jeremiah. Hodge, a veteran, I would call him, well, he's a veteran of Windward Islands cricket, has been introduced belatedly into West Indies cricket, so he's a test player. They say to whom much is given, much is required. New over starts. Good delivery. Bouncing a bit, Naeem Smith getting some bounce, but well played on the part of Jeremiah. So Kavim Hodge would have come along in 2004. He was given a debut. He has had 13 test matches so far, high of 123, 2 centuries. Relatively consistent, but would need to get the average up, an average of 28.56.
You only can get the average upset if you're playing more cricket.
Well, that's true. 13
so
test matches
really,
in 2 years.
We really can't judge him on that process. He's got 2 test centuries, which I think is very key
important
for his short career.
And against good opponents. On the other hand,
England and New Zealand, for you to score, you got to have some pedigree.
So the 3 slips are still waiting. Smith is around the wicket. A good bouncer. That was what we called in the days going by cutthroat delivery. That one dropped and that one took off. And he rocked back. Look at it. Vernon, this is a peach of a delivery. It came from nowhere, short of a length. And that one was a cutthroat delivery, just about the chin height. And he pulled inside the line. And it's good encouragement for the fast bowlers.
I think he played that quite well. He really kept his eyes on the ball, didn't get ruffled, and good cricket all around. Good take by Captain Tevin Imla, who is originally the West Indies Test wicketkeeper.
Smith, driven, playing a bit in front of the pad on that occasion.
I think he played around his pad there, Seth.
Yes, and the ball.
The left foot never came out. It's just the bat coming out.
It was a bit late, yes. So the ball.
You got to be careful too, because Niall Smith tends to be searching for the pads because he's looking for swing. So Jeremiah will have to be able to let the ball come to him. It's not a wicket where you have to take out practice now and know that this is a new track here.
Especially in the context that the previous delivery was a wicked bouncer. You know, he needed to be out and playing, looking to play straight, looking to be in position. This time he gets another jab of a delivery. He's out caught.
Squared him up completely. A beauty. That's what we're talking about. The tinge of grass on the pitch is going to be a worry set for most of the batters, and you could just see the short delivery that he got first up, and that one honing in on his pads. It just played into his mind and squared up a good length delivery. Good catch by the captain.
So the Windward Islands, they are 3 for 2. They're in a spot of bother here. They are not coping well. Geese went first, and now we see Jeremiah walking back just in the process of the 3rd over, halfway through. Smith, a good delivery. That one pitched about middle and left him, and he did not have his bat down in time, and they are 3 for 2. Not a good position early in this game.
Yeah, early wickets is always a problem. Windward Island Volcanoes are 3 for 2. It now puts some real added pressure on their captain Alex Atenes and Kevin Hodge. But the most important thing is that they've got 2 test players at the crease. That's something that will give them some confidence. Both are from the Commonwealth of Dominica. I want to say good morning to my good friend. Hope that you get well, very well. My colleague there, Trevor Shillingford. And also just to say congratulations to the Dominica under-19 team going back-to-back champions in the Winlock Inc. under-19 championship in Dominica. Despite all of the challenges with the weather, they were able to pull off their tournament. And we say congratulations to the organizers, the Dominica Cricket Association. Back over to you, Seth. We got a leg slip now for Athenes.
Athenes comes in. Oh, a good delivery. And that one pitched and came back sharply into the left-hander. Took the inside edge and went down to short backward of square. And Shamar Joseph fielded. Nevertheless, Athenes gets off the mark. He's the captain of the team. And as Vernon mentioned, his fellow Dominican, Kareem Hodge, both with Test experience in this team. Also, Sonny Lambris, who scored 100 in the previous game in the second innings. He also has Test experience. Athenes having 17 Test matches, 781 runs. Yet to score 100, his highest 92. Average of just 23.66. But it's Kareem Hodge, the right-hander, who will face Naim Smith. And perhaps the tactic has worked for the Guyana team with these two bowlers against the left-handers. Smith to Hodge. Hodge cuts this one that well before runs. A lovely shot. It stood up and Hodge stood up to it. And he had no difficulty. Just cut it through the covers. 4 runs. He's testing not just the leather, but he's testing the pace of the ball.
The first boundary of the morning for the Windward Island Volcanoes, and Hodge would feel very, very, very confident and would just love if he can get deliveries like those all day. So very positive scoring shot to give him some confidence. But he has to know that it will be a very, very long day. Yeah, that will be the hope of the Windward Islands management.
So Hodge ending the over well with the Windwards 8 for 2 being sent into bat.
Just wanted to just give the folks not dead more but set. At the end of round 1 points table, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are leading with 22.6 points. The Jamaica Scorpions are in second place with 22 points. The Guyana Harpy Eagles with 21.4 points. The Windward Island Volcanoes with 5.8. The Barbados Pride with 5. And the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, the home team, with 1.8. So just to give you an update in terms of what's happening, remember the franchise with the most points goes straight to the final. There are 6 franchises, and the number 1 spot is up for grabs.
Kima Paul over the wicket to Athenes. He flirts at that. The ball goes through to Imlek.
Okay.
And the seamers are really not bowling at top pace. They're basically bowling within themselves. Apart from 2 deliveries we saw from Smith, 4th delivery of his second over, which really took off. In fact, the 5th delivery of it that really took off before he had the wicket of Jeremiah. That was a special delivery. Second to Athenes was also a pretty pace-on delivery.
Leg slip for Athenes here, set. So they
continues a ploy.
Bowl him on his body, on the body line.
This time he attempts to work it off, but he would say that he was perhaps taking the bat away. The ball striking him on the thigh pad and also on the bat. So the ploy is clear for Athenes. 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, a leg slip, man on the long leg boundary, 1 forward to the right of the square leg umpire, a mid on and a mid off.
I just like to see his mindset set, especially early in his innings. Just have a look. Just leave some more balls. If they come to you, then you look to defend, but just leave.
He's an attacking left-hander. This time he comes forward and runs the ball down to backward point. And Shamar Joseph fields to his right, and there is no run.
If you look at the position in set, he's not right out. And with Kimo Paul swinging the ball, you really want to get that big stride. You show that there's some confidence. There's no sharp leg, there's no silly point. Atenes is not a tall guy, but I just would like to see that stride where you really get that bat right in front of the pad.
Paul, wide outside the off stump. He's a very thoughtful bowler because his previous over, he was just going gently on stumps, and then he had the one going wide of the off stump, similar to this. This one did not tempt Atenes on that occasion. He had Ogis, who had no answer, was looking to parry the ball or slide it between backward point and gully, but that didn't help him. It only took his edge to give Anderson the catch. This time, let's see what he does. Comes in on the, well, a good rising delivery, but pitched in line. It was high and well controlled on the part of Atenes. So it's good to see men in white at the ARG, the ever busy Antigua Recreation Grounds. Just rolling back years of being in this spot. Here is Paul being cracked to backward point for 4. Classy shot by Atenes. He judged it well. It wasn't very wide outside the off stump, but he was on his toes and he cracked that for the second boundary of the morning in good style, in good stride, and he really whipped it with authority. And he says to Paul, paradoxically, I am here.
Well, that was a 4th stump line delivery, and Atenes waited on delivery and played it very late behind point. And that's what I was talking about, being able to make that adjustment. Now, compared to what happened in the first game at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Paul got him in both innings. So psychologically, there's a little bit of pressure also on Atenes, knowing that Paul would have had his number in the first game.
Well, usually you think about that as a batter, but Atenes should be thinking huge beyond that. He should be thinking, I have to get my team through to the first hour, and then I have to get them to lunch because they're basically in dire straits. They were 3 for 2, 3 for 1, and then 3 for 2. Seniority is important. Oh, he's out caught. Another one bites the dust. Hodge stands there, but there is no question in the mind of umpire Butler. He stood at that and he just touched it in, and the ball clearly took the glove. The Windward Islands, they are in desperate situation here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds. They are definitely in trouble here at 12 for 3, and we're only at the close of the 4th over of the innings.
Well, Seth, I think that Kevin Hodge will feel very disappointed in terms of the way that he got out, because it was a delivery, not that he was rearing at his grill. It was a delivery. If we look at it there, Seth, yes, it did bounce, but just look at his right foot. His right foot really was late, with his toe pointed to extra cover, really, rather than being back. The bigger stride there.
And the truth is, he had no right playing at it. He could have allowed it to go through. He just stood straight, sparred at it, and that was the result. And the result that you get there was no devil in the delivery. It was not top pace. It was a good delivery, mind you, climbing well, good delivery on the part of Smith. But with Hodge's experience, he should have been able to discern. He should have been in a position to leave alone or to fully commit. And I think we have seen a bit of tentative play on the Windward side, particularly the 2 batters who have been dismissed on this end. That is with the bowler coming from the players' pavilion end, the northern end. They have just basically gloves or edged to the wicketkeeper.
Well, it's a psychological problem set, and you've been following cricket for a very long time. Once you're swinging the ball in the Caribbean, and once batsmen see a tinge of grass on any cricket track, their mindset changes. They don't try to dig in, they don't adjust. And this is just another demonstration of sometimes how our batsmen don't work hard enough on their technique.
So what would you say at this time to the Windwards as Solin Ambris, the third player with a test cap for the Windwards Volcanoes, comes to the crease? He's on the back of 100,
Yeah,
103. What would he do?
It's a brand new game set.
That's right.
That's how cool this game is. So more responsibilities. You really have to readjust. And he's normally a counter-aggressive guy. Don't think he could be able to be at this time, but you never know.
Smith comes in and he drives. A good way to get off the mark between the extra cover and the mid-off fielder. They will only settle for one. And Ambris gets off the mark instantly. And score moves up to 13 for 3.
Yeah, 13 for 3. In case you just joined our live and louder commentary team alongside Seth Burton on the West Indies YouTube channel. We're pleased that you're joining us. Yes, Guyana, the defending champions, are large and in control here. 13 for 3. The Windward Island Volcanoes, they really have to back their skins out of this one.
Athenes, the captain. Wade Smith comes in down the leg side. He whips that off the pads. Will that beat the fielder coming around? It is 4 runs. Shamar Joseph, for all his speed, cannot stop it. That fine leg, and Athenes is indicating that he's not going to be changing his aggressive approach. Look at this, angling down the leg side, and he played with the turn on this occasion. Too high for the leg slip, too fine for even the fine leg fielder. And Athenes moving on to 9 with 2 boundaries. Score 17 for 3.
It's always wonderful when you see a shot like that, because just for a moment you thought that the leg glance maybe might have gone out of the game, but Athenes is very light on his feet and he was offline, and he put that away nicely. His second boundary of the inning so far.
This time he's wrapped on the pad. Loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. It was a belated appeal. Athenes, perhaps it was a slow one.
And I guess with the bowler coming around the wicket, there's always that doubt.
Prodding, shuffling forward.
So
yes, definitely heading down leg as well.
So the stride not even big enough there. And he keeps rehearsing. I just don't like how where the right foot is going set. You know, rather than looking to lead with that head and the shoulders, got to kiss that ball, got to get forward.
2 slips on this occasion. The gully, the backward point, the leg slip remains. The forward short leg is in place. This time he's wrapped on the pad. He's given.
He's in trouble.
He's given.
He's in trouble.
Wicket number 4 goes. Credit to Niall Smith here, because the previous delivery he had an appeal, and then this delivery, which was much straighter and kept lower,
and fuller.
Athenes was not fully forward. He was actually cramped. Let's look at it.
Playing from the crease.
So wicket number 3 for Smith.
Gotta get out.
Wicket number 4 for the Guyana Happy Eagles, the Windward Islands. They are in serious trouble.
Yeah, serious trouble. Talking about it, you can be confident, Seth, because I'm saying to you, Seth, there's no shot, like there's no silly point. Just get that stride, get onto that front foot, lead with your head on your shoulders, and it's not like, you know, is Dick came up. Niall Smith is a dangerous bowler, you know, so you can afford to get forward, get right onto that front foot, and punch that ball down the ground.
That's correct. Bit of indecision here by the players from the Windward's Volcano in their batting, whereas Alec Athenes looked good initially. He played to his own demise by just being tentative on 2 deliveries, and one has to give Niall Smith credit here, because he has been moving the ball and he has varied his pace nicely, and I think that last one was a bit slower onto Athenes, and Athenes could not counter that proposition from Niall Smith. In comes Descartes.
Yeah.
Another left-hander, 1 of 4. so far in the Windward's innings. Has
coming and going
3
very
slips
quick,
this time, so they have inserted another slip. Paul Anderson and Smith in the slip. Imlak is there. Tajnari Chandapal is at gully. Forward short leg still remains as Smith having this one Yorker length delivery being dug out by Descartes.
Last season set, Descartes played some 7 matches for the Windward Island Volcanoes. In fact, he was the leading batsman. He scored 346 runs with a high score of 119, 1 century and 1 half century. Faced some 570 balls. I really like this young man Descartes set because he played for Rising Sun in the local competition here. Parents, his mom lived in St. Martin, played some cricket in Anguilla in St. Martin, so he's really moved around to really develop himself. This young man had a stint last season with the St. Lucia Kings in the T20. So he's more or less like I would consider him to be a bowling all-rounder, but is a fighter, and it would be nice if he could be able to dig in here with Ambrose. They rescued the Windward Island Volcanoes up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Well, one who has been able to utilize all formats of the game and doing it well. Kemah Paul, another exponent who can be considered an all-rounder. It doesn't matter how you put it or where he bats, Kemah Paul, he's always considered an all-rounder.
And just in case you're wondering to support what Seth is saying, Niles made 3 overs, 1 maiden, 10 runs, 3 wickets. And Paul starting his 3rd over, no maiden, 7 runs, 1 wicket.
Kemah Paul comes in. Ambrose leaves it alone, and this is what I'm talking about. Ambrose just moved across, left it alone. Something similar that I thought Hodge may have done. Instead, Hodge stood there, stood up straight, and brought up the bat and prodded. Well, in fact, not prodded, but his gloves pushed his gloves towards the ball.
Really ungainly there. The good thing about it is that Ambrose is leaving on length, which is what you want to do as a batter with a new ball.
This time he gets one on wicket and he plays it well. Cramped a bit, but he was walking into it. Looks rather relaxed. Plays the ball into the onside.
But you see the difference, Seth. He's looking to come forward. He wants to be able to make sure that he can get that stride. Because it's important. Kemah Paul is looking to nip away at those pads.
Very important that Ambrose, in fact, not just Ambrose, but that this pair remains for the Volcanoes. Down the leg side, Paul strain a bit, or this could well be part of his craft.
Ambrose will feel very slighted that he missed out there. He just needed to just get bat onto that. And that would have just raced away down to the fine leg area. Guyana large and in control here at the famous, iconic Antigua Recreation Ground. So many interesting stories, be it football, track and field, cricket, carnival, you name it.
Paul comes into Ambrose. Ambrose gets a good one. In fact, turned him inside out. It was heading down leg, but he was backing up instead of, well, started forward and then backed up. And the ball took his pad and went out into the offside.
And that was because he played late set. He really didn't commit himself too early, waited. And with the pace of Kemah Paul, who mixes up his deliveries, sometimes you get a quick one, sometimes you get a slow off cutter. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, short mid-wicket. Joseph must be licking his lips to bowl. Set.
Well, if you're him, you'll be looking at it and you'll think, wow, I didn't open the ball. I know I'm seeing the pitch is helping the fast bowlers. The Happy Eagles in the ascendancy, and they also have, I think they have firepower, because the 2 opening bowlers, Paul and Smith, will be backed by Shamar Joseph and Isaiah Thorne, a youngster whom we saw a few years ago and looked to be bowling rather quick.
Well, I said to you, Seth, that the 2 physios had a very torrid time at this Vivian Richards Stadium, and we've started already. So just look out for a lot of the physio, and there are 2 lady physios. They're going to be very busy.
Well, I'm not quite sure what's the bother with Ambrose.
I think that one hit him, maybe kind of cramped him more or less.
Yes,
he's honing over there. Maybe just flip the pad, that delivery.
That's all you can do. Drink water. It was a slow one.
No, she's maybe got the
yes,
pill, so you never know. The pill that will get him better.
No pill. Nothing can do. You drink water, which is just a ritual. Only time can help those situations.
Well, it's all in your mindset, more or less.
All in your mind? You think so?
2 umpires for today in Dayton Butler and Carl Tuckett. Both would have represented the West Indies.
And the Windwards and the Leewards, respectively.
Certainly. It's good to see former players getting back into the game, but we also need to have a quicker advancement set. Carl Tuckett has been around for some time now and is not moved the needle. Somebody is not marking or ticking his name. Very much.
Okay,
really
you said 2
that.
things, because first you were saying he has not moved the needle, but he has moved it. I think he has been a very steady umpire.
Well, maybe
maybe
in our eyes
on him.
That's why I said that the needle is not moved. So it's something he's not doing. So he maybe needs to find out
it
what
is
not doing.
Somebody else is not doing.
I don't know. I wish I could answer that one.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know. I got you.
You know, when a player does his job and then he's not selected, he may be asking, what else do I do? And such a player, one is standing behind of us, worked along with me at Coolidge, who scored in 1 year 541 runs in 5 matches, 300, and waited 4 years later to get onto a West Indies team.
Well,
so he is beyond moving the needle. But
if he came now, he'd walk in.
No,
he wouldn't even have to make 500.
I think it's not even an excuse about Came now. I think
no, I'm just saying the reality of what you were saying.
I'm speaking about the moving of the needle. You have more than moved the needle.
Well,
but
you see, we might feel that he moved the needle, but to them, he didn't move it high enough. And that's just the reality of when you come from the small islands.
The venerable Clive Lloyd told me something, and it did come through. He said when I made my inquiry regarding him, I remember Clive Lloyd, and previously with the Jig Clive Lloyd said the cream always come to the top, and the cream did come to the top. But it's also what you do with the cream.
3 slips. And Gully go down. Guyana attacking. Guyana looking to be able to put the pressure back on the Windward Island Volcanoes. Squared him up completely there again, Zet. This is going to be a test for Descartes.
We're saying something, and I want our listeners in Guyana and the Windwards not to think that we're coaching while we're commenting. But look at it. He's coming from around the wicket. He's pitching into the left-hander from wide of the crease. He is then moving the ball with, then you ask the question, what does the left-hander do? Cannot stand still and wait to take evasive action. It has to be to make space, either back and then forward, or forward.
Ken.
Because if you're in 2 minds, if you're standing up and waiting on it to come onto you, you're not in control. So we have seen it. We have seen it with 2 of the batters to their demise. So it's very important that Descartes capitalize. He already has a first-class 100, has just about 401 runs in his 9 first-class matches. Pretty much a good prospect, so he needs to bat. That's the shot, brother.
Yeah, but he could push out more. When he plays the ball, he's coming back up. He has to stay over the ball and push the ball. The right foot is really not going anywhere.
But an improvement, at least, on the previous one that squared him up. And he just needs to keep going. Sometimes I used to see the batters when they're in the situation, they may jump a bit and try to get some adrenal flowing, some blood flowing through the thighs. Because that movement is important. Trigger movement, forward movement. We saw Django, and we see the left-hander with that clear intent.
Bottom man coming into play there. It's pretty early. He's a bottom-handed player. He's not balanced enough. Gotta relax. Gotta come onto that heel and look to stroke the ball up in front of him. 17 for 4. In case you're wondering what's happening, yes, 17 for 4. I want to say good morning to Sean Devers. I know all of the folks in Guyana, all in the United States of America, Ravi Etwara and his family, opened in the United States of America today. They'll be glued to their phones, their televisions, their iPad. Denied save there. Descartes remains or not. Set.
Yes, good bowling once again by Smith. Descartes trying to measure it, realize he's up against a good battle here. And I think once he weathers the storm, once we get, the pitch dries out here. Well, I'm not suggesting that it's wet, but natural overnight moisture. It has been very dry and humid conditions here. So once this pitch is baked, he can be more comfortable with his stroke play. Patience, that's all it demands.
Gets off with the mark, the single on the onside. This morning set as that over comes to an end. Score being 18 for 4. This morning just before the start of play, it's kind of shocked me and set a couple of days ago when somebody sent me a small message to let me know that Jennifer Anthony, they call her Jen originally, passed away. And it was nice to see this morning Cricket West Indies having a 1-minute silence for the loss of her. Her son Sean, who works is the office manager for the National Olympic Committee's office up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So on behalf of all of the commentary team and the 360 team, we just want to be able to say condolences go out to her. Here goes the delivery, which goes across him. And good take by Imla. Shamar Joseph in for this game, but he'll be licking his lips to come and bowl here as well. Kimopal rubbing away this brand new ball. We're wondering what's happening. Akeem Ogi, Scott Anderson bowl Paul for 2. We break for a while. As Paul is over the wicket. Descartes is driving. Just not balanced enough at the crease. Johan Jeremiah caught Imla Bowl Niall Smith for 1. Kevin Hodge caught Imla Bowl Niall Smith for 4. And Alex Athens LBW to Smith for 9. Windward's lost wicket 1 for 3. 2 for 4. 3 for 12 and 4 for 17. Niall Smith really turning up the heat here. Automatically the scores are behind. It should be 18 for 4. No ball. Kimopal's first delivery, that sort of surprise Imla. And no ball. Carl Tuckett just signaling to the scorers. They were very disciplined. This seam attack, which doesn't have Isaiah Thorne today, but has the West Indies fast bowler Shamar Joseph in the lineup. 20 now for 4. Exciting times ahead here. And every now and again, Kimopal produces that effort ball. Ambrose gets a short ball and just helps it around. Just outside his body line. Didn't try to overhit it. Just paddle it away down to the fine leg area. And they got a very comfortable single. He's just looking now to realize now that he's not completing his action. And just rehearsing that, hey, it's repetitions. The breeze is very strong here at the Antigua Recreation Ground.
Well, usually it is very strong. I think what even makes it more impacting on the field is that some of the mahogany trees that are usually
There to
towards
keep
that
off the breeze.
eastern side are not there. So,
yeah, over the wicket. Again, good leave. Paul just looking to just work around that line of the fourth stump line, making the batsman think about it, whether to defend, whether to play, whether to leave. 21 for 4. Guyana really looking to make a statement here. They're pushing ahead hard here.
well, they're well aware that a victory here certainly guarantees them moving ahead, and they're not going to let up on that. It's up to the Windwards to fight. They did, in their first innings at the Seviv.
Paul comes around the wicket, so he switches straight away.
Oh!
He is caught at first slip.
And we have been saying it.
A delivery which he didn't have to play at.
We have been saying it.
He got into a wrong position. He was never balanced at the crease. Descartes. 21 for 5. Look at it set.
Yes, prodding or poking or pushing the bat out.
And the Windward Island Volcanoes are in serious trouble here at the Antigua Recreation Ground with the Guyana seam attack in Smith and Paul really just rocking the Volcanoes here.
Well, they have moved from in a spot of bother to in trouble to in serious trouble. So you understand the degrees then, Vernon. All this has happened within 45 minutes. Keeper Paul just cruising in, not at utter speed. Good back of the length delivery, excellent catch. But when you look at it, it was one that could have been left alone, or if you were going to play, you had to get your feet in line. You had to be playing at it instead of just pushing at it. And we have seen similar dismissals, at least 3 dismissals on either side of the pitch, going down where players were just content to prod or to hang the bat out or to put the gloves in the way. And this has been the tale of the Windward Islands batting this morning. Losing the toss, sent into bat, 21 for 5, and we're just coming to the close of over number 8.
A very sharp low catch by Savory, who is also the second wicketkeeper in this Guyana Happy Eagles lineup. Good low positive catch, and it's really amazing when you see a catch of that nature. I saw some simple catches being dropped in the last game by the Windward Island Volcanoes, something which I think that when their turns come to bowl, they'll have to be a lot more sharper. Noel.
Leo.
Yeah, it should be Leo.
Noel Leo, yes.
A lot of pressure happening here. The return not good enough there from Shamar Joseph. Think it kind of hit. Hope that he's okay. Savory. All is good. And Shamar Joseph quietly put up his hand very quickly to say no. All right. So if you just joined us, sorry, Seth. If you just joined us and you're wondering what's happening at the Antigua Recreation Ground, 8 overs have been bowled, just as Seth Burtner said. 21 for 5. Ogis 2, Jeremiah 1, Hodge 4, Athens 9, Descartes 1, Ambus is not out 2, and Noel Lear has just come to the crease. To come, Denver, Cyrus, John, Tyson.
Excellent performance from the Guyana Happy Eagles this morning. And the man who really started it out was Smith. Then we saw Paul got into the act, and Paul continues to be in the act. Bowling well the last over within himself, understanding the angle, changing from around and over the wicket, mesmerizing the batters. He got his man, and now it's Smith's turn.
3 slips go down. Ambrose is driving loosely. And I don't think Ambrose is going to hang around for too much. He's maybe just going to try and come up with a plan so that he can be counteractive and said, listen, hey, let me see if I can really try and put the pressure back on this lineup. He might be saying in his mind, can somebody please bat with me?
Well, he has time, so it doesn't matter who perishes, as he did in the second innings at Seviv. He has to remain. He has just batted 9 deliveries. He hasn't even started his innings. So in the context of first class 40 games, you got to bat.
He's squeezing this one out to the backward point fielder. But the most important thing is allowing the ball to come, playing it from right under his eyes. He's a seasoned campaigner. By his standards last season set, I think when he looks at the runs that he would have scored for the Windward Islands last season, he might say to himself, he's played 7 games last season, 316 runs, 101 half century, high score of 110. I think that has been one of the major problems that have been affecting the Windward Island Volcanoes. Their batting. Consistency. And you get 101 half century in a season. By his standards, he would know that, nah, I'm a much better player than that. Dot ball played there by Niall Smith.
Well, we have already seen a lot of runs being scored in this season. Well, Happy Eagles would have had Chandra Paul, with a half century, etc. The Windwards would have had O'Geese with
7 centuries set in the first round.
The 103 from Ambrose. But let's look at it. I saw the double century of Amir Django at Coolidge, and that was superb. Double century not out. 100 from Terrence Hines. 200 from Kevin Wickham, a youngster with a huge future.
Kurt McKenzie also got 100, as well as John Campbell.
And they scored that in those centuries in quick time, when one thought the game may have been pleading to a draw.
Well, I was talking to Denmore, and I was telling Denmore when I saw what the score was going to be, I said to Denmore, it is possible. Because the Jamaicans are at home, they're playing on St. Catharines. When you have somebody like Kevin Wickham in the first innings hitting 12 sixes in his 153, then you know that if Campbell and McKenzie get in, and I don't think that is one of the strongest Barbados bowling attack either.
But both Campbell and McKenzie would have played at the highest level and know what it takes.
Oh, that is a beauty. How did that not hit the off stump?
Well, he perhaps was playing for that one coming too straight and it dragged back. Whereas previously some may have left the right-hander, but that was a special delivery. We have seen about 4 excellent deliveries, unplayable deliveries from Nine Smith from that end. One was a snorter early in the innings to Jeremiah. 2 of the wicket yielding deliveries, and that one could have been a wicket. What a bowling.
Here comes Niall Smith, bounding away from the Vivitas Pavilion end here. Turned away down to the onside, and they get a very easy single. He was coming forward, looking to be able to make sure that anything that was swinging around, that his back was in front of his pad, over comes to an end. And at the end of 9, the Windward Island Volcanoes are in trouble. 24 for 5.
It looks like a phone card, 21495.
The area would be
the area code.
ARG code. ARG code.
I'm sure that those in the Windwards wouldn't find that funny. The area code varies. St. Lucia.
Yeah, you got 767. Yeah, Dominica. It depends on where you're listening to
can't
us.
Forget Grenada.
Yeah.
And those in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, and those in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. There is no off island in Dominica. I don't think. With Dominica, I only went there for 1 day. So Gregory Shillingford and the others, if you're listening, I'm due a visit to Dominica. All our friends in Dominica, we greet you.
It's a beautiful place.
Outside the off stump, a good chance. Guyana is also a lovely place. I have had the opportunity of being there. Some of the gentlemen, don't worry, I can't say hi, but really always treated me very well in Guyana. Guyana, you have to do a lot of travel across on boats.
You actually mean
that? You're getting and a lot of driving.
Are you trying to tell me which one?
Across, it's a country, it's not an island.
When
so
when you go to the youth tournaments and you have to sail up and you have to go across the river.
It has been really a delight. being around the islands. Down the leg side. A loud appeal from the man. It looks like Andy's that second slip. But no, that one didn't play. It came off the pad and it was angling down the leg side. So Guyana, they have 5 within the hour and they want more. It's good to want more, but they want everything.
Also said, over the last couple of days, there was a Guyanese and Caribbean broadcaster, cricket writer, who wrote for Starbrook newspaper in the 1986, Cuthbert Montreux, a veteran, a.k.a. Cutty. I'll come back to that. So Kim Paul, they know that the wicket to get here is Ambrose, and you could see that they've upped the ante, up their gear.
Well, and if this pair cannot take him out, they have Shamar Joseph, I'm sure, waiting, itching to come in. So when you're doing well and you have your best bowler still yet to come and you have a team on the ropes, 24 for 5, then you're in the driver's seat. The Windwards would have to have a complete overhaul, a complete change of fortunes.
So a leg slip now comes into play, which means that Kimo Paul has sent something. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, and a leg slip. Short ball, that really didn't get up, and Ambrose was looking to dispatch that. The ball sort of stopped on him, really. This is going to be a good contest set.
Yes, he needs to play the ball on these eyes. He needs to watch it because both Paul and Smith, they're varying their pace, they're varying their line, they're getting good movement. So he really shaped. He did pick the line well, shaped for an aggressive shot, but realized the ball was not there. So he needs to be using the feet and he needs to be ensuring that he keeps it down.
Remember, Guyana Happy Eagles won the toss and decided to bowl for us here. Ken honing in at those pads. Ambrose saying to Leo, come on, back up, get me off strike. Don't let Paul be bowling to me. Rotation of strike is also going to be key, even if you just get a single.
But he has to play the ball to get the single. He's not playing anything. He's mistiming. He's trying to find his footing.
Ogie Scott Anderson bowled Paul for 2. Jeremiah caught Imla bowled Niall Smith for 1. Hodge caught Imla bowled Niall Smith for 4. Attanes Elbert Smith for 9. And Descartes caught Savory bowled Powell for 1. Paul bungs away into Ambrose. There's a P for leg before.
That's a close one.
That is a close one. I think it might have been just going over. Height might have been saved him.
He didn't play a stroke, and that.
I think it just went just above his pad. Lucky to be still there.
Oh, it may have been a little high.
Yeah, good decision by
umpire Tuckett.
Well, he himself was a swing bowler, so he would know. And the players tend to sometimes respect you. If you're set as a batsman or you were a former cricketer, yes, they would put you under some pressure, but at the same time, they respect your decision. Not at all times, but hey, you always remember that without an umpire, there's no game.
Yes, and Kimo Paul is the type of player, you watch him over the years, never really makes a lot of noise over the decisions. You know, he gets along with it, and that was at the end of the over. So a good steady over from Kimo Paul here. He really troubled Sunil Ambrose in that over.
That completes his 5 overs, 2 maidens, 9 runs, 2 wickets. Niall Smith is pulled out of the attack after 5 overs, 1 maiden, 14 runs, 2 wickets. And just as Seth said, he always likes to see his opening fast bowler coming, what we would say, from the northern end here, yes, at the Antigua Recreation Ground.
Top end, yes. You used to see Andy Roberts and Michael Holding chanting off of that end. Used to also see Curtly Ambrose coming from that end. Look at the succession of bowlers.
Here goes Shamar Joseph. This is the moment that you've been waiting for. And Leo looking to play a fancy shot. He'll be advised to play the ball up in front of him and not square.
I remember being a youngster and in what we call the not the players now, I want to get into players instead of schoolboy stand to the east. And Joel Garner also was coming off of that end with his low approach to the crease and then got up to his full height. And that was also a picture.
Arms pumping. Shamar Joseph, he starts around the wicket and that ball has gone past him. Why is he following it? He said to me that he played inside the line there, but you could see the outswinger darting around.
It's really good swing bowling to say Shamar has just come in and already you see the movement there. That one looked to have pitched just about on stump and it left Leo. Leo was prodding forward, searching for it, and that was a beauty. It was not express pace, but it was really a classy act. A lot of swing here.
4 slips now and the gully. Imla looking to go through this Windward Islands attack here. Clipped away in the onside. They can get 2 here if they want. In fact, if they can be challenged, they can get 3. Ambis a shut up shot, Leo. And this was something set which both teams exhibited at the Survivor Stadium with 70-meter boundaries. I thought Chandapal could have walked 30 singles. The ball went into the deep. Everybody was just comfortable to just run 2. With Permal going for that ball, you have to get 3.
You have to get 3. I'm not quite sure if the factor was that Leo felt that, you know, I want to continue to strike, but you got to get every run that is possible. Critical feature of the game.
Joseph, Shamar Joseph. Good delivery, good pace, good take by Imla. Good leave as well by Leo. I first said we might have been on commentary when we saw Joseph for the first time charging in from the Sir Andy Robertson at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Yes,
Ooh.
we did, and
he was really lightning. He was like a rocket. The keeper was taking the ball above his head, and we could stay in the commentary booth and just hear that slap all the time.
He kisses the surface, and the ball, you know, he's not a very tall guy.
But he is slippery. He's driving in the air. And it's gone away for 4 in the air.
Well, Leo was decisive on that. It was pretty close to the fielder at mid-off over his head. But he was decisive that he was going for it. And the fact that the field has not been spread, he welcomes that boundary. And already he has 6 runs in this over, the most productive over of the morning.
Don't think that Shamar Joseph would mind that set?
Not at all, because he's playing in the air.
Yeah, that's what you want. It's almost like he's going to come searching again. Joseph into Leo. Ooh, that had swing, that had movement.
Yes, the wicketkeeper taking in front of between first and second slip. Woo. And it pitched just outside the off stump.
Set, we have come to the first hour of play here. It's been really a baptism of sort, and just to give the listeners and viewers an update in terms of what have happened. Tevin Imla called right, and when you saw the conditions here this morning, you know that this wicket was going to seam around. Aki Mogis caught Anderson, bowl Paul for 2. Johan Jeremiah caught Imla, bowl Niall Smith for 1. Calvin Hodge caught Imla, bowl Niall Smith for 4. Alex Attanis, LBW to Niall Smith for 9. Shadrach Descartes caught Savvy Bokimo Paul for 1. Not out batsman is Ambrison 5 and Leon 6. Bowling figures so far. The Guyana Happy Eagles have lost 3 bowlers. Niall Smith, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 14 runs, 3 wickets. Kimmer Paul, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 9 runs, 2 wickets. And Shamar Joseph, 1 over, no maiden, 6 runs, no wickets. We will take a Dasani water break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing to you the live and louder production for Cricket West Indies. Welcome back after the signing water break, live and louder. And after the break, just to let you know, up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 37 for 1. Louis back in the hut for 13. Kadim Henry is not out 13. Go is not out 10. Here goes Kimo Paul to Ambrose. Ambrose driving straight back, and quickly he just had to ricochet that one into his ankle, and the physio will be coming out again very quickly. Just reflex action from Kimo Paul.
Well, it's the natural Kimo Paul, to be fair. He is one player who, well, one of few players, I would say, who usually, once he senses an early opportunity, goes with all of it. He does not pull it back, and you really can't fault him because in his view, the batter was in the way.
Yeah.
So I don't read any intent. It is just reflexive, and he's just that sort of player.
But I wanted to comment something, Seth, and I was just talking to my colleague, Dave Joseph, former one of the most successful, best sleepies.
Catchers.
Sleepies that you would have ever seen. Any position.
Because when they say sleepies, it sounds as if he was sleeping.
Sleepies. Don't get it confused, Seth. And I was looking to figure out that if you brought Colin Boyne Tuckett into the squad, I think it's quite unfortunate you have a young man of that nature sitting on the bench.
About the Leewards.
Yeah. 412 runs last season, 3 half centuries, and a maiden first class 100 at Kensington Oval.
I'm not quite sure what the team is for today. I didn't get a chance to check.
Well, I can show you, Seth, and you can be able to share your own thoughts. And while we have a slight break here, that's the team, Seth. You can get your chance and you can see it. Louis, Henry, Gore.
Gore is in, the change.
Louis, Graves, Carty.
Thomas, Andrew.
Let's make sure that
Pittman,
we have this right.
Yes, so Pittman is in.
Yeah, so Cornwall,
Hamilton, Joel Andrew, O'Shane Thomas, Casey Carty, Pittman, Jeremiah Louis, Kareem Gore, and the openers have been retained. Yeah. Louis and Henry.
You're surprised? You thought one would have gone? Because that mean that James is out.
Yes.
Kofi's not playing.
I thought Kadim Henry,
as we speak to you, lost another wicket. Kadim Henry is bowled Anderson Phillip for 13. Just when on the brink that Seth wanted to make a point. We'll come back to that set. 38 for 2 at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Kimo Paul is in to bowl to his colleague. Oh! Gone past Anderson. Feet in the crease, just the hands going, and down to the third man boundary for 4.
The intent was to drive, play a lofted drive, look at it, over the wicket. And then the ball seemed out the half of the bat, yes. Waist swinger from Kimo Paul, and it sliced to the right of the slip fielder. So.
But I want to ask you something. I wonder if Imla didn't miss a trick there, because the ball has been seaming around, so why would you have taken out that third slip?
No, he brings the third slip in. He brings Chanderpaul from leg slip to third slip. You should never be without the third slip for Kimo Paul, the way in which he's bowling.
Got to be patient, Imla. 3 slips go down on a gully. He's whipping this into the onside, picking up another easy single. Kimo Paul looking, he knows they're good teammates, they're good friends, Paul and Ambrose. And he knows that if they just get Ambrose, they can break the backbone of this Windward Island Volcanoes batting lineup here.
Yes, he has proven to be the backbone, because when you score 103 runs out of, 206, that's half. In the second innings.
Don't stop me up.
So he is the backbone. I think you may want to say the other guys who have played for the West Indies. I'm keeping it current. Okay, I'm keeping it current. So he has proven to be the backbone of the Windward's batting.
Kimo Paul is going to round the wicket now to bowl to Leo from Grenada. And Leo is leaving alone. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt there.
Not shaping badly, Leo, as a young batter. He almost have a similar stance to his captain, Atenes. Plays a bit later, I don't want to say not as aggressive. It's the first time I'm seeing him. And I have not really, since Devon Smith, seen a Grenadian left-hander making any prominence, or I should say any batter, because Smith was after Junior Murray and the West Indies team, and it would be interesting to see what he has to offer this time.
Splice up into the air over mid-off. Permal is after it. That he wasn't in position for that set.
Not at all. At one time, I thought it was going up for the wicket keeper. He was fortunate, and he needs to realize that there is a long leg on the boundary, and the ball came high up, and he really cannot take those chances against Paul, but perhaps he's a very confident player.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. It's a brand new day here. He's got to be careful, Paul. Looking for more success, looking for more wickets, Guyana. He just
that's a lovely shot, Vernon.
Switched that on and
wow,
hoisted it into the vacant square leg area for 4.
Yes, he's showing the medal he makes up. He was not daunted by the fact that he looked a bit awkward. The previous delivery shows that he has a measure of confidence in his batting, and I would really like to see more of this youngster.
Yeah, 41 for 5. Lear goes to 12. Ambrose is 10. So far, 6 boundaries. It's been really pressure by the Guyana fast bowling and seam attack. Kimo Paul, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 20 runs, 2 wickets. I want to say good morning to Basil Butcher Jr. We'll be listening to this commentary here. Jeff Miller, CEO for the Falcons. All the Guyanese all over the world. And there's a massive Guyanese population, as we'd say, right here in Antigua and Barbuda and along the Leeward Islands. Here's a delivery which is going down. Shamar Joseph straight away halted his appeal, knew that that one was drifting going down the leg side.
Yes, certainly. But good to see that he came up with a nice full pitch delivery. We have not seen a lot of those in the innings so far. And Shamar Joseph, the one you'd expect to go express and go short of a length or with a bouncer, he's searching for something here.
He's looking for Ambrose's toes. That's where the pressure is, because he knows that Ambrose is an attacking player as well. Driving through cover, won't get 4. Looking at Ambrose after it. This is what they was talking about. They finally made their mind up, and he could be, but he got in the end.
They finally made their mind up for the 3rd.
Yes, got to be positive. That's what I was talking about, Seth. Just making up your mind as if, like, well, I don't really want it. You know, you're supposed to be running the first run hard with a possibility there. Niall Smith coming around and said, listen, we're going to test his arms. What do you think the boundaries are here, Seth? About 70 meters?
Yes, well, they are almost, you know, I was saying to somebody the other day, I believe it was Denmore, that in the days gone by when we used to say the ball goes to the fence, the boundaries were right back, actually, to the fence, and then later on, Joseph will tell you, they had boundary boards leaning on the fence. Here is this one, squaring up a little bit, but he looks quite compact and confident, plays the ball to backward point. So this is about, let's say, 10 yards in on the east of the regular boundary.
I give it about 65.
About, I believe at least on that side it may be 70. And on the side, the northern side as well.
You mean you're talking about straight?
Yes, straight. And on
square would have to be about 70.
Side, yes. So it varies here.
And even though people would say that it's been small, loose shot again. Likes bat onto the ball. Just leave alone. Just leave the ball. Ambrose is coming down and saying, what's the hurry? We're not playing a T20 game. You have all day to bat. Just take your time. That's just the problem I'm finding these days, Seth, is that the young batsmen want to be scoring. They want to be going. You know, there's no patience. There's no planning. And that happens from preparation in the nets. You have to prepare.
But I guess it's flowing for Noel to some extent, and he maybe wants to get along with it.
In the air.
Lovely.
Inside out. Pass cover. Down to the boundary for 4.
He plays well with his wrist. So when it looks aerial, he was already covering that one, and he just opened the face of the bat. And I believe that he's a rhythmic player, a player that relies on momentum and tempo. Look at it. It was out there, and he saw it through in the end. Looked as though he was playing it aerial, but he just turned the bat on that one, good wrist movement. And he looks pretty much to be confident in his response. Taking counter attack.
48 for 5. Joseph around the wicket to bowl to Lear, and that one hit him in the area that he doesn't like. He's gone down for the count. Out comes the physio.
For the second time.
Third time.
Third time. Well, the second for that particular position. The other was for Ambrose's ankle. And you see he was, let's look at it. He was
we have the on-field physio in Tevin Imler, who knows what it's like to be hit into that area. Repair work very quickly. Ooh. That is a very uncomfortable.
That area is so tender that even though it's a wind ball or a tennis ball, it throws you to the ground.
It doesn't even have to be a ball. It could be somebody just automatically, yeah.
So the news is that Guyana Happy Eagles this morning won the toss, and they called right, and they made the right decision to insert the Windward Islands Volcanoes, and immediately we saw in the second over, the 5th ball, Akeem Ogis on the back of his 95 in the first innings in their first game at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. Here is the ARG. He was caught. Anderson off the bowling of Paul for 2. It was 3 for 1. And then Kavim Hodgett joined Johan Jeremiah before Jeremiah was caught. Imler off the bowling of Smith for 1. It was 3 for 2, and that was from 2.4 overs. And then Hodge himself didn't last long. He was caught playing at a delivery, edging to the wicket keeper off Smith for 4. It was 17 for 3, and without a run being added, the Windward Islands captain Alec Atenes caught behind once again off Smith. So Smith having 3 batters caught behind, and on this occasion it was Atenes from 9. It was 17 for 4, and then 4 runs later, Shadrach Descartes, he was caught savory at first slip off the bowling of Paul for 1. 21 for 5, and these two, the man who has been there in Sunil Ambrose was joined by Noel Leo, and the two have done a relatively okay job so far. They have added 27 runs, so it is 48 for 5, and Leo looking good on 16. Ambrose, the senior partner, is battling away on 13.
So outside of the 2 on-field umpires today in Butler and Tuckett, Melissa Laurie from Antigua and Barbuda, who's fast growing up the ladder, is the 3rd umpire to their set. Somebody out of your area?
Yes, she was also the 3rd umpire in that game at the CCG.
Worked away in the onside, picking up an easy single. Donald Shekels was the 3rd umpire at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So these two fast going up the ladder, and sometimes I think it's an area which we have to address as well, Seth, because we don't have any umpires on the elite panel. We only have one lone person in Dr. Sir Richie Richardson as the ICC match referee.
And he has been doing a wonderful job, Sir Richie Richardson. And I remember when you called the name coming in a Sunday morning, himself and Sir Viv. Well, then Viv Richards, they were anchoring the West Indies. In the end, they put on 308 against Australia. I think that was 19, well, let me not get into the years, but Sir Richie, well, Richie then scored 158, Viv scored 178. And you looked at that, Carl Rackerman and the rest of the Australian attack, they were really put to the swords here.
So Imla, 3 slips for Kimmo Paul and the gully. A backward point, mid-on, mid-off, pretty close. Paul wearing the number 55 goes past umpire Carl Tuckett. And Leo is hitting this one in the air. It goes one bounce. Don't think it will go for 4. And they just amble 2 runs set.
Yes, he looks so much like Alec Atenes playing that stroke. He needs to be mindful that it is not a 50-over game or T20 game. He has time on his hands. I guess he wants to make a point that he's not daunted by the position of the game or the pace of the game. Now the partnership moves to 30. The 50 also comes up, but he would need perhaps to temper the aggression.
Yeah. Try telling him that set. Try telling him that
Oh,
set.
look at this.
That's whipped away. It's gone all the way
On the
on the top of the stand. This is Richie Richardson stand that we were talking about for 6.
Wow, I spoke earlier about his capacity of wrist movement. That was all risk and timing. He just flicked it from just around the ankle. And that just went like, woo, really a special shot from this youngster. And I believe that is the confidence he has when we saw those 2 in the air, the one that went high in the air and over the bowler's head. The second one also went high in the air over the long off region, but he's been given some attention. I'm not quite sure if he's having a challenge with something else.
Just say the physio comes out. What are you trying to work out? Whether he's having a challenge or not.
He's stretching.
The physio is out. He's still not recovered from that hit before.
So long?
Of course.
Please.
Set you don't. Everybody's body is different in a set.
Well, but
Set is saying so long. You might be amazed.
But he goes down after playing an amazing shot. 24 from 16 deliveries, and this man is striking as though we're gunning in a T20 game.
57 for 5. He's gone to 24 with 3 4s and 1 maximum here. And I think his last scoring shot would have to be the shot of the morning so far.
Yes, and the thing about it,
was
after
pure
that shot,
timing.
he is calling the physio.
But you need to tell the folks why he's calling the physio.
Well,
He was hit before.
Yes, but that was a little time away. It's difficult to understand that hit.
Yeah, but it was in the last over set. So
Yes,
really, so he's back up on his feet. Maybe he just likes to. But yeah, it's really a serious situation right now. The physio is talking to him seriously. That Butler wants to make sure that he's okay. Butler maybe just making a joke with him to say, the shot that you played just a while ago, I wouldn't want to go off. I'd want to keep batting. Butler himself, a former left-hander, played for the Windward Islands, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We're all good. 2 test spinners at mid-on and mid-off. Moti would be relishing his time here. Don't know if he'll get a bowl today, but you never know.
Well, this youngster is just 22 years old.
Yeah, he is. Just coming to first-class cricket.
Yes, looks a prospect.
2 for 29. He's certainly roughed up Paul. And he's driving again through the offside. Moti's after it, but they'll comfortably come back for 2. So he's going to play the way he's going to play.
Yes.
Set.
He's not daunted. He's motoring on. He's motoring on with confidence.
Carl Tuckett is now coming down to him now to say, listen here, the square belongs to me. So please run off. He got himself into a real tangle there just a while ago. Going back for the second run. Umpire Carl Tuckett just reminding both batsmen that it is important to get off the square. Slow ball. Fooled him for a while. Because of his bottom hand. He's a very strong bottom-handed player. You could see that. So this should give him some confidence set. It should now maybe settle his nerves now. Yeah.
And what it does beyond that, Vernon, he comes in with the team in a precarious position. And if he can arrest or stem the flow of
He needs to
wicket,
first objective is to bat to lunch.
Precisely, and if he can counter-attack and get to lunch, which is still another half an hour away,
Short ball. And he misjudged the pace there just a while ago. That really bounced on him, and he wasn't really in position to be able to play that shot. He could have just left that alone because that was just above his head. End of 14 overs, 59 for 5.
What is key, though, I think, for him is that he needs to watch the field. There was a long leg, there was a fine leg, all for the hook. Realizing that on 2 occasions, apart from the 6 that he struck over mid-wicket, that he would have been hooking or attempting to hook, and one ended over the bowler's head, the other one ended over mid-off. So they would be tempting him with these short pitch deliveries. So he needs to be mindful, and I think it would be good to see Ambrose speaking a lot to him and getting him in that mindset to expect and not to be, be dismissed in that vein.
Joseph starts his 3rd over. 2 overs, no maiden, 13 runs, no wicket. He bungs away. Down the onside, pushing that one away. Umpire Dighton Butler just looking to make sure that it didn't come off of his thigh pad. Ogis 2, Jeremiah 1, Hodge 4, Athens 9, Descartes 1, Leo is not out on 26, Ambrose is not out on 14. He's so far batted for 63 minutes, Ambrose. Niles Smith, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 14 runs, 3 wickets. Kimo Paul, 7 overs, 2 maiden, 31 runs, 2 wickets. And Joseph will be looking to get into the wicket column. They would know the importance of Ambrose wicket. Wide delivery, no need for him to even play. Over in Jamaica, Jamaica batting first against Barbados. Coming off of a very big victory there. The breeze really pouring in here at the Antigua Recreation Ground. As I look over, you could feel it just coming through our commentary booth here. Got some spectators on our left, and as Seth said, it's a more central point. It's a lot more easy for cricket fans to come to the Antigua Recreation Ground. Here is a delivery steered into the offside and down to the boundary for 4.
Well played by Ambrose. He watched the angle of the delivery, played it late. Yes, in spite of the slips and the gullies, he really angled it well. And he's able to get 4 runs, and the Windwards here taking some, don't want to say rear guard, but some good counter attack against this up tempo, against this good Guyana fast bowling attack.
Shamar Joseph, maybe just short of match cricket set, so he's moving into his own rhythm, will only get better. I find he's one of the guys that the longer he bowls, the quicker he bowls. That's a loose shot by Ambrose.
A naughty shot. Good return, good response from Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, that was an effort delivery there. He really charged up there. He's not bowled a bouncer as yet. Ambrose, that would be on Ambrose's mind, because he's very slippery.
Ambrose is trying to make hay while the sun shines, but the sun is always shining, but he's playing a shot in the dark while the sun is shining.
Really missed it. So
completely.
Sometimes you just need the luck to go your way.
He needs the motor on.
Joseph in to bowl to Ambrose again. Squeeze away down to the boundary for 4.
Yes, but that one was more from an outer part of the bat. And
a fuller length delivery.
That he was in control. He was opting to drive through the offside between mid-off, and the bowler. And that one, in my view, came on him a bit quicker and flew off the outer edge and went between 3rd slip and 2nd slip, or 2nd slip and the gully for the 2nd 4 of the over.
Let me just apologize.
I see the captain is making changes to the field. I would not. He's sending the 3rd slip fielder out to the square leg boundary, but I think with the ball flying off the edge through the slips, you really want to maintain those slips. But I guess he's working with Shamar Joseph, so perhaps they're communicating accordingly.
Yeah, well, maybe he's trying to outfox him anyhow, so you just never know. Just want to apologize. Leo, I understand, originally back he's from St. Lucia, but I was, turned him right around Ambrose.
A beautiful delivery. A beauty of a delivery from Shamar Joseph. Ambrose was looking to drive. Look at it, flowing pace from Shamar Joseph. And he played down the wrong line. Was attempting to play straight, but there was no way with that delivery that brushed past the edge. Good over from Shamar Joseph. Yes, he did concede 2 fours, but one I thought was in the dark, but he also tested Sunil Ambrish to this over.
Yeah, good comeback over. So 67 for 5 set. And I showed
You're making a point about Noel?
Well,
you are apologizing.
Leo, originally what
yes.
we received was from Grenada. Someone has indicated that he's from St. Lucia. So if somebody else has another information on that, please let me know, because in our original stats that we would have received, and that would have been from the management, that is what I would have received. So if he's from St. Lucia, I apologize to Grenada for giving them Leo. 67 for 5, 15 overs bowled in the process.
Well, they're all Windwards.
Well,
so you didn't give them. They're all under one umbrella.
well,
and they're all OECS.
That's how I would feel as well, too. You know, sometimes we get so carried away. Oh, almost stuck in and playing the ball, not watching the ball.
He was pulling away, I thought, at the last moment.
But he's got to watch the
and
ball.
The bat was above his head. And we have seen the third, look at this, short. We have seen the third short delivery going in the air from his batting. 2 over the bowler's head, this time over the wicketkeeper's head for 4.
But I think what is happening, Seth, is that he doesn't go back when the ball is bowled short to him. He sort of walks across the crease. And that's why he got himself into trouble. When you're facing fast bowling, you want to get as deep as possible in the crease, especially. He's having a hoik. Gives his hand away. Straight down to Moti. This is what, no ball by Kimo Paul.
Oh, fortunately for him.
Oh.
But you could see the planning on the Guyana Happy Eagles side, because Moti is not in the conventional mid-off position. He is at deep mid-off, almost on the long on side of it.
Would you say that Leo heard the no ball?
Well, sometimes you do. But sometimes, Vernon, when you hear the no ball, sometimes it's so late to change the stroke, especially against a fast bowler.
Thank you.
You can make the adjustment sometimes with the spinners.
He's going again. And I think he's just going to just play his normal game.
Yes, he's saying I'm counter-attacking.
Nothing wrong with that at
We
all.
are 5 down. I'm not going out there to prod, because 3 of the dismissals were guys prodding outside the off-stump, playing deliveries that you could have pulled inside the line. And he's saying, if I'm going down, I'm going down fighting.
72 for 5. This is going to be a good contest with Kimo Paul and Leo. Comes circumspect and stays that down to the backward point feeler.
In fact, the 50 partnership, Vernon, would have come up between these two. It came together with the score 21 for 5 after 7.5 overs. They have done well. They have batted as many overs as the previous 5 batters, and they have accelerated well.
Kimo Paul from around the wicket. Interesting times ahead here. You just feel every ball is an excitement set. See some rain heaping up in the eastern side. Hope the groundsmen are looking into position. Might be pretty high. The breeze strong, but I don't think so.
Well, I think that breeze may more be threatening. Well, so they're not playing at Coolidge. I was suggesting Coolidge, but we're not having any matches.
I'm just looking between that like a gap there.
The Coolidge one usually comes from out of an area we call Param.
Param.
Hangs out of there, and when you see that, you say, oh my. But the
72 for 5. It's very strong. He's going and again deciding to advance to Kimo Paul.
He's advancing.
Yeah, it's going to have to be more circumspect. This young man. Score goes up to 73 for 5. Now brings Ambers into strike.
And this is a much better position for the Volcanoes than they were in during the first hours of play, when they were really being dismantled by Smith and Paul.
It's a lovely cricket Sunday here in Antigua and Barbuda. Live and louder, we're pleased to bring the action to you. Ambrose waits for Kimo Paul, who's really bowled a spell. In fact, he owns this end, whipped away into the onside. Niall Smith is coming around. Where is Leo going? He's got to get back into his crease. Over comes to an end, and at the end of over number 16, the Windward Island Volcanoes were inserted by the Guyana Hockey Eagles. They're 74 for 5.
Well, that's the end of Paul's 8th over in the 16th of the innings. Pretty much a good strike rate in terms of the scoring rate, rather current scoring rate of 4.5. That is in fact very good. But on the other side of the equation are the wickets, which were lost pretty early in the innings in the first 8 overs of the innings, and those are Geese, Jeremiah, Hodge, Athenes. Bulk of experience there and Descartes. So this partnership is a good partnership, and we have seen Shamar Joseph being a bit expensive, and he's coming back in his fourth.
Yeah. Imla might be maybe having a headache set with this wicket seaming around here. He's got 2 spinners.
Well, he shouldn't be worried.
The big question is, will he give Paul a break and bring Niall Smith?
Well, that may be. In fact, I saw Trinidad and Tobago Red Force use that approach against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in their game at CCG, the last game, where they had Seals and Anderson, and then, in fact, they went an entire hour, then they brought in Terrence Hydes, and they were back with Seals. It shows that the pitches, at least those that I have witnessed this season,
are bowler friendly.
Are bowler friendly and fast bowling friendly.
Yeah,
we have been complaining about pitches in the past, but they're definitely giving assistance to the fast bowlers. All 5 have been fast bowlers' wickets.
Here is Joseph rushing Leo again, hitting him on that tie pad, cramping him again, extra pace.
There seems to be a problem with that area because he's.
I think we have to look. I think we have to look for the rain.
Yes. Coming soon. It has already started in that Coolidge, Powell's area. We have seen it in the hills.
I think the groundsmen
are gathering.
I think umpire Carl Tuckett is saying, "Let's." Is Dayton Butler calling them on?
I don't think you'll be calling them that early.
Yeah, I think he is. He is signaling to them.
Leo is definitely suffering here. Oh, okay. It's somewhere in that area, maybe.
Yeah, yes, he's having a hard time.
And I don't think it's his groin because he has been running real hard.
It's just maybe above.
Yes.
There.
Because if you have a groin injury, you can't run like that.
Well, you should not be in a position to. So the rain playing a little cat and mouse with us here, as Seth said, it's maybe going around into the Powell's area. It's got a strong breeze, so it maybe just might get away. We might maybe just have the tail end of it here at the Antigua Recreation Ground as the wind continues to push it into the northern area.
And here in Antigua we have the northeasterly trade winds, so it is really in that northern side, though we have some low clouds hanging over us here.
Well, the thing about it these days, Seth, is that the rain just falls.
That's from nowhere.
You'll be there.
Strange
and then
weather patterns.
Yeah. Carl Tuckett is, I think they're going to come on.
Yes, they're calling on.
I think they're going to come on.
They're calling on the grounds.
So we have a break at 11:40.
And that's preemptive because I haven't seen the external sign of the physical rain itself around this plain area. We have seen it around the hillsides on the northern side, but they don't want it to get wet, so the umpires.
So just to give a quick update set to the folks who are viewing and listening us, Akeem Ogie, Scott Anderson, Bowl Paul for 2. Yon Jeremiah caught Imla Bowl Smith for 1. Kavanaugh caught Imla Bowl Smith for 4. Alex Athenes, LBW to Niall Smith for 4. Ambrose is not out on 24 from 34 balls, 3 boundaries. He's batting for 74 minutes so far. Shadrach Descartes caught Savory Bowl Paul for 1. Noel Lear is not out on 31. He's been brave. He's also been wounded a number of times. He's faced 26 balls 4 fours and 1 6. Bowling figures for the Guyana Happy Eagles. Niall Smith, he was impressive. 5 overs, 1 maidens, 14 runs, 3 wickets. Kimo Paul, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 38 runs, 2-1. He's been the workhorse of this lineup. And Shamar Joseph, who's just working his way around here. He's not been able to move into overdrive here. 3.2 overs, no maidens, 22 runs, no wicket. Rain has halted play here at the Antigua Recreation Ground. And so the Live and Louder team set, but Rain has stopped play there. Leewards are in trouble. 64 for 4. Louis 13. Karim Henry 13. Karim Ogo not out 26. We have Casey Carty for 4 and Joel Andrew, first ball duck, LBW to Anderson Phillip. Leewards are in trouble. Bowling for the Leewards so far. In fact, for Trinidad and Tobago, Anderson Phillip, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 23 runs, 4 wickets.
All Anderson Phillip.
All Anderson Phillip. And Denmo did tell me that there's an improved Anderson Phillip. And Jaden Seals, not for 7. We'll take a quick break as our cameras are under some rain break. Sorry.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Dirty. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. It's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the 2 boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were 3 boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holdings Melbourne or Lawrence Rose Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid, though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Well, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Atherton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a test 50 here, it was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-strikers end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a test for 2 years. So, you know, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, you know, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse, you know.
You hadn't scored a test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first test match. And for me, it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. You know, I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100. And yeah, you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, oh, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first test match 100. And it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts, and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left. And we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jim, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 overs to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we're here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away, and we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 15 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up down towards Lawan, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and then that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He's whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week, he had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honor for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver. And he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was just it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play a sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would, yeah, it would still be one of the highlights of my career with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
That's it, got him!
Two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading Test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 Test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in Test match cricket, 15 years in Test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me, I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do, and be prepared to put some hard yards in before, so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements, and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit, was one of my motto, and I think Kemar has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing he said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of yours journeys are in fast bowling. Your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of Test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler, when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket, where you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. There's something that I've admired with Kemar. His skill sets when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles, going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Kemar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously, injuries help. Obviously, I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more with the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, in terms of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoyed bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken, make that 51 before Kemar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kemar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it in Barbados on CBC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and you know, it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing so long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the three West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kemar, it was Fida, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kemar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude, being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary, and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before, and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed, and we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing. And he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be sort of at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, Legend, what do you think about this, and what we think? And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game, this didn't work or that worked. That sort of helped us, and it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice, and I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is always it's just an upliftment, and I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on, man. I just wanted to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them, so it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I was playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go out there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff, and it was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sell the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie, so that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's gone. Walsh's 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 Test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other, and I think that to me was the friendship that we have, and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we'll have our own game plan. On his day, I played a supporting role. On my day, he plays a supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well, when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back. And he said, so what to do? I said, just relax. I will take up the thing, because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm. And these are the conversations you need to have and the understanding. And that to me was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership, because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curtly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And who is it for you, if you had to look back on your career? It could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit, and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what pushed me to I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's that period is I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I had with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, it really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys, start with you, Court.
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day, or this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always tell people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day, because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days, so you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that people doubting on me. I like that. That pushes me to prove people wrong. I've had that most of my career. When I lost my pace, everyone said, will he be the same bowler? Can he still be challenging at Test cricket? I just wanted to prove people wrong. And it's worked. That's a big motivation for me. And obviously leading a young group of fast bowlers now, that also pushes me as well. They have good respect, they have good work ethic, and we get along very well as well in just a room. We have fun, we also work hard. And that also keeps me motivated to obviously know what, I can help these guys to become also legendary fast bowlers for West Indies. So there's a lot of motivation around my career, and that's the two major parts for me.
We're going to transition now to a bit more of a fun segment. I'm going to quiz y'all on your careers, right? So it'll start easy and then it'll get hard. There's only 3, so don't worry. First of all, who has Courtney Walsh dismissed the most in Test cricket?
Mike Atherton.
Easy.
That's a good question. I don't think... Is it a Bangladeshi batsman?
No, it's not.
It's got to be an England batsman.
Yeah.
Is it... Ben Stokes?
Yeah. 7
Figured
times.
that
Shakib is 6 times.
Yeah,
so
I think I know it's one.
Off spinner, basically an off spinner from Rhodes. It goes high in the sky. And Shamar Brooks makes the catch look very easy indeed.
Everybody remembers your first Test wicket, but can you remember your second Test wicket?
Yeah.
Who was it?
Graham Yallop from Australia.
1984.
Caught Desmond Haynes at bad pad. I don't forget those. I remember my first part, I remember quite a lot of it better than at the back end.
Who's your second Test wicket?
I know the first was Shakib. I'm thinking the second must be Mushfiqur.
No, Mamadullah.
Mamadullah. Yeah, I'm thinking about an order. Yeah, it was Mushfiqur. Yeah.
And lastly, who has hit more Test match sixes between Courtney Walsh and Kemar Roach?
That I don't know, but I'm going to back myself. I don't know, but I hit a few. I'm going to back myself. He's not a big six hitter.
Me.
I think it was a close race, guys. But the winner with 19 sixes is Courtney Walsh.
I got you, man. Well, you still play. You can
I have 16. I was right up and
right up
so
there.
he has much more time to play.
There's Walsh. That's a huge six. That's gone. That's a gigantic six. So Courtney Walsh is going down with all guns firing, as they say.
On those 4 fast bowlers, that 4, almost 5 prong pace attack we see now in the West Indies, do you almost feel like it's a rebirth of that cricketing legacy that we've seen for so many years in your time and the times before with the 4 horsemen? What do you see now on the field?
I like what I saw, especially in the last Test match. 4 fast bowlers, not just going at it, but being sensible, being very competitive, making adjustments as they read the pitch and stuff. That's what you want to see. And that was what impressed me the most. They were well looked after on the field of play in terms of not being overbowled because they were back-to-back Test matches. So the planning just looked very good. The execution by all 4. Alzari, I think on one day wasn't in his rhythm and stuff. Everybody compensated for him. The next day he came back and it just drops nicely. And that's what you want to see because everybody's not going to have a good day every day. But just the way all the 4 came together, not leaving out Justin Gill, but the main 4, so to speak. Because when Justin came in, he did his bit. But the main 4 is what you want to look at. And everybody's skill set was different, but the way, the planning and the execution and how they went about it with their adjustment. I was happy with
And the 4 of you guys, this is really the first time we're seeing all 4 of you on the field at the same time. You've had injuries, guys have come in and out. Why do you think you guys are able to complement each other?
Yeah, I think we all different skill sets. Alzari obviously has high pace. Jaden obviously good pace with good swing and skill. And then Shamar is shorter, it's a little skiddier at high pace, and then I just do my thing on top of off stump all day. So I think we complement each other very, very well. As I said, we communicate very well in the dressing room. We plan well, we know what is expected in this session, and we just try our best to go out there and emulate it. So it's not going to go right every day, it's cricket, but I think once we have an understanding, we have a template of what you want to do, you just follow it and you express yourself and have fun.
Last thing I want to ask about legacy. Obviously, it's been a couple of years now, only a couple since you retired. You can still get back on there. He's been telling me in the commentary box he can bowl a few. So he says. But I want to know, when you look back at Courtney Walsh's cricketing journey, what impact did Courtney Walsh have on fast bowling in the Caribbean?
I probably was not the best person for you to ask that, to be quite honest. But I think the legacy that was left behind, what I found out now is that it probably had more impact than I thought, because everywhere you go and you move around, people say, boy, we used to remember the good old days that you were playing, and it's good that you're still involved with the game and that you're helping youngsters and you can pass on advice, because to me that's important. But for me, I just enjoyed every moment of it, and it helped me to develop as a better cricketer, better person, better human being. And Kemar said something that I would just agree with 100%. When I just started, it was just pace. I was just thinking of raw pace. Injuries help sometimes and losing pace helps. When I ended, the way I ended my career, I was much happier because I was able to challenge batsmen. I was swinging the ball both ways. I know how to use a short ball, you know, and to me it was just a fascinating career to know that I went at stop at one end and then I got better at the other end.
And listening to that, Kemar, obviously you're far from finished, but when you do eventually end your career, what would you like Kemar Roach's legacy on West Indies cricket to be?
A hard worker, a trier, someone who gave West Indies cricket their all. I've been committed to West Indies cricket from the beginning. I've given it my all. I've obviously turned up and put the work in order to perform and to challenge and compete against opposition. And as I said, it doesn't always go the way you want, but once you have that foundation, that mentality, and understand that it's always going to be a tough task when you step on that field as a fast bowler and you put the work in before, you're always going to be in good stead. And I just want to be remembered as a hard worker, man. Someone that loved the game, enjoyed the game, and put his best foot forward in everything he did.
And how much does Kemar Roach have left in the tank?
Still got a lot more in him. I can't say it in front of Mr. Wall. He doesn't want me to done. So
I can't finish. He's got a lot more left.
And that's the wicket. Recognising the crowd, his 10th 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket.
And what I would say, I think what we have in common, 100% we give all the time. When he goes on the field of play, he gives 100%, and that's one of the legacy I think I would have left behind. No captain or no teammates can say when I went out on the field of play, I didn't give 100%. Might not be the best day that day, but I'm leaving everything I can on the field of play. When I come off, I must can say I did give 100%, and that's one of the things I've noticed with him.
The definition of longevity, the definition of hard work. Two guys who will play such an instrumental role in inspiring the future of you at home and thousands of West Indian fast bowlers to come. Gentlemen, thank you.
Cheers. Thanks. No problem.
When we hear the words Antigua and cricket in the same sentence, we're often thinking about names like Sir Vivian Richards, Andy Roberts, even maybe a Sir Richie Richardson. Maybe one day we could be thinking about Jewel Andrew. Great to have you. Congrats again on all that's happening this year. We are in Antigua, where it's all started for you. Tell me, first of all, how does it feel to be in a West Indies camp?
It feels great, to be honest. You know, playing around the old guys makes me feel even better about myself, and just the support I've been getting so far is something that I want forever.
It's well documented that families played a big part in your journey. If you had to describe the role that they play, how would you put that into words?
If I try, I'll be here a long time. My mom very neat, you know. She's just my backbone, I should say. I mean, she's more confident than me. You know, just seeing her in the stands, you know, gives me that extra push. And you know, she's just joyful and a good person to be around, and someone that you should have in your corner.
Joel started to play at a young age with big men, so he doesn't play name cricket. You bowl to him, and once you bowl to him in whatever loose ball, he just put it away. So he's fearless. Joel and I have a connection. We talk about everything, every single thing, and if he knows that I'm here, he's going to do his best to make me happy. What he normally says is that, Mom, I'll give you something to watch, because I watch all of his videos over and over again. Once it's on YouTube, I don't watch anything else. So, you know, that's how it goes with us.
If you had to put into words, who is Joel Andrew, what would you tell them?
So a confident young man, you know, fearless, as Viv would say, never die sort of guy. So it's just someone I want to be forever.
Let's talk about the Under-19 World Cup, where this unbelievable year began, where you scored the most runs for the West Indies and you were well talked about. Did you feel any pressure now that there are eyes on you and there's a certain expectation tagged with your name?
At that time, I was feeling extra pressured because everyone expects me to, you know, score every game, and that's not realistic, but that's what I try to do. I just try not to think about it as much, because at this level, expectations will be high. So just for me to just stick out what I'm doing and just learn as much as I can at this level.
I think a month after that World Cup, you made your first-class debut for Leewards. How have the guys in the Leeward Islands shaped your journey and helped you along this process?
I mean, they pushed me more than I pushed myself, especially fitness tests and those things, you know. Aiden is the one that really pushed me to, you know, do an extra one, even when I'm not feeling it, because it will benefit me in the long run, and it did.
I really, you know, see him as a little brother, and I really try to encourage him in, you know, doing the right things to stay at the highest level. So, you know, the only thing I can do is just give him my knowledge and, you know, encourage him a little harder. He just reminds me of myself when I was a kid, you know, just always laughing. Sometimes you'll see him sleeping on a chair. So, you know, he's just, at the end of the day, he's just a kid, and, you know, I really, you know, love having him around.
And what about Casey?
He's more, you know, my idol off the field, more than on the field, because I like the way he carries himself off the field.
So what about on the field? What's wrong with that?
Nothing is wrong with that, but I just...
You think you could bat better than him?
Yeah.
So much has happened for you in this year. So you get that first-class experience, went to Ireland with the West Indies Academy. Whilst all these things are happening, what is keeping you grounded to remembering sort of where you've come from?
I actually look at old Snapchat videos that my sister sent me when I just started playing. I'm like, look at this to now, you know. It feels like a big achievement, but I just feel it's just the beginning for me.
June 2024, CPL draft is around, and Joel Andrew gets picked. Not only does he get picked, he's going to play for the Antigua Falcons.
Playing for your home is always something you love to do. And I know it's a franchise team, but it feels more like home to me. Receiving, you know, that call was something that I always wanted to just be in a part of the CPL, because, you know, this is the biggest part in sport, so I always wanted to experience it for myself.
After the CPL, West Indies call up. Where were you exactly when you got that call that you were going to be part of the West Indies setup? What was your emotion?
I was actually on my way back home from the CPL, and I cried instantly. Because, you know, just receiving that from the coach, that I would be a part of the team, it made me feel good about myself, and it's something I always wanted.
That squad was captained by Shea Hope, who you've always said is your biggest idol. Why Shea Hope?
I mean, he's just cut above the rest in my eyes. Averaging 50 in ODIs is never an easy task. So that's something that I want for myself. So if I see it in someone else, you know, I could just always emulate it, try to bring it into my game.
So third ODI comes around, getting your cap from Alzari, who is obviously working his way to be one of the great Antiguan cricketers. What did that moment feel like?
I mean, he's more of a brother to me than a teammate. We go way back in terms of Antigua and club cricket. So receiving my cap from him was a special moment that, you know, I would cherish forever.
If you are to play in Antigua, to hear the rally around the West Indies, to be part of cricket with Antiguans all around you, what would that mean to you?
I mean, every time I hear that anthem, I get emotional, because, you know, that's something that stands out, and it's something that means a lot to everyone in the region. If I get the opportunity, I want to score my first 50 in front of the home crowd. That will make me feel good. And just still learn as much as I can, because I'm still here to learn.
17 years old, we could be hearing Joel Andrew for the next 10 to 15 years. The guy makes me feel old, but brother, I hope you enjoy this. This is an invaluable experience that you will get on this series, and we can't wait to see what the limit will be for you. So, all the best.
Thanks.
Not this trio.
Between the three of you, who is the funniest?
Between you and Jadon.
Yeah.
Ain't funny at all.
Yeah. Between Andy and I for sure.
Yeah. And who take the longest to get ready?
Me.
Always waiting on this man to go for dinner. Always.
Who is most likely to be late?
No one really.
Jadon got
Me.
close at that.
Important things.
Important things,
Nobody late.
Welcome back to the Antigua Recreation Ground, and we are going to very much go to the live and louder game changer with the highlights of the morning session. Here is the highlights. First wicket going down there in Akeem Ogis. And coming around the wicket, another wicket going down there for the Windward Island Volcanoes. Remember that we are live at lunch. Jeremiah. And we have Kimo Paul. Athenes playing a glorious square drive in the process. And then Niall Smith bounding away to Hodge. A very comfortable catch. Then, not getting right out there, the captain of the Windward Island Volcanoes in Alex Athenes. And then Kimo Paul working his magic. Outfox. Descart, low catch by Savory. And then Noel came to the party, decided that he was going to play some exquisite drives. And more times than anything else, he has been wounded. Shamar Joseph has really not gotten into his whole spell yet. But he will look to be able to make sure that he completes. So at lunch, the Windward Island Volcanoes were 75 for 5. Lunch, 75 for 5. In the process of some 16.2 overs. Shamar Joseph will be looking to complete his 4th over, 3.2 overs, no maidens, 22 runs, no wicket. Niall Smith, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 14 runs, 3 wickets. And Kimo Paul, 8 overs, 2 maidens, you had 38 runs, 2 wickets. So rain stopped play at 11:40 in the process. So Windward Island Volcano 75 for 5. Some 97 minutes of batting. So we break for a while as we look. This over is supposed to be completed by, or should be completed by, Shamar Joseph. Very strong breeze here. As I say good afternoon to Dave Joseph. Good afternoon, Dave.
Good afternoon to you, Vernon, and to your listening audience around the Caribbean, around the wider world. Good to be in your company, Springer, as always.
So we break for a while as play has resumed here at the Antigua Recreation Ground in the West Indies Championship. Here is the delivery by Noel, played into the offside. Joseph is after it, but he can't stop the single in the process. And they get a quite easy run there. Score in the meantime goes up to 76 for 5. 76 for 5. Leo goes up to 32. It now brings Sonny Lambris, who's on 24 in strike. 3 slips and a gully. A cover, mid on, mid off. Fielder on the third man boundary. The fine leg boundary. As Joseph bongs away. Into ball to Ambrose, and Ambrose is turning this into the onside. Moti can't stop the single. Just fired at the stump. Good take by Imla. So right after lunch, 2 deliveries have been bowled and 2 easy singles have been picked up so far by the batsmen.
Yes, Vernon, this is what I think that the Windward's batter should look to do some more. Keep rotating the strike. You have a left and right hand combination, and that should upset the bowlers, the Guyanese bowlers. So that's what they should be looking to do. Rotate the strike a bit more. You know, get the bowlers to, you know, change and try to adjust their lines and their lengths.
Here goes Shamar Joseph around the wicket. And Leo is, it's a body line bowling there. Ball on the money. Score remains on 77 for 5. 77 for 5 in the process. Two slips go down in the process. Leo waits for Shamar Joseph, comes around the wicket. Back and across and defending, can't score. Played right up to Moti, who fires a return back to the over. So finally the Shamar Joseph over comes to an end. And when the rain break came, he had only bowled 2 deliveries. And the breeze has cleared up nicely here in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda. So at the end of the 17th over, Windward Island Volcanoes are 77 for 5.
Yeah, Springer. Windward Island, you know, trying to take themselves out of a hole that they've found themselves in. And it's pretty interesting, Springer, to see Kimo Paul bowling a very long spell. He's been bowling from the start.
Yeah, well, I think he's going to be the workhorse bowler, as you rightly said. And before lunch, he bowled in the process 8 overs, 2 maidens, 38 runs, 2 wickets with 2 no balls. So he's been the guy based on this track. With the ball seaming wrong, we'll really have to really put in the work here. We'll have to call him the guy who will do the donkey cart work. You've been a former captain, Soppy, so you know what that like is. And this is driving, bottom hand, into play, gone through the mid-wicket area. Don't think it will go into the boundary for 4. Moti's after it. But if they want, they can get 3. And they come back quite easily.
Yeah, very good running
for 3.
You mentioned the guys are not pushing, you know, for the runs as they should. Taking 2s when they should be 3s, 1s when they should be 2s. And it's very important for them to run hard between the wickets when runs are very scarce, Springer.
That's one of the problems up here that I think I've found in cricket. And sometimes you're talking to the guys and they, oh, it's just it's a 4-day game. You know, it's a cricket game. Got to be looking for all the runs
you possibly can.
Especially, they will have a time when you can't get any. Here's again bottom hand coming into play. Put his body on the line there. No, it dropped in front of him. No, you mean in terms of the ball and card?
Yeah, ball and card.
Let me, if I can get Jason maybe to just see that. I don't know if it. Oh, Jason maybe gonna miss that one there for a while. Let's see if he can be able to find that. I don't know if he tried to get his left hand under it.
Yeah, he actually got his hand to it. He's shaking his hand here, Kimo Paul. So I reckon it's a job catch.
Leo bongs away with Paul. That had some bit of a pace. Beat Leo for pace there. He was playing off with the back foot, but he had beaten him very quickly. Spectator outside indicating to the spinners that they Might not get a bowl today, but you never know. Overcast conditions here. But even without the overcast conditions, Paul and Smith have been able to get the ball to swing around. So too is Shamar Joseph. He's playing it into the offside. Very good cricket. Now Smith comes in, he can't stop that single. But
yeah, well played by Leo. That's it, rotate the strike, pick up the ones and the twos. Springer years, Leo has caused some problems for the Guyanese attack. He has, you know, played some shots that, you know, cause him to change their fields, change their lines and change their lengths bowling to him.
Kimo Paul looking like Michael Jackson with his afro long time hairstyle. Here's Ambris getting a wide delivery and going for an expansive cover drive. Right foot was, left foot was nowhere close to the line of the ball, just the hands going. Two test spinners at mid-on and mid-off. Kimo Paul himself having played test cricket. So too is Imla. Kevlin Anderson as well. Shamar Joseph. So they're boasting their international players. Short, and he gets on top of it and just climbs it to square leg for 4. That didn't have any pace at all.
Yeah, excellent shot there by Ambris. And as you say, you've got to be around to be able to see these kind of shots and play these kind of shots and see these kind of delivery, Springer. Yeah, you can't be rushing it. It's been pretty, you know, dicey this morning for the Windward batters. Ball moving around. It's a well bowled to the Guyanese bowlers. Vernon.
1 for 3, Ogies. 2 for 3, Jeremiah. 3 for 12, Hodge. 4 for 17, Athenes. 5 for 21, Descartes. And the ladies score here at the Antigua Recreation Ground. The Windward Island Volcanoes are 85 for 5. Leo is 33 and Ambris is 32.
And we see the return of Smith.
Yeah, well, that was always going to be on the card. Shamar Joseph just getting his first run out. And when I say run out, I mean bowling, you know, not in practice, but first match for this 2026 West Indies Championship season. He too will be getting ready for a very busy Men in Maroon series, which will be coming up. We'll talk a little bit more about that. Sri Lanka coming to Antigua and Barbuda, coming back to the Caribbean as well. So Niall Smith starts with 2 slips after lunch. He comes around the wicket. He's going to bowl to Jeremiah. Good searching Yorker, pitch right up. Just for a moment, looked like he wanted to go big, but had to come down on that Yorker. Men in Maroon home series. You see 12 white ball matches, 6 against Sri Lanka, 6 against New Zealand, 4 test matches. Sri Lanka and Pakistan, 2 test matches will be played at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, June 25th to the 29th, and July 3rd to the 7th, 2026. And the other 2 test matches will be played in Trinidad and Tobago. The first at Queen's Park Oval, July 25th to the 29th. Second to the 6th, the second test at the Brian Lara Academy. Leo getting more or less bored, not getting his right foot out to the pitch of the ball. More bottom hand coming into play there. Looks a little bored in the context. He's just relaxing on his back there. But he's going to have to make up his mind to put in the grind and put in the work.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with Smith, Vernon. He's been hitting the pitch and hitting the pitch in some good areas all day. Getting some movement.
I say good evening to John the Dentist Maynard. He's always very much impressed with Smith. Body line delivery. Leah just playing it right into the square leg area, short square leg. Rotational strike, kicking up a very easy single. Something which I picked up Dave, at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium is that when Guyana was playing the Windward Islands, it was a partnership. And once that partnership was broken, you know, Guyana just opened the floodgates, especially when Moti came on to bowl.
Yeah, well, once you get your foot in, Springer, you should always look to keep your foot in and keep going. And it's good that when you get a break, you can actually capitalize and get more than one break.
Ambrose waits for Niall Smith. And he's working this one into the square leg air. Feel it coming around there. Shamar Joseph, who attacks the ball and lobs it. Return to Imla, who came forward to collect it quite easily. It's just only a matter of time. It's after lunch, and so these two batsmen will have to reset very quickly. Leo, who's on 34 with 4 fours and 1 6. He comes in to strike now. So good afternoon to Right Excellency Basil Morgan in Montserrat. Smith round the wicket to Leo. Leo stands up straight and punches that up to cover. Smith fires it, Joseph fires a big strong return there, running around from cover. Can't stop the single. And because of the intent of Leo, he sort of kind of pushed Imla under some pressure. So it's almost like a semi-defensive feel, really, out and out.
Yeah, this is very important sometimes, Springer. Sometimes you've got to take the fight to the bowlers. You know, pushing the captain to make different you know, changes, options. Got to change. And he has done so, and done so well for the Windwards today.
2 slips go down. Kimo Paul and Kevlin Anderson at first and second. Savory at gully, not Savory. Shanda Paul. Over comes to an end. And at the end of 19 overs, the Windward Island Volcanoes, the latest score here at the Antigua Recreation Ground, they're 88 for 5.
Yeah, the Ambrose Vernon seems to be the backbone of the Windward's batting lineup. And he's been keeping the Guyanese bowlers out for quite a bit, quite a long time.
We give you the live and louder scorecard roundup from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Leeward Islands are 73 for 7. Mikhail Louis 13, Kadeem Henry 13, Karima Guanado 29, Casey Carty 4, Joel Andrew North, Justin Graves 6, Hamilton North, Rakim Cornwall 2. Louis, Thomas and Pittman. The figures so far: Jaden Seal 7 overs 4 maidens 9 runs 3 wickets. Anderson Phillip 9 overs 3 maidens 23 runs 4 wickets. And Terence Hydens 6.4 overs 1 maiden 39 runs no wicket. We go to Jamaica, and just to give you an idea as to what's happening, Jamaica Scorpions batting first are 114 without loss. John Campbell 54 and Kirk McKenzie 51. We're back at the Antigua Recreation Ground. Shamar Joseph will start from the media center in here. He bungs away into bowl. Oh, that's a beauty. It's gone past Leo in a hurry.
Yeah, that one took off.
That's the class of the man.
Yep.
88 for 5. In lovely conditions here with the ball seaming around here. Shamar Joseph has always got a smile on his face. Spoke to him this morning, says feeling quite well, just looking forward to get out into the middle, get some bowling time under his belt. Wow. Another delivery. He's just nowhere close to the pitch of the ball there, Leo, deciding that he's just going to just disdain him down the road. Now Leo has to understand he's done all the hard work. He now has to know what to leave and what to play. Allow Joseph to come to you. You don't need to be going to Joseph.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about with him, Springer. I wasn't too sure if he, after he has unsettled them, he was going to be able to pull himself back and play normal and decent cricket. Seems like he's still in that attacking mode. But he'll have to pull himself back and play, you know, some proper cricket shots, leave when he has to leave, you know, play when he has to play.
He waits for another Joseph delivery, gets a short delivery, hustles him, back of the length, defends it. And nothing is wrong being aggressive. Dave Joseph, and I want folks to understand, I'm not saying that, but you don't need to be reckless.
Yeah, you've got to mix aggression with defense. That's what batting is all about. You got to know, shot selection is going to be key. You got to know when you got to leave, when you got to defend, when you got to play.
It's a problem sometimes, Dave, when you go to look at some of the practices, the way how folks practice these days is always like some competition. Nobody looks to want to defend. He goes past. Again, he's flashing again. Ambrose is saying to him, you got to leave. Can't feel that you want to put bat on ball every time. You got to look to leave.
Yeah, well, this is first-class cricket, Vernon, so he's got to learn that. He's got to bat for long periods,
But if he's not prepared to bat for long periods, Dave, then this is going to be the problem.
Yeah, as you say, in practice, what do they do, What do you work on? What are the coaches saying to them? That's the next question you have to ask yourself.
Yeah, I could tell Dave Joseph I wanted to bat all day, but if he goes to the net and he only bats for 10, 12 minutes, how is he going to bat all day?
Yeah, that's another thing, brother. The length of time that you spend in the nets, We have guys, like the Shanda Pauls and stuff like that, they're batting 400-500 balls a day in the nets, that kind of stuff.
I don't think we have those modern day cricketers anymore.
Yeah, well, if you're going to improve, if West Indies cricket is going to improve, Springer, that's where we got to get to.
And that's why I've been calling for an independent assessment or an analysis as to what is happening at the franchise level, talking about the preparation. Because almost you see the same pattern throughout almost all of the franchises.
Yeah, you've got to put in that time, put in that hard work. Spend time in the nets at the crease.
Joseph to Leo driving again. Bit risky there, that single Ambrose. Yes, he got home safe, but he was also ball watching as well. Shamar just indicating, I'm going to nick you off. The sportsmanship between these two teams, because they live in the same hotel, has been excellent. And I think
it has been good. I've been watching them out on the field, Springer. They're talking to each other, Nice, friendly gestures.
Yeah. But I think
most
of them would have come up at the youth level. Yeah, so together, there's always that, competitiveness and level of respect, as you would know.
Yeah, that's good to see.
For some of them, maybe it might have been the first time seeing a Leo. They're accustomed to a Senna Lambris, who's been as you would have to call, a legend and a veteran around the first-class setup here.
Yeah, stable in the Windwards that lineup.
If you're following Windows cricket over the years, one name pops up is Sonny Lambris, will be still around. And Sebastian, who would have played at some point in time for the Windward Island Volcanoes, is now the team manager.
Yeah, Ambrose has been, as he says, been the backbone of the batting here for Windwards, and he's still out there, still doing the job.
Tyrone Tearfield comes around the wicket. He drives in the air. Who wants it? Who wants it? Easy catch. Leo gives his hand away.
Yeah,
that is what Ambrose hits the bat on his pad to say, I've been talking to you. And he looked like he just got ruffled and fed up.
Yeah, he looks like he is happy to go.
Yeah.
He's actually running off. I don't know if he's, struggling with that maybe grinding with that ball hit him or something. I don't know. Or that's just his natural way he plays.
But in the context of the game,
you've done all the hard work.
You got to understand, there's a team sort of situation. This game is not for the weak. So you're going to get bruises. You have to settle. You got to brace yourself to know what's going to be happening, what's coming.
Yeah, the game is not only for the weak, but it's not for you alone. It's what the team requires at the particular time.
That shot was,
come on. Not called for.
And especially right after lunch again, we were talking about. This is like the second over after lunch that Smith is bowling.
Yeah, you've got to look to dig in and, try to stay for long periods. At least, I think Ambrose is his senior player here at the crease, and he should be looking to, give him, more of the strike and that kind of stuff. Allow him to do what he normally does for Windwards.
So out comes Ryan John, who is the vice captain for this team. Scored 100, Dave, last year against the Leeward Islands up at Coolidge. He's quite capable, so he can bat. Scored 40 in the first innings. Yeah, so they know that.
Yeah, well,
he's got to be very careful here.
Yeah, once you
The
You have
Windward
100
Islands,
on their belt, you've got to keep an eye on him because he knows how to get 100.
Windward Islands in almost a bit of trouble here of being bowled out. These two you could call would be the last recognized pair.
Batting pair.
But everybody can bat, so I'm not underestimating that. I'm just looking at from the stats. And you look around, you will be able to know that, Ryan John can bat. The Guyana Happy Eagles captain, they know that too very well. Settles down. Niall Smith will have other ideas. He's got 4 wickets already. He'll be searching for a fifer. Ooh, on the money. They get an easy single there. Shanda Paul comes around, can't stop the single. Caught on the heels there, more or less, there, Shanda Paul.
Yeah, well played. First delivery for John. He actually just dropped into line.
Yeah. Score goes up to 90 for 6. It's a lovely day here in Antigua and Barbuda on this Sunday. Lovely day for the beach. Antigua and Barbuda is blessed with their tagline, 365 beaches. And in a leap year, you can be able to, Soppy will tell me, sure that you can find one for the leap year, so it'll make it 366. Here goes Ambrose as he waits for Niall Smith, thinking about it. Goes back and cracks that, but there's protection there. You only get 1 run. So Imla has really done his homework. I think he just missed 1 trick this morning, Dave, in terms of when they removed the third slip. And the ball went to the off of Kim Paul.
Yeah, you see, that's what happens, Springer, when you get ruffled as a team. You're looking to get the man out in different areas now. You're looking for the short ball, which had a leg slipper thinking, and you're still looking to get him somewhere around the slips.
Yeah, but you got to be patient with this ball seaming around. You want to strengthen your slip cordon.
Definitely so.
Here is the delivery, left alone. Now I hope that Leo is looking at John. You see what John is positioning himself to do? To leave.
Yeah, to leave.
I see the groundsman going back out. Dave, they maybe know something that I don't know.
No, I'm seeing all blue skies, so I'm wondering what are they thinking of.
I hope they're going for lunch.
No, I don't think they will be going for lunch. I think lunch would have been, brought to them.
Well, it should have been brought to them, but they're moving into position, so maybe they know something. Are they looking at that cloud over there? Because right now, these days, Dave, the rain just pours down. You just never know.
Yeah. As they say, you stop looking up. It is what it is. It's actually sprinkling now. Spring is probably coming from the south.
But that's what I told you, Dave. I was looking over in the corner of us to say that.
Southeast corner.
Yeah.
Looks pretty grey.
Really moving into position there. So we most likely will maybe have a slight stoppage.
Springer, you're saying John is looking to leave. One thing I've learned since I've actually stopped playing the game, probably the best shot in cricket is leave alone. Force the bowlers to bowl to you.
Yeah. Again, he comes on the money. Again, Niall Smith.
Yep.
John comes quietly forward. And
so far he looks pretty organized.
He is
getting into the line.
He's a decent. He can bat. It's just a matter of these two now establishing and applying themselves.
Yeah, let's hope for the Windward's sake they can, put up a decent fight and a decent partnership. Yeah.
The wind howling through our commentary booth here. Almost would want to feel that there's a hurricane live and louder in the back of us. But it's all good. See Shane Shillingford, assistant coach, walking around the boundary on the northern side. The folks on the manual scoreboard just want to say good afternoon to you ladies. There's a lady, I think, and 2 men, 2 gentlemen. They're doing an excellent job. And Alfonso Black Jarvis and his crew up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Shamar Joseph wearing the number 63 on his back. In the nation of Guyana as well. But he's in Antigua right now representing. Short. He goes back and cracks that down to the wide point feeler.
We'll get a bit of feelings
1 run. Oh yes, indeed. You know, sometimes
Is that Moti?
those things also go
No.
unnoticed sometimes. No, Moti's at mid-on,
mid
mid-off.
yeah.
It almost looked like it was looking at.
Yeah, brilliant piece of feeling there by looking at, as you said. Running around and saving that boundary.
Well, Savory is now gone into that hot position, it looks like. Kimo Paul and Anderson at slip. It's always important that the fielders support the bowlers. For the groundsmen's sake, they'll be praying that the wind pushes the rain away from the Antigua Recreation Ground. Quite clear in the eastern area. In the northern area, playing up nicely. John waits for Joseph. In swinger, somebody could be in problem. Hesitation. Had that hit, that throw from Niles Smith hit.
Yeah, that's tight. That was a tight one there, swinger.
I think John, don't think he got on the fast twitches there as a sprinter. He's now trying to stretch there.
Yeah, well, he's just come to the crease, so he would not be up to full, peak in terms of being warm and ready to go. I think the field actually picked the right end too.
Yeah, I thought it was good cricket awareness from him. Bowled him! He played around the wrong delivery, played around his pads, and Ambrose goes. Shamar Joseph, the test bowler, strikes. Windward Island Volcanoes 93 for 7.
Yeah, that was a beauty, Springer. I think it had some pace on it too. That he was actually playing for the ball to come in, but that one actually just held its own and took the off stump.
When you have a quartet and you have a bowling lineup, you're talking about seam, especially with the quality of Guyana Happy Eagles in Paul, Smith, and then their test bowler Shamar Joseph with that extra pace. This is what happens.
Yeah, the attack has been doing pretty well all morning. The guys, I think, use the surface that they put on very good.
And bowl the ball in the right
That's
areas.
what I'm saying. They use the surface very well, and they had the ball right in the areas that they needed to. And we've got a tinge of grass on the surface, Springer, that's giving them some assistance.
Yeah. And you know, Dave, most batsmen, once they see grass, you know what's happening, right?
Yeah, but in my day, Springer, we see the grass and we don't worry about it because
mentally you were prepared.
You were prepared, you got to go there and fight. But what I'm seeing happening here now, these guys seeing the ball moving, and something different here, Springer. We don't see short legs in these games anymore, hardly.
I was saying that to Seth.
So you should be able to get forward, force the bowler to bowl a bit shorter.
So you see, and so I'm glad that you said that, Soppy, because sometimes when I said that, folks are trying to tell me, I'm saying, what happened if you played in Andy Roberts' time? And Joel Garner and all those guys, you'd be in problem. Somebody would be in your face, somebody.
No, you've got to force the bowler to make changes. You can't just sit around and hang around and allow him to, stay on top of you all the time. That's what I think Leo did well, but he didn't stick around to reap the benefits that he had worked hard for.
He came back after lunch and he looked as if he was grimacing in some pain.
Yeah.
And decided that, he just wasn't going to be hanging around there. So we got a new... No, this card is already. I think this one will be Demba. Either Demba or Cyrus. It should be one of the two. It more looks like Demba to me. Short ball going past him. Wide signal by umpire Carl Tuckett. Can't see his number, so that's what I'm trying to figure out. He's been staying side on to us. I think the scores are also having a torrid time in picking up his number as well. But from the body language, it just might be wrong. I think I have it right. It could be Demba. If I'm wrong, I'll invite them all. Dave.
No, sorry, mate. I don't drink vitamins.
Stay away.
Well bowled.
Yeah.
It's number 20.
So I did tell you it was Demba.
Yeah, okay.
I've been around long enough.
Yeah, that's good. Good stuff, Springs. Yeah, that was a good delivery now by Springer. He actually brought him forward, enticed him to come forward, Springer. I think he's going to look to bowl him a few short balls, though.
3 slips at gully.
You're seeing the short leg in place.
Macho Nando, it looks like. He might be also starting to think about batting. Shamar Joseph, can he produce another beauty to Denver? He's up and he bows to Denver. Denver is, ooh, it's gone past third slip and down to the boundary for 4. Woo, that was close.
Well bowled again.
Yes.
Good stuff. He seemed to be, a bit deceptive in his pace to these batters, Springer. They're a bit late into position, it looks like to me.
And
especially when it comes to the effort balls that he put in.
And very pensive as well too. Here was Denver just hanging his bat out there. And when you're facing this kind of bowling, you got to get back on across. You got to be tight, as you rightly said.
You got to be ready. You got to be ready for it.
Yeah, it's not like you're facing a normal medium-pace bowler.
Yeah, he's nippy.
Joseph into Denver. And the money there again. Denver just pensive just from the crease there. Over comes to an end. And this latest score here at the Antigua Recreation Ground, the historic and famous ground, Windward Island Volcanoes, 98 for 7.
Yeah, Vernon, we've got to hope the Windwards can, put up a decent total, try to get them somewhere around 140 at least or more. For give their bowlers something to bowl at to work with.
And based on what we're seeing here, it really doesn't look as if
looks pretty.
Permal or Moti look like they'll get a bowl today, based on the conditions. Who would bet against Niall Smith getting 5 wickets?
Yeah, again, Springs, we have seen a lot of things been changing. Guyana in my day had a lot of spinners. And nowadays, I see in Leeward Islands, we have a lot of spinners. And Guyana has a lot of fast bowlers these days.
Yeah. In fact, all of the other islands are almost like ahead of us in a nutshell, Dave. But Niall Smith is running in. Here is John trying to flick him over square leg. Missed out. Rushed him into his pad. He's now rehearsing the shot. And so it's maybe something that he practiced there. So he's saying to him, if you bowl it there, I'll whip it up. Score in the meantime with that leg by goes up to 99 for 7. In the back of us here. Sirens going off. Could be the ambulance or the police bike maybe just passing us. It's the ambulance for sure. 3 slips. In fact, we got 4 slips now and the gully. So Imla looking to put some pressure on Denver, who's on north. Niall Smith bungs away into bow to Denver. Denver's driving, but not right over the ball, just playing it quite easily up to Vasami Permal.
Good thing there for him, Springer. He's watching it for a long time. He's actually chucking the ball very well. Don't know how long he can do that for, but he's gonna have to do that if he's gonna survive against Smith. He has been doing some good things with the ball today all morning, nipping it around, nipping it away, nipping it back. Occasional short ball.
He looks good. Ken gone past him. Most people felt that Cricket West Indies could have invested in somebody like Niall Smith, especially when you're going on a tour like New Zealand, unknown. One thing for sure I can say to you, yes, O.J. Shields got an opportunity to go, but Smith is also a dangerous customer as well.
Yeah, he looks pretty decent in my opinion, and he's very comfortable. In his run-up, in his delivery, he looks like he knows exactly what he wants to do when he gets to the crease. He's putting the ball in the right areas most of the times.
I keep saying all the time, Dave, we really need some tactical, technical coaches that can be able to help. It kind of grieves my heart when I know we're talking about Antigua and Barbuda. You have someone like Eldine Baptist just sitting down there, and we've not been able to utilize somebody of his nature. Even your brother Jensen Joseph, Ron Hungry Walsh. We've got so much talent around, so much people that can be able to help the young talent that's around. Smith just making a slight adjustment, maybe trying to outfox Denver. They've now brought a short leg. They've got 3 slips, a gully, backward point, short leg, mid on and mid off, pretty close. Smith comes into bowl to Demba, hitting the bat very hard.
Yeah, I think the short leg, as you said, being put in, it was more of trying to outfox, you know, Demba. I think he's trying to let him think I'm going to bowl you short.
He did move the...
Yeah, and once you get him back on the back foot, he's going to look to slide it up closer to him, trying to get him to go to sleep, looks like to me.
I think that's what he's working on.
Yep.
Shamar Joseph will feel very comfortable that he's got a wicket. It's always something that you got the back of your mind. Smith wants 5. Niall Smith. He's bounding away in out the bowl to Demba. And Demba is playing a shot that is way above his stumps.
Is that an uppercut?
I don't even know if he would have been. Well, he missed it, so he was nowhere close to it. Yeah. Nobody looks like they want to dig in here, Dave.
Yeah, well, sometimes, you know, when it gets down to the tail, you can't ask the tail to do what the top order couldn't do, Springer.
But sometimes you have to seek for promotion.
Yeah, it depends on if the guys are, you know,
in that kind of mood.
mindset. Yeah, you know.
You're supposed to always be ready. We'll come back to that. Smith in out the bowl to Demba. This time he leaves it. And so the over comes to an end. So at the end of the over, 23 overs have been bowled. 99 for 7, the Windward Island Volcanoes. Tevin Imla called right this morning at the Antigua Recreation Ground. And it's been a worry here. It's been an exhibition of real class, seam and fast bowling by the Guyana Harpy Eagles, the defending champions. And just picture if they could have found room for Isaiah Thorne, what a handful they would have been.
Yeah, well, it's been going great for them. A very, very good toss to win here, Springer. The conditions, as they said, and the pitch suited for, you know, seam and fast bowling, and they handle it pretty well. And he said they have another seamer in their lineup somewhere that they could have used.
Isaiah Thorne.
Yeah, well,
he did bowl quick at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It was good to see him back on the park. If Guyana really was to unleash that 4-pronged pace attack, wow.
Well, I think he would be in dressing room thinking that he has lost out on this one because it's been, you know, good going for the bowlers here today.
He'll be also learning as well. Here is a delivery from Joseph, honing in at Ryan John's pads and leading with his head on his shoulders. He did get his bat out there, bat and pad close together, making proper contact with the bat.
Yep. Yeah, I think John looks pretty, you know, depart so far.
It's not a matter of
some changes again in the field again.
Yeah.
Not a slip being added.
Well, I always think for Shamar Joseph that you need 3 slips. And Imla just has to learn to be patient. Don't move around. They all go down now. Wide delivery. No need for him to play that. Sometimes, as you've been a former captain, Dave, I find the modern day captains, they just react. They just keep changing the field. Like the ball goes there, they put somebody there rather than understanding that even as a batsman, you have to be patient. And even as a captain, you also have to be patient with your bowler.
Yeah, well, once you've set your plan, Springs, you've got to, you know, stick to your guns and make sure that your plans work. You know, change. We saw that up at Coolidge the other day. Every ball bowler field change for the Leeward Islands.
Clip that one away beautifully. And it's running away. Don't think it will go there, but they should come back for 3. The outfield a little heavy on the outskirts. So 3 runs to John. So don't want to say he was practicing the helicopter, the MS Dhoni helicopter, but he's maybe got his John helicopter. It's something which he seemed to have mastered, and with all the white ball.
We saw it shine that shot over before.
Yes.
Yeah. So it seems like it's something that he is accustomed to be doing.
He practiced. Well, it's the first time that I'm seeing playing that, so this might be a new repertoire now. Another slip has gone in for Demba. So it's 4 slips in a gully. Mid-on, mid-off, backward point. Shamar into bowl to Demba. Oh, he's out. Not out. That's a beauty. Joseph didn't appeal, but Imla and the slip cordon were going up. That had some real gas on it.
Excellent stuff by Shamar Joseph. As I said, he's actually putting out the effort when he wants to. That was the beauty of a delivery there.
Yeah, that kick from nowhere. I think Dembo would have to be mindful that the Searing Yorker could be coming now too.
Yeah, that's his. I think is his real dangerous ball. He gets down in the crease very quickly.
Once he gets that right.
For his height to Springer, very short guy.
Yeah. Quick arm action. Played nicely. Deep backward square leg fielder comes in. That was an in-swinger coming to him, and he played it as late as possible. Denver, 102 for 7.
Yeah, I think that delivery on the part of Shema Joseph was actually trying just a little bit too hard.
Yeah.
You know, I thought he was trying to look for the in-swing in Yorker there, but it was a bit too short for his liking. Let's see what he does with this delivery, you know, Springer.
He's got 1 for 36 so far. Ooh, that one kept down. And ball zipping away. So at the end of over number 24, 103 for 7. And the voice coming up next would be my colleague, Seth Burton. And I will try and see if I can hustle around and grab a quick bite as I make way for Seth to get into the hot seat.
Thank you, Vernon, and good afternoon, Dave. How are you doing?
I'm great, brother Seth. Good to be back in your company again.
Yes.
Another weekend.
Good cricket out there at the Antigua Recreation Grounds, and it's noticeable that this venue generates a buzz and enthusiasm and interest. And
yeah, it looks very much like when we, back in our day, the venue is in tip-top shape.
Yes, and the pitch.
Yeah, kudos to the groundsmen and the ground staff.
Led by Anthony Merrick, the former Leeward Islands fast bowler. Naeem Smith, the man who has led the charge for the Happy Eagles, 4 for 19 from his 8 overs and 2 maidens, is operating well. Well supported by Kimo Paul, who actually bowled his 9 overs on the trot, being broken up by that little inclement weather that came in, or should I say inclement? The drizzle rain that came and caused an early lunch, but he bowled his 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 46. And Shamar Joseph dismantling the Dior stump of the senior Windward's batter, Smith, has been bowling well. And John and Demba, they may be thinking about a partnership, Dave, because the only partnership of substance that we have seen is the partnership between Noel Leo and Sunil Ambris. That partnership worked 68 runs, took the Windwards from trouble, desperation, 21 for 5, and they batted together to take them up to 89 before Leo departed to an ill-advised shot, played out at deep cover, and then Ambris soon went off the bowling of Shamar Joseph. Smith is in. Oh, well played on that occasion by Demba. And there is no one. But since then, the Windwards, they have moved along to 100. They have moved to 103. 103 for 6. And these two, they are looking quite intent on staying around.
Well, I think they'll have to stay around if there's going to be any sort of hope for the Windwards, try and bat, staying for a very long time. See if you can wear down the attack a bit and see if you can see some introduction of the spinners, which would make it a bit easier for them, I think.
Ooh, Demba got a good one from Smith, playing with one hand off the bat and getting it down to Shamar Joseph at long leg. So a single to him. It's really good to see first-class cricket returning to the Antigua Recreation Ground. The last was a test match in 2009, West Indies versus England here. We do the math, that's 17 years ago. I can't believe it. I remember that match so vividly for multiple reasons. Since then, there has been some cricket here. In fact, Leeward Islands camp, they practice here. There have been a few school matches here. In fact, the school finals in which your school played the other day.
Well, I'll tell you this much, Seth. We're returning again on Thursday for another finals.
Wow, so your school is quite productive here in Antigua and Barbuda. Here is Niall Smith. Outside the off stump, Imlak, the Guyana captain, he has been doing a good job, not only behind the stumps, but in terms of the use of his bowlers. It has been all fast bowling. You have not yet seen Moti or Pramal, and this is strange. In fact, a spectator shouted to Moti while I was out there, and they said, "You're not getting any bowling today. It will be all pace."
Yeah, those, saying to Springer, Vernon earlier on, it's a complete turnaround for Guyana. Normally in my day there will be a lot of spinners bowling.
Exactly, Guyana and Trinidad.
Yeah, so it's happy to see them producing some fast bowlers.
Yes, Smith, one of those who he opened the bowling. This one is steered nicely down between third man. In fact, between the second slip and the gully, down to third man for 4. So these so-called tail enders are looking quite solid. Demba and John. Demba, the man who is directing this one. It was all along the ground, no hint of an edge. He just steered it away across the ropes, and that will inspire some confidence to give Ryan John, because John would have been one of the principal scorers for the Windwards in their first game. In fact, he scored 42, was second top scorer in the first innings when Ogis got 95. So Dave, it's good to have guys batting well in the low order.
Yeah, it's always a nice thing to see a low order can, sometimes bail you out. As a captain, sometimes you'll, hope that the top order batsmen get the runs, but when they don't do so, you got to rely on the tail enders.
Joseph, the fast bowler. Oh, well played on the part of Demba, the part of John. So the idea to bring Shamar Joseph after the new ball, what are your thoughts? Should he, as the fastest bowler, get the new ball, or you think it's just a matter? I know it has paid off for Guyana because Niall Smith has taken 4 and Paul 2, but what would have been your thinking?
I think it's just a matter of, the experience Shamar Joseph being able to bowl, longer spells, and after the new ball he's been able to bowl the old ball even better. Actually, it will actually lengthen the guy in his bowling attack. The Windward's batters will always be worried and wondering when is he going to come.
That's right.
So if he's bowling at the tail enders at this time, it should be easy for him.
Well played. John and Demba may be saying, "You're calling us tail enders? We're going to show you something."
Well, for the Windward's sake, I would love them to show me that they're batters.
So here's similarity between the Windwards and the Leewards. The Leeward Islands, Hurricanes against Trinidad and Tobago, Red Force at North Sound. That's just a few miles from where we are. That's at the St. Richard Stadium. The Leewards, 104 for 7. And here the Windwards against the Happy Eagles, Guyana Happy Eagles, 108 for 7. Interesting similarities. Here is Joseph. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's a bouncer that really had Demba thinking that it was December and was taking some rearguard jumping action. It was quick. It was not directly to the body, but it was really just breezing across the chest. And he was jumping and prancing as though perhaps it was carnival.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Seth. If you have Shamar bowling to the lower order like this, it cannot be nothing easy for them. They've got to really,
dig deep
to be able to counter him.
Demba faces Joseph. Down. Oh, he will go. Oh, it evades Imlak, the wicket keeper, and also the first slip that ran around and into the boundary for 4 fortuitous runs there to Kenneth Demba. And the Windwards Volcanoes will be happy at the result, the final outcome, but not necessarily the nature of the shot.
Yeah, I think that was actually a slow bouncer that actually had him into the shot pretty early set. And the result being, as I say, being drop catch.
Yes, 4 runs.
Wicket keeper.
Imlak has been gloving well.
so far, but until I got to that one just now.
Which was a bit difficult, looping over his head. Even Kimo Paul picked it up early and realized where it was heading, ran around but couldn't take it. Joseph, Demba comes forward, plays it. Ball struck high up on the bat. And there is no run. The Antigua Recreation Grounds pitch, so we're saying a first-class match has not been played here in 17 years. The last was February 2009. And this pitch is also exposing the weaknesses of the West Indian batters in the early phase of the game.
Yeah, not to say it's not I think it's an excellent pitch set.
That's the point. It's good for batting, good for bowling. But it also exposes a top order that becomes suspicious of anything with a tinge of green anywhere lurking.
Yeah, you've got to, I think you've got to look to stick in, you know. Doesn't matter what grass is on it, you've got to, back your skills, back your technique.
Precisely.
And get in line and look to play, you know.
I think
what caught my attention this morning when I came in said when Hodge and the captain was in, when the captain came in, he went right by the grass area and he looked at it and he suspicion, and he that's where he actually played his rehearsal shot right there by the grass. So I said to myself, no, he's showing some signs of weakness here.
Precisely.
You know, you've got to come out and you got to be gutsy, you got to be determined.
You're batting.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy every day. Someday you've got to come out and stick it out.
Yeah.
It's going to be bouncing around a bit. Someday you may get a few hits, but you've got to stick it out.
And Smith bowled remarkably well in that early session along with Kimo Paul. Smith has been back. Good delivery, but that took the bat, was angling down the leg side. The appeal comes in. So a batter's mental approach is critical.
Yeah, most definitely. You've got to, I think when you came out this morning and have a look at the track, you should know what to expect. What's going to happen is it's going to be,
and prepare yourself.
Around, it's going to be bouncing, whatever. But again, when you're up against a new ball set, you've got to be prepared to take a few, knocks and a few, jumping around and that kind of stuff. But it's all about getting in and getting stuck. Yeah, put up some fight.
John plays over that one. It was teasing him just outside the off stump. It didn't have that much pace on it, but he was lowered into the drive. It could have taken his edge.
Yeah, very good line ball by Smith. He's been, right on the money all day. Right about that, around that area. As you said, a corridor of uncertainty.
It's really been steady. His 10th over. Splitting 2 spells. His first over he had 5 overs, had 3 wickets in that spell, then came back in this spell to take 1. John comes forward and joined Demba down the track for the run, but they decided against it. So quite a bit of conference there between Imalak, the captain, and his
slip Gordon.
Yes, Anderson and Kimo Paul. They're having something to say, and they're all there, perhaps trying to work things out. Smith seems very clear about what he's doing. This time you see John just playing this one with all ease and comfort, and perhaps signs of what will happen. I did say after the opening session or the hours when whatever moisture may have been extracted, it could be more comfortable for the batters. And John is showing that he's prepared to work hard. He's prepared to middle the delivery. He's prepared to be patient.
Yeah, and that's the key. So you've got to be patient, If you're there, you can expect something to happen, but if you're not, nothing at all will happen in the dressing room for you as a batter.
Good one. That one though took the outer part of the bat, the bottom of the bat, and it went through the slip cordon to the right of Anderson into the boundary for another 4. You may say a 4 in the dark, but yet it didn't carry. It went well short of the diving second slip fielder.
Yeah, what's ironic that you were just mentioning that the devil has gone out of the pit, but I'll let you know that once you prepare to bend your back, I see something will happen. That delivers a great pace there.
Yes, certainly.
Yeah, once you're willing to put in the work, it's going to happen.
So the Windwards had significant losses in the morning session. Of Geese went when it was 1 for 3. Jeremiah when it was 2 for 3. All to the man coming in now, Smith. Worked off the pads nicely down to fine leg for 4. John is not having anyone dictate to him. He is pushing along and pushing along well. Gets inside the line and work the ball just with a flick of the wrist.
Yeah, sometimes I do wonder about these field placements. That I don't know. We're trying to cover 2 spaces. The fine leg or long leg has been pushed pretty square. So once you could nudge it around and goes down to where fine leg would normally be, it's going to be 4.
Yes, and actually the over been a bit of an expensive one. 2 boundaries coming in that over. Score is up to 120. This partnership. Well, slowly.
Yeah, they'll need to bat and bring some respectability to the score.
Yes,
for the Windwards.
27 runs.
Yeah, I was thinking that they should look to get up to like 140 or more.
Jamal Joseph may have a different perspective as he comes. Denver edges this one between over the head of, well, in fact, between the position of the wicket keeper and Kima Paul at first.
Or it's deliberate?
Well, he steered it, but it took the top edge.
Looks like he actually intended to play it over the slips.
But was not in control.
He's actually rehearsing it again.
Let's see it.
Yeah.
And old Kimo Paul and Imalak would be saying that we have had a challenge twice in successive overs. One from a slow bouncer that could have been taken by either, but just went over the head. This one went higher, intended but not fully controlled on this occasion. Demba is working this one down to fine leg, and Smith comes around backward of square, sending the return in. So they're picking up the pace here. They're trying to get a platform after the team has been pushed into a hole by Niall Smith and Kima Paul. This man on your screen, Shamal Joseph, though 1 for 44, has been threatening, has been a bit unlucky. Luck has not favored him like it has some of the other bowlers, but he's bowling well, bowling fast, showing all signs of fitness. This time it's on the pads, clipped away and nicely by Ryan John. And single to the Windward Volcanoes score.
Yeah, we would like to see Shima, get back to his line, just on about half some day about. He's been, strained a bit set. He's a bit all over the place. He's short and he's, on the leg stump, and he's a bit wide of the off stump. As you said earlier on, you got to be patient. Work around your areas, the good areas. You've got 3 slips waiting, 3 slips on the gully.
Demba this time shows him the full face of the bat. Monty fields at mid-off and there is no run. In a particular, when he just came on, he had quite a good spell, created some discomfort to Noel Leo, the young 22-year-old left-hander. Had him bobbing and weaving, peppered him with a few bounces towards his body, realizing that he had not been in control of the short balls. Also, he dislodged the off stump of Ambrose with it was a beauty. Oh, this one is also a beauty. Didn't really hit the off stump, but it was just on about there and then left the batsman slightly, went past the off stump for Imlak to take.
Yeah, well, that's the area you want to look to bowl here. As I said, you've got 3 slips and a gully. You know.
Shamar Joseph, 11 test matches to his name, 51 wickets. Really outstanding.
Yeah,
performer.
Good going.
Over 4 per game. And against Australia in 2 different series, one here in the Caribbean and, well, comprising 3 matches, 2 in Australia. 35 wickets. He strikes above the norm when it comes to the best batting team in the world. Out caught. He takes a 2nd wicket. Denver pushing forward on this occasion. And as you said, he has 3 slips and a gully for a reason.
Yeah, that's the area you want to look to bowl set. Right around the off stump, you know, leaving the batters. If I'm saying that the tail enders wouldn't be able to cope with that kind of stuff.
And it was really good bowling.
Yeah. Excellent
Denver
catch down
pushing,
the 2nd slip.
yes, diving forward, at least nudging forward.
Yeah.
Anderson with good, soft and safe hands. Never easy to go forward when you're in the slips. The Windward Islands Volcanoes losing their 8th wicket. 125 for 8 at the end of 28 overs. Dave, they're still struggling.
Yeah, well, it's a long way out. You've got the tail enders in now, and you're still up against a very good bowling attack here. So it's going to be, you know, hard work for them to dig themselves out of this hole here, Seth.
Certainly it will be. It is a difficult prospect for them because when you look at the team, Moti has not even bowled as yet. Pramod has not bowled as yet. Moti would have had 10 wickets in the first game, but that one definitely one deserving of celebration. As in comes Cyrus, Daryl Cyrus. Can he hang around with John? That would be a critical question for the Windward Islands. 126 to 8. Over had been completed, Dave. But Shamar Joseph must be feeling good because you reckon that in this latter part of his bowling he had not been consistent, had not been bowling a consistent
yeah, he
line.
needs to, you know, be patient. Just hang around your good areas. And there you go. Once he got back in that area set, there goes a wicket. As we were saying earlier on, Vernon and myself, both batters and bowlers and captains and so on, you've got to be patient with whatever plans you have decided to work with, and, you know, work with them for, you know, periods that will encourage and bring along your benefits.
Smith comes into John. John comes forward and drives back up on the offside. And there is no run. So the bowlers have done the trick, the pace bowlers. Smith 4 for 32. He's in his 11th. Paul, Kimo Paul, 2 for 46. He had 9, and similarly, Shamar Joseph had 9, 2 for 46. Similar figures for Shamar Joseph and Kimo Paul, with the exception that Kimo Paul had 2 maidens. Shamar Joseph did not bowl any maidens. Smith comes in. He wants a 5-4, but Ryan John keeps him out nicely. Plays the ball into the cover region for Taj Chandapol to field and gets a single. Smith in his 4 for 33 so far. He has had 2 maidens. Imlak is making an adjustment to his field. In fact, it's a new batter, and I think a captain always relishes, yes, that opportunity, you know, to enforce pressure on a new batter, especially when the team
we're getting a slip added to set.
Yes, it's brought Tej Chandapol to a 3rd slip position, and along with the gully and backward point and forward short leg to apply pressure. Beaten outside the off stump, played inside the line.
Excellent delivery set.
Yes, touching the areas.
Yeah, right in that corridor of uncertainty.
And keeping it full pitch, keep it in a good length. which is critical at this stage. Interesting to see how Ryan John manages this aspect of the innings. He has been quite patient, but looks steady. Cyrus faces. This time he comes forward and plays it away from the crease, walks into the delivery. Out to mid-on. Moti fields, and there is no run. So the Happy Eagles were the ones who won the toss this morning and decided to bowl, inserting the Windwards, and the Windwards batting first. Did not really show the resistance, one thought. Lost 2 wickets with the score on 3. Their 2 openers, O'Geese and Jeremiah. From there, they continue to slide. Smith, the main man. Oh, that's a swipe. And not a proper cricket shot, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, not at all. Think he should be looking to stick around here with John. John has been in there for some time.
Precisely.
You know, stick around for as long as he possibly can, not to go and swipe.
This
you
is
know, but it's a very good toss for Guyana to win this morning.
Yes.
They called right, and they, as you said, decided to bowl, and they've been.
It's really paid dividends for them.
Yeah.
Good fast and medium fast bowling.
Nice. Good seam bowling and swing bowling as well.
Everything. Total package. They really complemented each other. They are still complementing each other because it has been all paced. This occasion, Cyrus gets battened to it. It goes to the gully fielder along the ground. No harm done, no run. It will be a break here after lunch. In fact, the first water breaks 1 hour after lunch from a lunchtime position when the rain came and forced an early lunch of 77 for 5. The Windward Island volcanoes, they have moved up to 126 for 8 in the hour. Dave Joseph, they have added some 49 runs, but 49 runs, losing 3 wickets, and I think that they are in danger of being bowled out before the tea interval.
Yeah, well, that's on the cards, and I think Guyana will be happy, you know, to get them out and go in and put up their legs. The fast bowlers, you know, get some rest. And as I said,
Welcome back to the Antigua Recreation Ground. I say thanks to Dave Joseph. And at the break, the Windward Island Volcanoes 127 for 8 or 29 overs. And in the live and louder roundup at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 121 for 7. Kareem Mago is on 51 not out. And Jeremiah Louis is putting up a fight. He's on 19.
Well, last week we were saying, Vernon, that Kareem Mago, coming off of 115 trials, should have been in the team, the final 11, and he was not. And now he gets his chance. It's a hand up, but it's not bright at all for the Leewards.
Over in Jamaica, Jamaica Scorpions are 128 without loss. Mackenzie and Campbell continuing their good form as we speak.
And these
John Campbell is 61 and Mackenzie 56, and they came off back-to-back hundreds in the victory over Barbados.
And these two are
Barbados,
sorry,
set. They have now their test captain, Ruston Chase, who's joined back their lineup.
Interesting. But these two, Campbell and Kurt McKenzie, they are really batting well. And I think it goes well for the cricket. But Kevin Wickham, we'll keep our eyes on him.
Well, he's always been
back-to-back hundreds.
He's always had the talent. Always had the talent. In fact, it's something that you talked about, because the first time we saw him, he was bowling, and for some particular reason, somebody went and tried to see if they can change him. But back to you, Seth.
Oh, a lovely delivery, but well played by Ryan John. It was just about middle stump, but John, having the confidence that he would have gotten from the previous game and also from the innings so far, stepped forward, leaned into it. But it was Yorker length, but he was able to take it on the full and got a single the first run after the break. He's having a word very clearly with Cyrus, because it's important that he gets some support. Because John would have had 42, the second highest score in the first innings at North Sound. There is no doubt about his batting ability, but he needs the rest of he needs the tail to bat with him.
All right, so the two umpires are going to have a discussion. And it is about something. I think they're trying to, I don't know if Shamar Joseph maybe
spikes.
Yeah, his spikes or something. I don't know if it has anything to do with the run-up. Well, the umpires always have everything. He wanted the key. So they brought out the key.
Spikes or to take.
Yeah. So it's good, you know, these days you have to everything line up. Well, I was going to the news just a while ago. One of St. Kitts and Nevis' top boxers, fighting hunks, passed away. I just learned about it on social media.
Okay, I'm not too familiar. I'm not familiar at all.
Yeah.
With the name, but we just.
He's been from the Connery area. I mean, he fought a way back time when boxing, when you had people like Morris Hope and company, not in this region, but outside of the region there. Those are the guys who were fighting Roy Gums and company.
And for the listeners, Morris Hope would have been a medalist at the Olympics, representing Great Britain, even though he's from Antigua.
Antigua and Barbuda, yeah. So that's the whole long time. And you know, even now and again, whenever you hear a boxing event, it always brings out some fans. I saw a couple of weeks ago there was a championship over at Lucky Eddie. You had boxers from St. Kitts and from
I really
St.
haven't
Martin.
followed boxing
in
a while. I'll tell you when I stopped. That was a long time now. I know there's some good regional boxers, or were. Well, I'm saying were. Based on what I knew.
I think we had last time we had Ryan from Montserrat who was representing us at, might have been the Commonwealth Games or so. With that, boxing has had its challenges.
What do cricketers and boxers have in common? Well, first we want to wish or extend our condolences to the family of that famous boxer in St. Kitts.
In fact,
what is similar between cricket
before you
and
go
boxing?
there, sure you would have heard the name Zeke Percival, who plays golf.
Yes.
Is his brother there as well?
Okay.
Coming out of the Connery area, right in St. Kitts. There seems to be an issue now. Shamar Joseph has sent for a new set of spikes, so he seems not to be able to get out.
But he's slowing down his own momentum here.
Yeah, well, that's all right. So you're talking about what we have in common?
Yes.
Well, I think it's a game very unorthodox. Boxing is very dangerous, I said to you. Just like facing a fast bowler and you're having a man with some gloves want to knock your head off. It's the same thing with, you know, a set button running into bowl to your fast. You want to take your head off as well. So you always got to be.
And what I always both you use gloves. The batters use gloves. The boxers use gloves. But one of the things that I always said, I understand. They say my friend Viv Richards, Viv likes boxing or
you
boxing.
always like boxing.
He's a boxer. He's a boxer. Man. But I think that the key issue for me,
it was the head position. Because you always had to keep. Maybe in boxing set, you got to keep your head still as much as possible.
Two things.
With your eyes.
No, you add one, say street.
Yeah.
One of my issue is that the batter in cricket, like the boxer, should be nimble on the feet.
And looking to
you
move.
Know, that sort of Muhammad Ali, that Tommy Hearn sort of. You got to be always moving, looking to move.
Boxing also helps you mentally and physically because
precisely
you got to be able to take some blows, some body blows.
Your head
you realize
position.
That Leah didn't want to take some of those today. So
your head position
is key.
When the ball is coming in, you got to line up, but also good sight.
With good stamina as well too. And as you know, so Viv did a lot of boxing, and that helped set because remember, when you're jabbing, you always turn your head and your shoulders, so you're trying to keep that man at bay all the time by using your top hand.
So good batters must be at least practice boxing. You gotta be skipping. Dave Joseph knows that. You gotta
and knowing it now, you realize what has happened. The first time set, I went along a Leeward Island senior team. So Viv brought out a small tote bag with 12 golf balls, all different colors. I've never seen anybody warm up like that. I was the most nervous wreck at Warner Park. in St. Kitts, and he told me all he wanted me to do was to throw the golf ball to him. And you know the political side between St. Kitts and Antigua, and I'm thinking all sorts of things. Boy, suppose I throw in the balls and they hit Viv. We'll come back to that conversation.
Shamal Joseph is ready. Comes into Cyrus. Cyrus steers it. Oh, he will get 4 runs here between third slip and gully into the boundary for 4. It's good for him because it would bring some confidence to him, and he gets off the mark with a 4, pushes the Windward score further on. You can see him watching Shamal Joseph and playing that one just from under the eye line, waiting late. So he must be given some credit. 130 for 8.
How many times, Seth, we have been to a cricket game and we've seen so many balls gone down to third man?
Interesting. Batters. Windward's here. This one a good one on the body. I like the change from Joseph, but well played by Cyrus. You were telling your story about warming.
I think he realized that I was pretty nervous, and he came down and he said, Springburg, don't worry about anything. All I want you to do is just throw the ball, and you know, Warner Park in those days, you got the bleachers.
Colored golf balls.
12 different color balls, and he was just warming up. But the issue was that the ball would just go back to the bleachers, and you turn, you catch it, and then you just come back again and you just throw it. And maybe after about 5-10 minutes, he was done. That was his warm-up.
Shamal Joseph, good delivery. Got it off of him on that occasion. Cyrus away from the short leg fielder.
I want to feel that Nando, in a way, set could have been maybe square, a little finer rather than he was just a little bit too square. Had he been maybe just around the corner right where he is there, he might have been able to just snap that up.
Well, he's close to his captain, Kevin Imlach, so he would know precisely. Now Imlach has gone to place him on the offside.
Yeah,
he still has the helmet on.
Yeah, well, doesn't make sense to try to waste time.
He's going to the covers, has the helmet on. It's an odd situation here.
These days they practice with the helmet on, you know, because remember you have to go back maybe the next ball around for the non-striker.
And Shamal Joseph does not want to slow the momentum after a long break with his boot adjustment. Going back to cut at that. Ryan John, but missed it completely. He was trying to steer it down to backward point. Missed it, and could have been a dangerous shot.
Don't think he got close enough to play in that shot. And he was looking to go square, so which means that his head was out of alignment. He's now trying to rehearse to say, hey, maybe I could have maybe just stood up straight, even though and just punch it past Nando at cover for 4.
Shamal Joseph looking for his 3rd wicket. Imlach is standing back, perhaps waiting for the edge this time. Joseph leaves this one alone on that occasion is Ryan John. The ball goes through to the wicket keeper, Imlach. That completes the over. It is another good over. 30 overs completed, 133 for 8. And the men who have taken the wicket, Smith, really wanting a 5 for Hare. He has 4, 2 for Paul and 2 for Joseph. It has been all pace. So therefore we may have a long day here.
6 bowlers used so far. Set in Jamaica. Lane 6-1, 17 knot. Kyle Mayers 4-1, 8 knot. McAllister 2 knot, 15 knot. Chase 6 knot, 41 knot. Shamal Springer 6.21, 35 knot. And Warwican 4 knot, 24 knot. Jamaica 148 without loss. Campbell 71 and Mackenzie 65.
That's a position that West Indies would have had problems with. An opening pair, consistent opening pair. They have been changing, and now we're seeing what? Smith is back. He's continuing in this second spell.
At the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Leeward Islands Hurricane 121 for 9. Karima Go is not out on 51, so they've lost since we last spoke. Louis for 19 and O'Shane Thomas for 0.
And they may lose Cyrus now. Virasamy Pramod takes the catch. It was a regular delivery, played at it, hit it in the air, out towards extra cover, and Smith gets his 5-4.
And Anderson Phillip is 6 for 37.
Well, that's at North Sound, but he and Niall Smith celebrating with all his players. And I believe Ryan John, looking at that, must be saying, what's going on, Mr. Cyrus? Because it was outside the off stump and he went for heave. The ball did not get past for Sammy Pamol, who ran back well. Smith getting the 5 for here. And it is the Windward Islands in all sorts of bother. 9 down
and in
for
the first
133.
And in the first game, first round set, Gudakish Moti bowled 23.1 overs, 3 maiden, 73 runs, 6 wickets. And over in Jamaica, Jamal Warrican bowled 31 overs, 9 maiden, 71 runs, 5 wickets. So already in this round, we have 2 bowlers who have so far picked up 5 wickets. And I think congratulations are in order to Niall Smith. He really deserved 5 wickets set.
Certainly, from the time he got it started for the Happy Eagles this morning. His first over, he didn't get a wicket. Kemo Paul was the one who had the breakthrough when he had O'Keefe, and then it was all Smith. Smith taking out Jeremiah, then taking out Hodge, then taking out Athanase, all the West Indian batters, at least 2 of those. And then he came back to take out Leo, who was definitely batting with Ambrice in a partnership of 68, the only partnership of note. He took out Leo, and then completing it with Cyrus.
So out comes Tyson set. He picked up 5 wickets.
Smith may want 6, but Tyson comes forward. Plays it well. That's a good number 11 shot.
Is there a good number 11 shot?
Certainly. When you come forward and you show the full face to the fast bowler, usually those guys would be trying to throw the long handle and surrender. But no. Scorecard here.
The more setters giving me something interesting. A number 11 shot. Got to go and learn that one.
The best number 11 shot.
The best. I like that.
Oh, and this one is not a good number 11 shot, but he would get away with it. Hitting it in the air.
I think he would have done his job.
At least to get off strike.
within the context.
But Moti, Gudakish Moti was at short mid-wicket and he ran around forward of the square leg umpire. Could not have taken the catch. But it was really an ungainly stroke from Tyson. So Dave Joseph said about 140 maybe they would get. Maybe he's a prophet. It's 134 for 9. Not a good score. Only effort of substance would have been between Noel Leo and Sunil Ambrice, 35 and 36 respectively. Ryan John just works this one around, looking quite composed for his 21 so far. And he'll be hoping that Tyson can at least see through this delivery so that he can continue to bat. 2 deliveries remaining in the over.
In the first innings of the game at Saviv, Tyson was not out north because Ryan John got out at a point in time. He was the last batter to get out. He scored 42 in that game set. And in the second innings, Ryan John only scored 3.
This gets a good one. Tyson was able to defend it. It really came back sharply into the right-hander. So they have the 3 slips and the gully waiting. There is the forward short leg also waiting. There is that man on the long leg boundary. I think I would love to see them take that man out and, crowd him, maybe put in a silly mid-off, put someone close to the bat. Smith would like to wrap up the innings now. Fishes at that one, missed it completely. That completes the over. 135 for 9. After 35 overs, 31 overs. Not a good showing so far by the Volcanoes.
I think most important thing you'll have to say is that he survived.
Well, that's important. That Ryan John gets the strike at the start of the over.
That would be the context, is that he survived. Leeward Islands 122 for 9. Windward Island Volcanoes are 135 for 9. And in Jamaica 155 without loss.
155, they're really having a good season, the Jamaican openers. So we're going to see the introduction of spin for the first time
it's been a lot.
today after 31 overs. Gudukesh Moti, the man who took 10 wickets in the last game, had a 6-4 and a 4-4. He's only getting a bowl. 2.
Maybe just to rest the seamers, knowing that they might have a...
With 1 wicket to go.
Yeah. You just never know.
It's good when you have a team like that, that you have the luxury that your dominant bowler from the previous game is only bowling with 1 wicket to go. Brian John pulls away. Holt's anxious to get his over in, or his, whatever it's going to be, but he's going to take the wicket or bowl through the over. John does not take the single.
Yeah, pretty. If you look at the context set, long on, long off, mid wicket, deep backward square, sweeper on the offside, short leg, slip, cover, backward point. If John wants to go, and he has the license to go.
Because they're very clear that he's not going to take singles. On this occasion, he's coming back for the second, and quite well judged on this occasion.
Thought that Anderson could have been a lot more alert. They are set at first slip, knowing the context of what they're trying to achieve. It was just more or less flat-footed. And then by the time he realized what was happening, the ball was racing, going down the hill here for 2.
Because it is about keeping John off strike, or getting him off strike. A single instead of a 2.
Yes, that's what we're talking about. It's about game awareness. Sure, he would have been part of the contingent planning.
John is on 23. Only 4 players to have gotten double figures so far for the Windwards. Leo 36 and Ambrish 35. John on 23. Here is a good one from Monty. Goes towards short backward of square. Does not attempt the single.
But the big question is, when does he give Tyson the strike?
And that's the point. You can be dislodged from 1 ball. Denver scored 15. I saw a situation with the last wicket, Leeward's Hurricanes versus Trinidad Red Force. I'll get back to that. Beaten by a beauty from Moti. Because you yourself, putting yourself under pressure, can't be dismissed. The scenario that I saw, Justin Graves had not given O'Shane Thomas the single. Al-Kamani comes forward and he's walking the single now, realizing that 4 deliveries have been conceded, so you're still exposing him for 2. My philosophy: get as many runs as possible.
Just run the run.
And Justin Graves kept denying O'Shane Thomas the strike, fair enough. But after he got to 50, when O'Shane Thomas played a ball down to back to get off strike, first delivery,
He turned him back?
he didn't run. Stop O'Shane. O'Shane was halfway down. And then
Interesting.
by the second ball, O'Shane was out.
Interesting.
So sometimes you wonder what goes through the batter's mind. What is the thought process?
But
something is not clear.
Tyson survives the 1 delivery that he had to face. And so the Windward Islands coaching staff are already on the edge of the boundary.
What would you be saying?
I think you just have to get the runs as much as possible. This shielding sometimes to me don't really work.
Precisely.
You know,
and a player who did not shield is Dave Joseph's friend, Ridley Jacobs. He would allow the guys to bat. And out of that came guys like Fidel Edwards and some started to develop their batting.
That they're comfortable.
Because he was not shielding anybody.
But you remember we won a test match at Kensington Oval with Brian Lara, right? Courtney Walgie.
That's right.
He said, listen, Skipper, I'm not going to get out today. Right? So is that sort of confidence that you have to have?
Derek Murray started that history back down in
there you go.
With the World Cup.
But you see a lot of people underestimated Andy Roberts, right? Andy Roberts understood about batting, eh? So you don't take him for granted.
Smith being steered by John.
Now you see, in a context like this, this is just me in the armchair set. Tyson looks more comfortable playing the fast bowling.
That's right.
So I would
give him the opportunity.
I would take the single.
Because my philosophy also is that growth. The more opportunity you get, whether you're batting at 11 or 9, it enhances your prospect for the next time. So if I don't give you that chance, how are you going to grow?
I don't know. John It's going to be interesting. We're going to sit back and have a look at this one. Set.
Smith is looking for his sixth, and John comfortably plays it to the field at gully, and there is no run. How long? Maybe he would take a single on the next delivery.
But it was even in the first innings at Sir Viv. Yes, at the point in time, Set when he got out, he was the last batsman to have gotten out. You know, in the context like here, he's got to be able to figure out a way, not only for a single, but he wants to be able to get two because they've got the field spread. So
that's right.
That should be his objective.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men on the boundary. Slip a gully in place. Oh, he gets a good bounce. He pulls away. Was tempted to play an aggressive stroke, but he pulled away in the end. So 3 deliveries so far in this over. Will John be looking to take a single? But at some point, Tyson would have to face.
If you just joined the West Indies YouTube channel and you're seeing the scores, you might maybe feel that it is a 50-over game, but it's not a 50-over game. It's just that it's been high quality, fast and seam bowling.
Niall Smith to John, and John comes forward. He does not take the single. Well, perhaps the opportunity to force it was not there. So let's see what they do. Will they be closing the field in? Because he would not want Tyson to be facing Moti.
I don't know if he wants Tyson to be facing anybody.
Well, he allowed him to face Smith previously.
Gotta back your partner. You need to.
This time he comes forward. They're coming through for a quick single. Will there be a run out? Chances. Struck. Direct hit.
He got in.
Umpire tuck it.
He got in. He got in. He got in.
Does not come up.
He got in. He got in. He got in.
Wow.
I think the hesitation from the fielder prompted that Set. Had he picked up first time and go Set, he would have. Tyson would have been in trouble. Look at it. Look Set. He hesitated.
Where is the bear? Oh. Whoa.
He got in. He got in.
Just.
Yeah, he got in. He just. And he didn't shoot his bat. He was almost.
The bat was in the air,
yes,
over the crease, and
then came the left foot.
Of time. What a situation we have here. In fact, the bat and the foot going down.
That's
together.
what I tell you. Then came the left foot.
And that's the over. So it is 139 for 9.
Hey.
Vernon, and this is the other thing that creeps into the whole equation: the run out.
Yeah.
The possibility of a run out in this pressure situation.
There we go.
John withdraws from this over from Moti. In fact, that is always the thing, because which one am I going to run? Am I going to pressure myself? And then could have been all out. It's best you would have gotten the 2-3 runs that you had the opportunity of getting, than to be out, the run out. John. They have just been grounded. Ryan John looks good, looks strong. He's a strongly built player. Faces Moti, and Moti fires that one in. He's content to take the single now.
Yeah, but there's got to be some indecision, because Tyson is not sure. There needs to be a conversation. So you either tell him, listen, every third ball, I'm going to take the single. You can't have him looking around.
Guessing.
Yeah, tell him. Talk to him.
So Moti is indicating to captain.
I would get a silly. If I was Imlak, I would get a silly point in front of Tyson.
Well, what he has done is that the forward short leg fielder.
But get a silly point in front of him.
I agree. This time, he drives.
Yeah, but he drives because there's nobody there.
That's right. Nobody.
Get him to look out of both eyes.
I don't see the reason for having the long leg fielder.
Well, even the deep backward square.
Yes, you need That's silly mid-off or the silly point. He comes forward, shows good confidence in the offside. And the point about the silly, you already have the forward short leg, so he knows he can't pop anything there.
But you're getting him to look out a bow tie set.
Yes.
His right and his left.
Moti.
And one could just, hit the glove. Well bowled by Moti. Well played by Tyson.
Yes. 140 is up. 34 overs. They have reached the target set by Dave Joseph. I'm not quite sure the significance of that, because with the Happy Eagles batting, I believe that they would overhaul this total.
Well, except based on the lineup set, they've left out Ned, who in the little spell that I saw up at Survivor Stadium was nippy, and they brought in Cyrus. So this is like a bowler-friendly pitch here today. So Ned would have really done excellent really here in terms of his extra medium pace, but you never know. Could be Denver's day, and it could be Cyrus' day.
So the second spinner comes on, most experienced of them all, Beer Sammy Pamal. He's warming up. He will have his first bowl after 34 overs. Gudakesh Moti came in after 31 overs, so the two spinners are in operation together for the first time of the day. Here is he to John. John goes back and he steers this one down to third man. It will run away to the boundary for four. The backward point field is chasing. He would not stop it, and John will be happy that the score is ticking on.
And that was a quicker, faster ball by Permal. John just using the pace there. Maybe just trying to get his length. You're always going to bowl that slider. Got to look for that one, especially that arm ball. It starts to skid through on you very quickly.
They need to put John under some pressure as well. I think the approach is that he does not give him the single now, but he gave Moti 3 deliveries. He gave him the chance to face Moti. That ball went way out to the straight mid-wicket area, almost to the boundary. Moti walked in from long on. Here is, this time he pitches outside the off stump and John watches go by.
There's something called communication set. And so you have to trust your partner and you have to tell him what you're doing. You can't just have him react like an AI robot. You got to talk to him.
This time John drives back to Pamal, feeds to his own bowling.
Hey, how many balls got on here?
2 deliveries.
3.
3.
Okay, so he most likely is going to give him
2 remaining, 4 completed. So he will try to take a single. And now Moti's coming in, and in fact Niall Smith is also coming in, and all the extra cover coming in. All the fielders are coming in, maybe with the exception of the fielder going towards the square leg boundary. Kima Paul is coming in, so they're trying to stop the single here.
Think he's going to bowl him flat and fast?
John goes down the track and allowed appeal from Imlak. Not out, says umpire Deaton Butler. So he has 1 delivery remaining in this over. John now is trying to decide, because in practice suggesting playing an aggressive stroke.
I think they're willing to give up the boundary. Keep Tyson on strike and the non-strikers there.
Pamal in, and John does not get the single. That's the danger. Over comes to an end. Pamal would have felt that he did what he should have, kept him off the strike.
So the ball that went down to long on
could have gotten 2. 1 and maybe force a second.
Force a second.
But he decides not to. And it became something of that. 144 for 9.
A message comes out now. What could that message be? And I think, I don't think Carl Tuckett and Butler have seen it, but you really just can't run onto the field like that set anymore. You really need to seek permission from the umpire.
And bring a drinks or something.
Yeah,
he just comes out.
He brought out no gloves, nothing. He just came right out.
To clearly bring a message.
Yeah, that was obvious. And somebody in the dressing room never even told him to walk with a pair of gloves. So
or
make
a
it
bottle of water.
The gloves would have been a lot better and the bat.
Moti. Oh, he plays it well.
Gotta get that short leg in set. You gotta make Tyson think. Give him something to think about.
So Gillon Tyson showing his capacity to keep it out. This time he works it around and he's looking to run, but no. Shamar Joseph is in the way. Short fine leg.
And Tyson's getting fancy. He feels like he can play one in.
That's what it does. The more you face, the more confidence you get, and that is why I am for giving them the exposure. And he comes forward nicely. The back foot well grounded, the front foot stretched forward, smothering the spin.
A lot of times we don't give our bowlers enough batting practice in the net.
And here is he again defending well, in spite of the fact that there is a silly mid-off right in front of his eyes. Had the confidence just to play it on the ground. I guess confidence may build. Maybe the next over, if there is one, Ryan John may say, well, you take it. This time he plays it out, square of the wicket.
Moti getting through his overs very quickly. Five legal deliveries have been bowled so far.
5 dot balls.
Maybe just flight one just above his eye line. Let him see it.
Tyson leaves this one alone. It left him, and he has successfully seen through and made an over from Moti. And I guess having done that, maybe Ryan John will say, I'm comfortable with you.
Maybe too early to get comfortable.
So you would have looked at the wicket-taking column. The man who has done the bulk of that is Niall Smith. He's taken a 5 for here, and 2 each for Kemo Paul and Shamar Joseph, and 2 spinners, Moti and Pramal. They have only bowled 4 between them. 4 of the 36 overs bowled here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds today. Ryan John faces Pramal, comes forward and plays it out into the offside. So the news would have been that Volcanoes were sent in. They didn't win the toss. Happy Eagles won the toss. John goes down the track and he hits that. 6 runs. The second 6 of the day over the head of Moti. At a straight mid-wicket position or a long-on position. He chipped well, picked it up. And good flowing shot from the big Windward Islands all-rounder. And that is sending an indication that he's not giving up. The 150 comes up. 150 from 36.2 overs.
Might need a lot more of that shot.
John, joint top scorer of the innings so far, goes back and plays it back to the bowler. He joins Noel Leo, who scored 36. Wicket keeper coming in at number 7. And one more than Sunil Ambris, who got 35. Faces Moti and he goes again. But no, this one was angling into him while he was on the march. And he did not really middle it. So he's showing signs that he's no longer.
Well, I think he's strong enough set where he can hit the ball straight. He tried to go across the line of the ball. That's why he missed out.
This one outside the off stump, he dabs it down to backward point, gets a single. He's now the top scorer for the Windward Islands Volcano, moves to 37. Go up to 151 for 9.
On hindsight, now I'm looking back, Seth, I wonder if rather than introducing Moti, maybe Imla could have gone back to Kemo Paul.
That's
with,
right.
With you know, the number 11 batsman in. Maybe just get 2 from Kemo Paul as he sort of kind of release the pressure to an extent.
Could have been all pace.
Yeah, because every point is important. For the pace bowling concept set, there are 0.2 points for every wicket that you take. So I'm just saying, I know those guys would have worked hard, but somebody would have really wanted to put their hand up and say, listen, I can finish this innings.
And you already have advantage. You have time on your side.
Yeah.
So there is no issue there that you're trying to follow on, or you're trying to force a win, because it's only the first day of this game. Now you're seeing a discussion. Imlak is
Got to keep on the
He's
seamer.
having with Shamar Joseph. I'm not quite sure if the
I think what happened is that Ryan Hercules, the coach, passed a message on while you were commentating in that over from Pamal. I think maybe that is what would have prompted that message to be like, you know, you can't ease the gas up. This is a seamer friendly wicket so far.
Shamar Joseph now goes back on the boundary. Moti only with the short leg and the slip. Oh, and this he goes! What a way to end the innings. Ryan John trying a reverse sweep all of a sudden. All match he has been playing orthodox, and now he chooses to be clever.
He wanted to play a switch hit.
He dismisses himself.
That's what you were talking about,
I would call it. Moti gets the wicket. And after all the hard work, this is a tough one. This is not the ideal way to get out. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, in fact, being blown out, batting here in first innings against the Guyana Happy Eagles, being bowled out for 151 completely.
Let me just give you the batting lineup very quickly, Seth, and then we can go to the bowling so we can be able to get to take a break. And as Seth called it right, 151. Dave Joseph, for counterpart, did say they would get up to 140, so they got over to 151 of 37.1 overs, which means that they only batted for 209 minutes. 5 extras, 1 by, 1 leg by, 1 wide, 2 no balls. And the scorecard reads: Aki Mogi, Scott Anderson bowled Paul for 2. Johan Jeremiah, he was caught Imla bowled Niall Smith for 1. Kevin Hodge caught Imla bowled Niall Smith for 4. Alex Athenes, LBW to Niall Smith for 9. Sonny Lambris, he really fought until he got a beauty from Shamar Joseph for 35. He faced some 43 balls, 25 dot balls, 4 boundaries within that concept. Shadrach Descartes was caught Savory bowled Paul for 1. Noah Leo, he really sort of ran out of gas, but he was caught Savory bowled Niall Smith for 36, but he really put some pressure on the Guyana bowling attack. Faced 43 balls, 4 boundaries and 1 6. Ryan John, the last man to get out, he was caught Anderson bowled Moti for 37, faced 51 balls, 4 fours and 1 6. Kenneth Demba caught Anderson bowled Shamar Joseph for 15. Darryl Cyrus was caught for Sammy Pamal bowled Niall Smith for 5. And Jillian Tyson, who batted for some 25 minutes, ended on 1. The bowling figures for the champions, the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Niall Smith, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 36 runs, 5 wickets. Let me repeat those figures again. Niall Smith, 13 overs, 2 maidens, 36 runs, 5 wickets. Kimo Paul, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 46 runs, 2 wickets. Shamar Joseph, his first-class match for the 2026 season, 10 overs, no maidens, 52 runs, 2 wickets, including 1 wide. Gudakish Moti, 3.1 overs, 1 maiden, 4 runs, 1 wicket. And for Sammy Pamal, 2 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, no wicket. Set?
Yes, certainly a good performance by the Guyana Happy Eagles. The Windward's Volcano would have to look at their performance and realize that it's not up to par. 3 batters getting in the 30s and 1 getting 50. The others did not reach double figures. Certainly not good enough.
All right.
And we will be back shortly.
I didn't hear you there. Dasani. But just before we take a Dasani water break, we just need to let you know about Live and Louder Roundup in Jamaica. Jamaica 181 without loss, and at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the Leeward Islands are bowled out for 131. So the live and louder roundup, just to indicate to you, to let you know that at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes are bowled out for 131. The wicket takers was Anderson Phillips, 16 overs, 5 maidens, 38 runs, 6 wickets. Jaden Seals continues to pick up wickets, 14 overs, 6 maidens, 33 runs, 3 wickets. And Terrence Hines, 8.31, 46-1. Here at the Antigua Recreation Ground, we're going to give you the good news on the roundup just before we have our first ball that is going to be bowled by Gillen Tyson. We give you an update in terms of what's happening in Jamaica. Over in Jamaica, Jamaica Scorpions are 188 without loss, 188 without loss. And the Windward Islands were just dismissed for 151 in 37.1 overs. Gillen Tyson is marking out his run. And we speak, it's now 2:30. So anytime soon, Tyson will be looking to run in and try and see if he can get some success. I think one of the areas which the Windward Islands will have to improve on very quickly, Dave, is their slip catching. In fact, Tyson just marked his run, so Ryan John is going to start from the top end. They dropped a number of sitters. Here are the highlights being displayed there by Jason, just showing in terms of what's happening. So for the viewers who are looking around, Shamar Joseph really bowled with some real pace today. Within the context of the innings, Windward Islands innings in the context. A man who would have maybe top scored within the process would have been Ryan John with 37, Leo 36, and Ambris 35 in the context. And they'll have to go and work very hard here now, the Windward Islands. Your thoughts, Dave?
Yeah, well, it's going to be a uphill battle for them. Let's hope they can, pull a few good stuff out of the bags and put Guyana under some pressure. First-class cricket, 151 is not, great total. It puts a lot of pressure on your bowlers, but with a new ball in hand, I guess John can, surprise Guyanese batters and get some wickets and make some early inroads.
Shanda Paul and Nandu, two left-handers. Nandu being the vice-captain of this Guyana Happy Eagles. Shanda Paul gets his first delivery. It's easy pace, and he just plays it with his traditional position, where he stays as square as possible, but a nice straight back, the top hand looking over the ball, and you would see the adjustment being made here. Dave, Shanda Paul is really not going to go flashing, just going to play within his limitations.
Yeah, well, that's what you got to do. Your areas, your limits, so you got to play right around that area, right within it. Your strong points, your weaknesses, so you'd expect him to, play to his strengths.
Two slips, a gully, backward point go down. Aten as a cover, he plays inside the line of that right Ryan John delivery. And Leo, who for some particular reason, they even know it's the first time you see him wicket keeping, doesn't traditionally like to go down. So he's looks like one of those lazy keepers where he just stands up, not worrying about anything.
Well, I guess the ball is coming through at a decent height. So it's modern day stuff. Springs.
Oh, it's modern.
Yeah, it's modern day stuff. You see these youngsters doing some kind of things, you wonder.
I know the fundamentals of the game remain the same, Dave.
Yeah,
I'm sure you do know that. And that's why they get themselves into trouble, Dave, because it's modern day stuff.
Yeah, and there lies your problems. When you get into trouble, how do you get out?
It was a pressure point situation, understanding the fundamentals consistently over, repeating the same thing all the time.
Yeah, repetition.
John starting over the wicket. Small handful of spectators in the southern side where we are located on our left in this Sir Richie Richardson stand. John bungs away. Shanda Paul again plays inside the line of that delivery.
Yeah, it's interesting, Springs. John here has opted to stay over the wicket to Shanda Paul. Most of these modern day bowlers will go around the wicket to the left-handers as soon as they see them. I'm thinking, you know, why do they do that all the time? But seems like, as they say, it's modern day stuff.
Modern day.
Yep.
But
I know for sure this angle coming across the left-hander is going to pose more problems from coming around the wicket, which is going to be straight to him.
And I'm glad that you're a former captain and you're saying that, Dave. We'll come back to that discussion. So I had this big debate with Rakim. And he said to me, if I don't look at Nathan Lyon. And I said, well, between you and Nathan Lyon, they're completely two different bowlers. So you can't fashion yourself off of a Nathan Lyon. And I'm not saying that in the context. I was just talking about the positioning of when you're bowling to a left-hander as compared to when you're bowling, I mean, around and over. And the left-hander having to look out of his weakest part of his eye. But as you rightly said, Dave, it's a modern-day thing. And so I just keep quiet. That's something that me and Seth and Denmore have been talking about all the time. Maiden over, good start by John on the money.
Yeah, lovely stuff by John to start. It's a maiden over. So let's hope for Windward's sake he can keep it in that vein and keep going. Yeah, but back to this, you know, bowling around and over the wicket, especially the right-arm bowlers, the left-handers. You know, I do a bit of coaching spring. I've been impressing on my guys, you know, to stay over the wicket when you see these left-handers. Most of them are not too sure of what to do when the ball comes down on that blind side. You know.
You're listening to a former Leeward Islands captain, Dave Joseph. And it's a matter, Dave, of somebody teaching them the game. Just don't follow people. Nobody say you can't go around the wicket. I never said that. And I will never say that, Dave. But the rationale of what you just explained is something we've been talking about all the time. Just be patient. Just put the ball in the right area.
The question is what takes you around the wicket, Springs. You've got to make sure you've assessed the batter that you're bowling to and work out his strengths and his weaknesses. You understand?
You just don't go around.
You just don't go around for go around sake. Yeah, you know, if you think he's weak when you go around there, yes. But what I do know, it shows him the ball pretty plain and straight when you go around the wicket, most of the left-handed batters.
And it's a skill set too, as well too, Dave. You have to be able to master that skill set.
Yeah, you know, bowlers, as I say, once you have assessed, you know, then you can, you know, go around there. You can, at times you want to mix it up a little bit, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Here goes Jillian Tyson. Goes to Nando. Nando is shoulder in arms, leaving on length.
Yeah, hint of swing, there swings.
Yeah, well, that one was outside.
Or movement, for that matter.
Outside the off stump. Now, Dave, I took some notes because Jillian Tyson bowled 21.3 overs, no maiden, 69 runs, 5 wickets, with 10 no balls. And last season, he had 15.
So clearly he has a no ball problem. That hasn't been addressed. Let's hope he gets it right here, Springs.
I really hope so. He bowled a lot better in the second innings. Just hope that he can bowl, you know, pushes the ball down the leg side. Ball coming off of the thigh pad of Macho Nando. A lot of responsibilities on young Nando. Now, Shanda Paul and Nando, Dave, they've got a history of runouts between them. So I hope that the Windwards are mindful of that to be able to stay on the money. There always seems to be a problem, even in Guyana, and even they've had some real mix-ups.
Yeah, well, you've got to be sharp and be on your toes. And that's a good thing, especially in terms of knowing your players. You got to know who your guys are. Look to get them out in areas that you know they show you weaknesses.
Nando just turns this down to the fine leg lance. Beautifully played for 4. Now that fine leg, Dave.
Here we go. It's a modern day thing, Springs. It's very wide. I don't know. Trying to cover 2 spaces with 1 man, I don't know. But again, I think it's just a modern day thing. This is how these guys do it. For me, I would have actually pushed that fine leg way finer. At least
has to be.
20 to 30 yards finer.
And he would cut that ball off easily?
Most definitely.
He will cut that ball off easily. They're now going to put in a leg slip now, Dave.
Okay. Let's see. Because based on what Tyson is bowling here, I would prefer to have the man finer. You understand? and then probably even just to put in maybe a man at leg gully.
Well, they got a short fine leg, more or less. So Tyson maybe knows something that we don't know about the body line. Ball going down the onside there, P for leg before, but you could see that Noel was already moving. Carl Tucker is not going to be bothered by the noise.
Yeah, and I just seen a hint of what you were talking about earlier there in Springer in terms of the run out. Here goes batters just wandering down the pitch and not even calling. That looks, you know, pretty crazy just now there to me. Shandapal is actually in his crease, and there goes Nanda just running down the wicket.
You know, it's a kind of trick as well, to a modern day trick, right? I run off so that the umpire doesn't see me in the position.
No, and the umpire's job is to see you that second, not what after he does after that second.
I laugh, Dave, because Imla got out leg before in the second innings up at the Sir Vivian Stadium, right? I think he misjudged one, so he was like bending, got an inducker, and on the social media, they just took like the frame of Imla and saying, "Oh gosh, man, the umpire really gave that out." It was just like you said, the umpire in the actual position.
Yeah.
That is where he was given out.
Yeah.
Not after what you saw.
No, this AI thing doesn't work here. The umpire's out there to do the job.
Nando is not. Shandapal is not. Jillian Tyson looking for early wickets. Here goes Nando. He's coming across nicely. And end of over number 2. Just some excitement. No, he got a boundary. Yes. Nando got off the mark with a leg glance for 4. Yeah. So it's 4 without loss. And I don't like that line that Tyson was bowling, Dave.
I think there's nothing wrong with the line, but I'm yet to see how crafty these two bowlers are in terms of taking the ball away from the left-handers. And I see them actually bringing it back into the left-handers. So I want to see them being able to, like Tyson, for example, need to take it across the left-handers, and that ball will come to be a big ball, a good ball, if he gets it to come in after he's been taking it away from him, Springer.
John continuing over the wicket. He normally stays over. I can tell you that much. Shandapal back and across, shoulder just leaning up to mid-on. Shandapal is going to play in his conventional way.
And that's excellent. You got to play what you know, Springers. You've got to back yourself, back your abilities, you know, and back your strengths.
I want to see John bowl him an effort ball. Dave, maybe get one to climb around by his ribs, see what happens, see how he handles it.
Yeah, well, that's important, but you've got no field-in position to, you know, take a catch or anything, Springer. So they're on the back foot, and that's going to be difficult for them to do at this time.
Going across him. Beauty. That's what Dave was talking about. Shandapal not going to the ball, just playing the ball for late as possible under his eyes.
Yeah, definitely. Shandapal, he doesn't look disturbed anyway.
Nah.
Yeah, he's, you know.
His mental strength and his mental preparedness for batting come to what you were talking about this morning in terms of his preparedness.
Yeah, you got to be prepared.
Just hitting balls, no, you know. Yeah. There are some players, you know, they got to be hitting. If they've not hitting any balls,
you got to be hitting. For me, when I was playing, if I wasn't going to practice, I'm not feeling good at all. I got to be at practice all the time.
Shandapal comes quietly forward, just leaning quietly on the eyes, 4 without loss.
You know, Springs, we're talking about bowling from over the wicket, right-handers to left-handers. And what some of these bowlers, you know, fail to understand, you've got 4 feet of crease that you can use. You can deliver from wide of the crease, you can go to the center of the 4 feet, and you can go even closer to the stumps, which will give you a different line to the batters.
Yeah, a lot of the bowlers don't take enough time out to use the depth of the crease as much as possible, playing again inside the line of the ball. That's why you've got to be able to get as close as possible and to be able to fall off.
We just spoke about it, and there we go. John actually came closer to the stumps there and bowl a beauty to Shandapal.
John Campbell, Jamaica captain, has just fell for 96. Dave?
Yeah, that's, you know,
111 balls.
Get into the 90s and get out. That's some sort of misery sometimes.
12 fours, 2 sixes. He'd be very upset with himself.
Yeah, I'd want to believe so.
205 for 1. Jamaica. 4 without loss here. Again, Shonda Paul playing inside the line of the ball. He will do that all day.
Yeah, I think John needs to, work a bit on his follow through here, Springer. He's actually turning too sharp. I'm very afraid that he might injure himself after he has delivered the ball.
And I don't think he's bracing that non-bowling leg as well there too. It's good that you picked that up, Dave.
Yeah, he needs to follow through a bit more. I think he'll get a bit more carry, a bit more pace on the ball, momentum. See, it's actually just turned off.
He's just stopping more or less, not completing the action.
Yeah.
Maiden over in the context. 3 overs bowled, 4 without loss.
Yeah, I'd love to see Tyson maybe on this occasion now, based on what I've seen so far, try a few from around the wicket to Nando. Try to get the ball to hold its own and then try to get the odd one to nip back. Try to get him to play forward, looking to go to the covers, and try to get him, bowl through bat and pad or leg before, something like that.
Wait for a minute now. Tyson does starts from right in front of our commentary booth here at the Antigua Recreation Ground in St. John's, Antigua and Barbuda. Wide delivery. More or less round arm, just pushing that. Lucky not to be called wide there.
Yeah, he's actually trying to get the ball to go across the left-hander. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if he has that one in his repertoire that the ball will hit the seam and then leave the left-hander. So he actually pushed that one and pushed it real wide. As you say, very lucky not to be called a wide.
By Carl Tuckett. Today might be Tyson's birthday. Why he maybe didn't call that one. So I think Tyson will have to consider himself to be pretty lucky. He starts again. Over the wicket.
Shot.
Nando is driving sweetly through cover for 4.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot.
Head position, everything in contact. And that is a real good stride. He just leaned into it and caressed it here at the Antigua Recreation Ground. The first time he maybe might be batting here, he would enjoy that.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot by Nando. He was to the measure of it. Foot and head, everything. Lee, as you said, leading with his shoulders, and his foot was in the right place and stroking it to the covers of 4 easily. I'd prefer to see the man in front of square Springer being put into the offside. And then let's see how well, Nando plays. He's got a big gap, huge gap open up. I believe they're maybe trying to outfax him anyway, over the open gap and then getting the ball to swing through. Swing back into bat and pad.
Tyson to Nando. Steers this past John. Down to the boundary for 4. Soft hands squared up nicely. John diving away, but couldn't stop it. Needed a Superman dive. And once it gone past him on the downhill here, it's going to race away.
For 4. Definitely down to third man for 4. And this is runs that the Windwards don't have. You've got to keep these guys on the check.
It's all happening here. Nando is 12. Shonda Paul is not.
Shot.
There is Nando cracking this one square. Will it have the legs to go away? I think the fielder will just put it up just a couple of meters. But they come back hard for 3, something which we didn't see in the first game. So at least somebody is listening. And we have a little bit more urgency. Nando picking up 3 runs there.
Yeah, that's a good shot, which actually went out to the cover boundary and brings Shonda Paul into strike. I think it's going to be the first ball from Tyson.
Young Macho Nando last season, Dave. Played some 7 matches for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, scored 338 runs, 818 balls, and by his standards, high score of 69 not out. He only had 3 half centuries. You feel very disappointed in maybe his season, even though he would have scored 300 runs. He's not a guy that really prides himself on doing well.
Yeah, you've got to capitalize and turn these 50s into hundreds. You know, hundreds are better landmarks than 50s.
In fact, people
Depends.
remember the hundreds, right?
Most definitely.
Depends on which league you're playing in.
Yeah.
These days, people make 40 and make the West Indies team. Or,
Yeah,
make,
well,
or make teams.
I guess it's a modern day thing, Springs.
And it certainly is. Dylan Tyson last season, Dave, 120.3 overs, 13 maidens, 16 wickets, 472 runs, and he had 17 no balls last season. Best bowling figures of 5 for 45.
Yeah, well, he looks as if his run-up is a bit, started when he gets close to the umpire. Maybe that's what's causing his problems. His strides gets choppy when he gets close to the umpire.
Chandapal pushing up to mid-off, can't score. And that's something that you were talking about in terms of getting a track and field coach to work with the seamers. In fact, all cricketers, to be able to just know how you can run and how you can sprint. Because cricket is an athletic game, so you got to be on the move.
Yeah, that's my train of thought and my thinking. I'd love to see, the track and field techniques being incorporated in cricket. The fast bowlers, the running between the wickets, and the feeling in terms of chasing the ball and that kind of stuff. That kind of athletic approach being taken, especially in the cricket, especially for the fast bowlers.
Well, you look around at world cricket now, Dave, you'll see so many of the modern day cricketers are so athletic. They can feel in almost any position. Really.
Yeah, well, you've got to. I was listening to you on set there in commentary when the tail-enders were batting. And I'm thinking that I've watched a couple of sessions for the Australians, and they normally start their practice with the tail-enders batting.
Tell them again, Dave.
So you've got to actually, put your tail-enders in so they get accustomed to the new ball, get accustomed to the batting, and they'll actually be a fruit for you.
Nando waits for John, squares him up, but he plays it down to backward point. They don't get any runs there at all in the process. Looks like Descartes in that position. We're in the number 57. The Windward Island Volcanoes, they need some spark. And I was looking around at this bowling lineup, Dave, and I'm wondering who is the match winner?
Well, somebody's got to put up the handspring today. Today's a day where you need it. Somebody need to come up like Smith for Guyana, pull out a 5 or even more than that.
They're
to bring some sort of respectability to them.
They have to bring their A game in the feeling.
Yeah, definitely.
Thought they dropped some sitters, real comfortable catches. I'm not saying you can't drop a catch, but when you're up against it, you got to take every catch that comes to you.
Yeah, you got to look to take catches win matches, Springs. I'm very high on in terms of feeling. My feeling position normally is at first. If I don't mess around, I don't play with catches.
No, you took some stunners, Dave.
Yeah.
And I told some of the young cricketers today, what time, Dave? I said to some of them, they couldn't make my team, and they asked me why. I said the first thing you have to do is that you have to be able to feel.
Yeah.
If you can't feel, you can't make my team.
Yeah, whatever runs you make, and you got to say what you don't want to make sometimes. When you're in the field and you realize the score is getting bigger and bigger, Springer, you start to, question your feelings, your feeling stuff.
And it's a modern day thing which I see now, Dave. A lot of the youngsters don't enjoy feeling. You look at their body approach, their body language. They don't want to work on that. Especially even their catching, whipped away beautifully. Fine niggas, just as Dave said, right in place now. And he saved 3 runs in the process.
Yeah, as I say, good feeling down there by Tyson. And he's actually been placed in the right position now. Had he been in the normal position for the modern day cricket, it would have been 4 easy runs.
We're going for 4. Ryan John, 6 games last season. 101 overs, 17 maidens, 11 wickets for 298 runs. With the best bowling figures of 4 for 42. I feel that they can get some more out of him, Dave.
Yeah, but it's going to be left to the captain how you work your bowlers and, your fielders and that kind of stuff around. What sort of plans are you bowling to?
John to Chandapal. Chandapal pushing down the ground, can't score. One thing about Chandapal, he's not phased. Whether he's on 0, 5, 105, he's not bothered.
Yeah, he's going to do his stuff. He's going to do his own thing. And sometimes it's nice springs when you have somebody holding up one end like that. You know, if you have wickets tumbling at both ends, it's going to be, you know, nightmares for you.
16 without loss. All 16 to the man on the non-strikers end, the vice captain of this Guyana Harpy Eagles. He's got the bat in his wrong hand. Really should be in his left so he can be able to move over completed. Dighton Butler says it's tea time. And so at tea, Dave, 16 without loss. Guyana. And this is after the Windward Island Volcanoes were dismissed for 151. So a tea here at the Antigua Recreation Ground. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, in reply to the Windward Island Volcanoes of 151, 16 without loss. The live and louder roundup will tell you that at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, Trinidad and Tobago are 7 without loss. And over in Jamaica, the Jamaica Scorpions are 217 for 2. Guess what? Kirk McKenzie is on 89 not out. So you certainly wouldn't want to give up that 100. On behalf of our live and louder team, Seth Burton and Dave Joseph, I'm Vernon A. Springer, signing out for our Dasani tea break. Welcome back to the Antigua Recreation Ground, and as we speak, after the live and louder tea break, the umpires for today are walking out. Dayton Butler and Carl Tuckett, two umpires who would have represented the West Indies, the men in maroon. They're in the middle here at the Antigua Recreation Ground, and we're just looking at some of the highlights. Just before tea, Gillian Tyson, Nando getting off the mark very quickly. P for a leg before. Just as Dave said, he was going nowhere. But he played a beautiful cover drive. That's got to be the shot of the Guyana innings so far. He certainly looked good. Steering one past the Superman, Ryan John, down to the third man boundary for 4. And 16 with Outlaws, all 16 to Macho Nando, the vice captain of the Guyana Harbour Eagles team. They're both coming out now. The Windwards, as I said, good afternoon to Dave Joseph. They look flat.
Yeah, good afternoon, Vernon. And as you rightfully said, the Leewards.
Windwards.
The Windwards, sorry, are looking very flat. Coming back from tea here, they need to pick themselves up if they're going to be any good to themselves and try to make some inroads into this Guyana batting lineup here. It's not going to just rain down from the skies, guys. You've got to go out and do some work.
You know, I was asking you, and that was based on last season's performance. Kenneth Dembo, Dave, the reason why I asked that question was the leading bowler for the Rhode Island Volcanoes last season. He bowled some 166 overs, 30 maidens, 24 wickets, 534 runs, with a best of 5 for 52. 5 for 52, and only 2 bowlers picked up 5-wicket haul last season, Denver and Tyson. So based on those stats, I'm not saying this is a brand new season. That's where I was going from.
Yeah, some guys might have, done some improvement, done some work on their technique. So let's hope that you can get somebody putting up their hands, or even more than one putting up their hands to the Windwards here, and getting some wickets.
It's going to be a big ask here, Dave.
Yeah, the Guyanese batters will have different views.
Yeah. So far, Nando is leading the way with 16 not out. He waits for Jillian Tyson. Short ball, and he goes back and cracks that pass cover. It will hit the boundary ropes now. A boundary, almost a nothing ball here from Tyson, trying to bang it in short. It stood up, and really, Nando slapped it past cover for 4.
Yeah, excellent shot by Nando. He was, equal to the task. First ball after tee, and spanked it through covers for 4.
It's changed now. It's going to go around the wicket, something David said that he would have liked to have seen him done to Nando.
Yeah, I think that would be a good approach to him. Yeah, let's see how well he does it anyway.
Tyson pitched up punt down the ground. Lovely shot by Nando. Will it have the legs to run away? It goes downhill, and it's 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries to Macho Nando.
Yeah, excellent shot again there by Nando. Vernon, he has got to. Tyson has got to, work on his length. You've got to be consistent in what you're doing. 1 ball short, 1 full. Yeah, this is not going to be good enough here. You've got to come on the money here. And Nando is actually looking to launch into him.
It's almost like a headache for Alex Athens, the captain. Just outside of the Antigua Recreation Ground, there's a vehicle playing some lovely music. And Sonny Lambris was taking himself back to days of time. And he went to a fete and was dancing to some lovely Sunday instrumental music. Well, they will need wickets here. Short, and Nando gets on top of it and drops it into the offside. This is good cricket by the young man.
Yeah, well played. Dropping and running, that's something we don't see much in these modern day crickets, Springer.
Yeah. I think I would like to see Chandapal do a lot more of that. Dave?
Yeah, well, he's got to, as you said, it goes back into the nets where the coaches, what are they teaching these guys? I mean, you're not a flashy player that's going to go and tear the attack apart, so you got to look for your singles.
24 without loss. Chandapal is not. Gets a delivery from Tyson and more or less stabs at it. Didn't really allow it to come to him. That was maybe a sort of effort ball from Tyson.
Yeah, well, that was one of the better deliveries from Tyson.
Almost like a cross seam based on when Chandapal played it in the end.
Yeah, but not sure whether it was cross seam or not, but that to me was one of the better deliveries that he's bowled for the whole inning so far.
Yeah, he needs that. He has to be consistent here. He also has to get some wickets as well too. Early wickets with that new ball. A Drooks new ball. Pitched up. And Chandapal pushing it. Where is he going? They get a single in the end. So he was always on the move, always on the march. So Shandapal is off the mark.
Yeah, he took some time to get out the mark.
Kurt McKenzie, Davis reaches 100, 102 not out of 137 balls with 14 fours and 1 6.
Yeah, well, good to see the batters getting runs, Springer.
Yeah, we want
Only
them,
speak well for the West Indies.
we want them to get runs at the test level. Here's Nando just steering this down onto the offside.
Well,
last time we went on a tour, a couple of players got 100, right? Calvin Hodge was one of them. Yeah. And
Yeah.
Justin Graves.
Yeah,
so
then we need consistency now.
Yeah, we need to. Well, bowling is never the issue. It's always our batting, and we just have to be consistent for whether it is 2 test matches or 3 test matches.
Well, most series now is like 3 test matches, Spring, so it's not a long series. So you like to see the batters, digging in deep and getting some runs. 2 matches, 3 matches.
The quality of pitches is also a major concern too, Dave. I'll come back to that, Dave. You from Antigua and Barbuda, what would you dub the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium track to be? Because West Indies are having 2 test matches against Sri Lanka at the stadium, and because of how the Test Championship is set up, you want to be able to win games at home. A delivery left by Shandapal again.
Yeah, you were asking about the pitch at Sir Viv. I think it's a pretty even surface in terms of bowling and batting. Again, for 5-day cricket, it gets a bit lower as it goes down after the 3rd and 4th day, that kind of area. But I think, again, what's happening, Vernon, we don't have the bowlers who are willing to work. I'll tell you something after this ball.
John is around the wicket. Shandapal easy on the eyes. Just keeping his head still and just looking at the ball.
Right. I'll back myself any day, even to this day, that Curtly Ambrose, guys like Winston Benjamin, those kind of guys, Kenneth Benjamin, they'll be able to go out there and bowl a line and bowl a length and have batsmen in problems. Even if they're not getting wickets, they'll be able to keep them under check. But these bowlers these days, once they're not getting any wickets, they're not willing to work to keep the batters under check.
He's trying something. Shandapal driving sweetly to cover for 4.
Yeah,
no need to run. That was perfect execution. That was something that he practiced for hours. That was beautifully played. Half volley.
Lovely stuff, Spring. But I'm still wondering again about the bowling attack and the Windward's bowling attack. And he was bowling from over the wicket, keeping the batsman pretty quiet. He stayed 5 overs to get off the mark. And here it is, you're gone around the wicket, and the first ball being spanked to the covers for 4. So, not too sure about the plans that they have for him. I mean, I think you have got to be patient,
Here goes John to Shandapal. That one stopped on him. And Shandapal, in his usual style, just came across and stabbed it into the onside for no runs. Score shots up to 30 without loss. So this has been a positive start as compared to the Windward Islands, who were just losing wickets at critical positions.
Yeah, well, bowling has been, up and down. Springs has been all about the place. So.
Shandapal pushing again. Can't score. They don't seem to be threatened here at all.
Yeah, well, the Windward's attack will need to test them a bit if they're going to make a bit of inroads. I haven't seen any short balls being bowled at them yet for the afternoon.
Wouldn't be surprised sooner rather than later that we see spin.
Yeah, well, we saw in the tea interval and the break there, you saw the spinners for the Windwards,
And Cyrus and Denver warming up.
And,
That's the gamble that you take. Ball dying when it got to the keeper. Over comes to an end. At the end of 7 overs. Guyana Happy Eagles trailing by 121. They're 30 without loss.
Yeah, again, as we saw up at Coolidge cricket grounds the other day. We saw the Leeward's bowlers couldn't get the ball to carry it to the wicket keeper. But when we saw Trinidad bowling, we saw a total different, contrast. Again, it's going to be up to the guys in terms of how hard they hit in the deck spinners. That's going to get the ball to carry. I mean, just resting the ball down on the deck, you're not going to see that. So the ball is going to squat along the ground, I believe, from these guys because they're not hitting the deck.
Tyson, he too now decides to come around the wicket. Very comfortable for Nandu.
Yeah, well, we've seen a change in the field. The man who was at leg slip or leg gully has been brought over into the covers. And to me, that's a better ploy. At least you stop that run, float through the offside there. And you look into bowl in one area rather than having, 4 men on the onside. You're looking like you're trying to cover spaces, in my opinion. You've got to bowl to a particular line and a particular plan to these guys and try to wear them down.
Nandu gets a short ball and cracks that. 2 square leg for 4. Yeah. Oh, authority by Nandu.
Yeah, that was excellent. He was into position in a flash, Springer. But again, if you're going to bowl a short ball, you got to really bang it in, Springer. You got to bowl a short ball if you're going to bowl a short ball, not just to, as you say, rest it down on the track.
Windward Islands have to be very careful here, Dave. Can't afford to give Guyana a flyer here. Got to keep them under some pressure.
Yeah, well, they are off to a flyer already, so you've got to rein them back in.
The only how to do that is to take wickets.
Yeah, get some quick wickets and, slow them down a bit.
Nandu growing in confidence. Pitched up and he greases it.
4 more.
Didn't try to overhit it. Hits the ropes now. Boundary to Machu Nandu. Back-to-back boundaries. A headache for Alex Athenes.
Yeah, as I'm saying to you, these guys, the Windward bowlers, they're up and down. Vernon, he's got 1 shot, 1 full. Yeah, you've got to hit that consistent line and length. Hit that length of uncertainty where the batsman cannot drive or get your way easily.
38 without loss. Nandu is 33. Shandapal is 5. Athenes at mid-on. Looks on like a bewildered captain. Praying for some success. Nandu driving again. He maybe thought he missed out there.
Yeah, I think that one actually surprised him. I think that's probably the first delivery I've seen come down straight at the stumps. So he was like looking to play more to the offside, but the other one came down straight on the stumps. And as he said, he might have missed out, just to drive it straight down the track.
Yeah.
Past the umpire, would have gotten 4 easy runs.
Yeah, because Athenes is slightly wide at mid-on. As well as you never know, he might have maybe mistimed it. He comes back over the wicket now. Keeper doesn't do a good job at all. He's got to get your body behind the ball. He was wrong-footed there.
Well, as you say, Springs is the new type of keeping stuff. And if he was probably down low, he'd have, taken that one pretty easy. But he's up looking to go down.
So good afternoon to Junior Murray, Tyrone Tearfield, Mervyn Matthew, Donley Joseph, Nixon McLean, all the guys in the Windward. So Mike Finley, I know you will be listening, glued to your station, backing across and defending. Lockhart Sebastian, Dominica. I know for sure that Joseph Redsprew has he's also following the cricket as well. 38 without loss, 8 overs bowled.
Yeah, we see the spinners looking like they're warming up, Springer. So we might see an introduction of spin very soon. No, it comes now, actually.
No, it's Descartes, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, Descartes is just, as we would say, brackish medium as well. 9 runs, best bowling figures of 3 for 58. He's almost like a spot bowler, more or less.
Yeah, well, sometimes somebody has got to do that job. But at the same time, yeah, you're looking to take wickets.
See Ryan John marking his mark, so it looks as if he and the ball waits. Gets a good delivery. Plays inside the line.
Yeah, he's off to a good start, Springer.
Got some time for this young man. I think most of the players that we see, Dave, in the West Indies, whether it be male or female, just need that technical coach who can be able to just tweak them. They've got the talent. Everybody's got talent. There's just a couple of things that, you know, can sort you out, that can take you to the next level. Shanda Paul just working this in the onside. He'll come back quite easily for 2. Hesitation. This is what I was talking to you about, Dave. That's 2 runs easily. Shanda Paul, like he was just contented to just run 1.
Well, you've got to get that intent, Springer, to want to run as much runs as he possibly can, run as hard as he possibly can. As I said, the first one wasn't run that fast, so you know he's going to be struggling to get the second one.
Like I told you, there's a track record between these two, Dave.
Yeah, getting run out.
A little hesitation, so it's still not clear. Nando waits for this card, gets a wide delivery. Two slips and a gully. When you score 151, what you think is possible here, Dave? What do you tell your bowlers?
Yeah, well, you've got to, you know, try to, you know, make sure these batters stay as long as possible to get these runs. But as I said, Guyana is off to a flyer here. It's 39 runs in 8 overs when you have actually just gotten over just 150 yard.
Wow. Here is a delivery. There's a appeal for a catch at second slip. I think, did it carry?
Well, the 2 umpires are going to have a chat.
Yeah, I think Jason will have to come up with that one on his screen. Ambus is claiming the catch, which means that he dived right under it. Let's look at it, Dave. He got an edge. It flew. Let's see if the cameraman is excellent enough. Did he take that?
Wow, it looks tight.
Yeah, I thought so in the first reference. I think that is going to be a very tight decision. I don't know if he got his hands under it. I might be wrong. If he did, it's an excellent catch by the television replay. Nando did get an edge onto it. And we see him tracking the ball. He claims it.
Is it not out?
Looks like it's not out. Nando is back. Let's look at it again, Dave. The whiz Jason is going to see if he can be able to pick that one up.
Looks like he pitched in front. Just
I thought so. I think that maybe that's where he injured his hand, because he was trying to get under it there.
He got injured in the process.
Yes, he did. He's gone off the field.
Yeah. It looked like it pitched just in front of him.
Nice work.
Based on the replay.
Nice work, Jason. And good decision by the umpires.
Yeah, brilliant.
He did look like he was claiming it, which all fielders do. You've done that a couple of times, Dave.
I don't think so. Most of my catches came straight to me. I mean, when you had guys like Ambrose, Benjamin, Joseph.
You had the pace, so you didn't have to
pace balls carrying. Hamish Anthony.
You didn't have to worry about anything.
Whitmore Quinn, Lesroy Weeks, these guys.
George Ferris.
Yeah.
Lesroy Irish.
Yeah.
Pushing him across there. Windwards need wickets. They need wickets, Dave.
Yeah, they definitely do. At least to make a break here to get a start. Try to get in, to the Guyana Happy Eagles batting lineup.
Nando will consider himself lucky. He got an opportunity there. He's got to look to. I know he likes to square drive. He's got to get closer to the ball. That one before, it's just like the hands went. Really didn't get as close as possible to it. Discard to Nando. Nando working that beautifully down to the fine leg fielder.
Well fielded.
Yeah, by Tyson. Good work. Over comes to an end. And at the end of it, the Guyana Harpy Eagles are really rollicking here. They're 40 without loss of 9 overs.
Yeah, it's going to be John coming from this end.
Joseph, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Seth. Happy to have you back.
Well, this is a good, strong reply by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They must be saying that it has been easy going. Nando being the principal scorer, Ryan John being brought back, but from the southern end. Covers up well, Nando. Shows him the full face of the bat. And as we look at this game, it's looking as though it's getting easier and easier.
Yeah, the track seems to be getting easier and easier, and as I was pointing out to Vernon, it depends on how hard you're willing to work, if you're hitting the deck or not. Because we have seen some real quick balls being bowled, but you've got to bend your backs and put in the work.
To get the extra. John to Nando plays the tip down the leg side.
Good take by the wicket keeper.
Yes. Good job, young Leo. Batted well also. Had a few fortuitous shots. But nevertheless rode his luck. He did show a measure of defiance. He was the one who started that counter-attack. Had a 68-1 partnership with the senior Ambrose, who has gone off the field now due to an injury, having tried to take a catch at second step without success. So Leo stands up. It's John who is in. Leo takes the ball. No stroke played by Nando. So all the guile and the pace of the early morning has tapered down a bit. Tyson was not on target as you'd have expected, coming off a 5-4 in his previous game. You know, was too easily dispatched. Here is John. Good delivery, well steered, well controlled by Nando. So we've seen quite a lot of left-handers in the game. Last week when the Windwards played, we said, wow, we couldn't see a left-hander until we got down to the bottom of the innings. Now we're seeing left-handers at the top of the innings for both teams here.
Yeah, they've got loads of left-handers in both teams here.
And over in Jamaica, the two openers who have been having relatively good success, John Campbell and Kirk McKenzie. They're also left-handers. Playing inside the line, Chandapal. Aladadi Chandapal, man whom you have played with over the years. Pretty much a character, almost model himself in the manner of his dad when it comes to the lengthy games.
Yeah, he's very, very patient, and that's a trademark and a hallmark of his father. You know, that's a good thing that, you know, some young batters would like to, you know, take from him.
Definitely.
Patience, looking to bat for long, long times.
The nature of first-class cricket, he covers up well. Ball played back to the past the bowler, but he had good cover. And John will continue to work. The over comes to an end. It is 41 without loss after 10 overs. Nando on 35, Chandapal on 6. Happy Eagles replying well to the Windward's Volcano score of 151.
Yeah, Nando looks to be a no-nonsense player, Seth. He's having none of the ignorance and the foolishness that these bowlers will want to bowl. Once they're short or they're full, he's going to dispatch them. And he has done so pretty well for the innings so far.
He is definitely batting well. He has had most of the strike, but not by far. But he's dominating the partnership here. Covers up on this occasion. He has had 35 of a partnership of 41, so only 6 to Chandra Paul. They're now trailing by 111 runs. That makes it easy because they haven't lost a wicket in their reply, their first innings reply. Descartes covering up Nando on this occasion, looking more positive. He's a player we have watched for a while, but on this occasion he's definitely showing more positivity than I have seen, you know, in the past. Covers up once again. Youngster has been around for a little while in the regional cricket circles. We have seen him, he's just 22 years old, born June 9, 2003. Played with the West Indies on the 19. Here is Chandra Paul, this time steering this one down to backward point, but Ogisi is there. That's Nando, that's correct. And riding it well for his 36th run. So he has had 21 first-class matches, 889 runs at an average of just about 25, which is the sticking point for a lot of these young batters. They need to get those averages up. 105 half centuries.
Yeah, I've got to capitalize, turn those half centuries into hundreds.
Oh, this is a beauty dropped, is it? Yes, that one went to the left of Leo and came out of the gloves, down to third man. Oh, leg by signal by the umpire, but you saw the disgust shown by Leo there. That was really a good delivery, an excellent delivery.
Yeah, well, that was a beauty set because it went across Chandra Paul and then came back to beat Leo on the inside, which is on his right hand. So that was a peach of a delivery. And based on what I'm seeing, the umpire signal leg by, which means it must have clipped the pads.
Yes, I thought it came off the bat. Chandra Paul and Nando on the verge of a 50 partnership, in fact 42 already. We have seen Nando in the under 19 tournament. We have seen him preparing against various teams and he always looks the part. We have seen him also at the academy. Gives you that impression that he is that sort of player whom, if given a chance, can stick around and is very patient and responsible. At the same time has good area of strokes, particularly on the offside and also back past the bowler. Plays straight, and he has grown well. When I say physically, when you saw him first, he was a little on the leaner side. So he has put on the necessary packs that can, you know, cause him to be a good little power player.
Well, that's what you need. You need him to be balanced, you know, in all the different areas that you spoke about. Being able to defend, being able to play shots, being able to play bat for long times, being able to concentrate for, you know, long periods, and at the same time being able to be aggressive if he needs to be.
John comes into Chandra Paul, covers up, ball right on stumps, good delivery. So if you're looking at that mix, he has been there, you know, as I said, for a little while around the under 19 phase, a couple of years now in first class cricket. So he can be one as well with the future. You know, oftentimes the focus is on those who have already played Test cricket, those who may be on the verge based on a performance a couple of years out. But also the focus has to be on the younger talent, especially with the output that we're seeing now. Because John comes in, Chanderpaul covers up. We can't keep recycling those who are not giving you a reason to be recycled, when it may be better building a bunch of new players, or at least a mix of new and existing players. You know, bring them into the team, mentor them, have them properly trained, properly acclimatized, and over a couple of years, you may be reaping the dividends of good results. So that is something for consideration, and he definitely would be one around that age group already. Said he on the 23 age group, who has the capacity, but he needs to get the runs. Chanderpaul allows this one to go through. Chanderpaul has been around. He has gotten some runs. His temperament is not a problem. The issue may be on his part, like the other batters who have been given that opportunity, is consistency. And that seems to be like a blight as far as batsmanship is concerned in the region. Can't take these low scores and then, you know, figure that they're enough for players to play in the Test arena. Chanderpaul leaves this one alone outside the off-stump from John.
Not only low score set, when you have batters, you know, soaking up a lot of balls, that creates problems for your batting lineup.
Can't turn over
the
strike.
Yeah.
Can't, you know, give a bowler thoughts for consideration. The bowler feels that he's always on top.
Leeward versus Trinidad. Yeah, the batters soaking up a lot of balls, and the Trinidad bowlers actually just got set into one area and just plugged away right there, and then they were under a lot of pressure.
So you're not scoring, but you're also giving up. Your wicket, oh, lovely delivery, goes up, loud appeal, not out, says umpire, Tuckett.
That was a beauty set.
Yes, John has been bowling well, and he's been bowling well from both ends. Wow, that was a peach of a delivery. Look at it. And he thought for one that he had an edge. The umpire thought otherwise.
Yeah, well bowled.
Yes, a good little inspiring period. Guyana having the upper hand easily. A good little moments for the Windwards. Chanderpaul, on the other hand, 29 years old, 13 Test matches, 621s, an average of 29.13 faces now, and he plays this one nicely between the straight mid wicket and the forward of square fielder. They're coming back for the second one. O'Geese cleans up well and sends the return in. And not a direct return. Well, was taken overhead by Leo. And that completes the over. The end of the over. It is 45 without loss after 12 overs. So as we look at it, Dave, Chanderpaul, 19 first-class matches. 4,000, sorry, I made an error. Chanderpaul at his age, 85 first-class matches, 4,783 runs, 207 not out, which is his highest first-class score, which is also his highest Test score. There's a gap between his Test average and his first-class average. First-class average, 34.65, Test average, 29.13. So some questions are being asked. Is he able to step up to the plate adequately? Yeah,
that's the problem when the bowling gets better. You know, how do you maneuver? How do you get it away? So that's exactly what we're looking at. You know, you cannot be soaking up balls. You've got to be able to at least, you know, rotate the strike, get some singles here or there. I mean, as you said, his patience is not of a question, but being able to rotate and get the ball away. Yeah.
Some may add and say his 29 averages a few runs up ahead of some of the other players, but average in the 20s and 30s. It's not going to work in international cricket after a period of time. Nandu plays this one down to backward point. Diminutive left-hander. as I said, has put on a little build on that frame, because when he came, he reminded me of a guy. I'm sure you may have played against him or remember. There was a guy, Chattagoon, 09 Chattagoon out of Guyana.
Yeah.
Well, looked like him in that build. He was very lean and diminutive. Since then, he has packed a good punch, and that may aid his batting and his capacity to exert power. Chandapol drives out to mid-off, and there is no run. So Cricket West Indies, through selection panel, really searching and must be on a search for players for the West Indies senior team, test team. It has not been the West Indies of old, and that has been for a while now, but it has been disastrous performances in recent times. Chandapol comes forward from discard, and they have been beaten. In fact, a few years ago, I think there was a good little fight back as far as West Indies were concerned, but more recently, it has been inconsistency in the batting, because the bowlers have come on, the Shamar Joseph, the Jaden Seals, along with Alzari Joseph. They have found a little, you know, trio there. Recently, Kimar Roach came back into contention after various injuries. Here is Chandapol standing up straight and playing this one out to mid-off, and there is no run. You also look at, they have spin options. Yes, Moti, you know, is still there. But I'm seeing something in Anderson Phillip. I'm seeing that extra revival. I'm seeing that hunger, that passion from him, even in the field. So
yeah, he bowled beautifully at Coolidge Cricket Ground's last game against the Leewards.
And in this game that we have not seen, but is taking place up at Coolidge, up at Seviv, he had a 6-wicket haul, 6 for 38.
Yeah, that's good. That's good
so
for him.
it's good and coming. Chandapol once again plays it out to the cover field, and there is no run. Niall Smith showed some focus today, also doing well, getting his 5-4 and looking good. Not top pace, but at the same time bowling in the areas, bowling consistently, swinging the ball admirably, and there are still players out there who could well be making a claim. So we just see how these 3 matches go. Here is Chandapol this time, steering the ball out to backward point, and a single to him. The over comes to an end. It is 47 without loss. 47 without loss. 3 away from a half-century opening stand. 37 to Nando, 9 to Chandapol.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that deep backward point. They said it's just giving away a single based on what I'm seeing.
I'm not quite sure why you're seeing that, because we saw that repeatedly. Red Force against Leewards.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, is some sort of new day stuff, because you know, this backward point that we're seeing being placed, to me, is just giving away a single. I would rather see a man in short saving the single than to have him out on the boundary and the man just gets on top of the ball, rolls it down, and it goes into backward point boundary for a single. And welcome back, Springs.
Yeah.
Yeah, Descartes has been bowling well, and he has been, you know, holding a decent line and length so far for the Windwards.
Yeah, the luck has just not gone his way yet.
Yeah.
Here goes John, round the wicket to Macho Nando. Nando comes quietly forward. In fact, not Nando, is Chandapol with his top hand. The Windwards need some energy. They need something to happen.
They need a break, Springer.
Live and loud round up. Jamaica 242 for 2 at the stadium. So Vibrator Stadium, Trinidad and Tobago 41 for 1. Try and find out who got the wicket for the Leewards. They need more than one at this stage. Half volley on drive by Chandapol, can't score in the process. Remember, the Leeward Islands were bungled over for 131 And Cephas Cooper was caught goal, bowled Kelvin Pittman for 6. Lois not out 17, goalie on 6. Kelvin Pittman 4 overs 1 maiden, 6 runs, 1 wicket. O'Shane Thomas 3.4, not. 11 runs, no wicket, 1 no ball. And Jeremiah Louis 5 overs, no maidens, 14 runs, no wicket.
Yeah, that's well bowled here by Ryan to Chandapal. Yeah, you need to hang in around that area for quite some time.
Yeah, he's got to be patient as well too.
That's what I'm saying. Once you hang
I
around here
think-
for a while, he should, you know, get some goods.
I think he just rushes it now and again. He so accustomed maybe of in preparation, maybe getting wickets often, that it's like he want a particular feel. He's the vice captain, so should be allowed some latitude. More or less bowl into a 6-3 field. As Dave said, he should be more comfortable with this field. Turned into the onside, can't get a single.
Well, as you say, Springy has got to be patient, you know. You know, don't rush it and try to bowl at the stumps. Just hold your line outside the off stump. And as you say, it might have come from, you know, being in preparation. You're getting wickets easily, so you tend to want to do, you know, what you're doing in practice and in the preparation mode or preparation time. But this is a different level here now. You've got to be more patient.
You have to look at the ultimate. In an ideal day, you have 90 overs. Not quite sure we're going to get to that today. Or if we get to that, it would have to be perhaps up to 545. Because 37 overs remaining. These two batters, the young Nandu and the veteran Chandapal, would look to bat to the end of the day. That must be their focus.
Yeah, that's always should be the focus for the batters. You know, you want to, you know, play it session by session. You know, tee to the first water break, then to close the play.
Chandapal sort of pushing this one. Wants to be sure that he's there at the end. Ryan John completing his over, his 8th, in fact his 7th over. And it's still, in fact, that was a maiden over by the veteran John. 14 overs completed in the inning so far. And they are doing well, trailing by only 104. Trailing by 104 with all first innings wickets in hand and having a possible 37 overs to go in the day's play is a significant advantage.
Yeah, most definitely. Said they've got all the wickets still intact, and they look in no trouble at all. Said.
Well, Descartes trying to create a bit of bother here, driven by Nando up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, Descartes has been bowling well to his plans and his fields that has been set for him.
Yes, he came.
Only thing I'd like to see that deep backward point come in.
Yes.
You know, short point to stop him from getting away
it
from him.
releases pressure, and we have not really seen many balls going down there. And you're just having a guy saving single on the point boundary. It's not helpful at this stage. Worked away nicely. This will be another 4. Being chased by Hodge, but no, it will go into the boundary for 4. Once again, you see good skill, good batsmanship from young Matthew Nando. Really batting well, just got inside the line and worked it off the hips. And he will be pleased thus far with his work, but he must say to himself, I have just only begun. I need to keep going.
Yeah, he played that one well, getting up on his toes and, you know, tucking it around the corner for an easy 4. There's nobody behind square. So I was just talking about Descartes, you know, holding his line, but he erred on that occasion, so you need to get back to his old stuff.
50 partnership comes up with that. This time he gets an easy single, as you have been saying, down to point. Just opening the face of the bat, in fact an angled bat and getting it down to backward point for another single. They're making it easier for the Harpy Eagles. You need to apply, some measure of pressure or use every possible opportunity for that. And even sometimes, how can the captain influence the outcome of matches, or at least the session? Is it by applying pressure?
Yeah, well, you're the captain. You should be calling the shots, and in terms of what field placement you want or what lines you want your bowlers to bowl, you should have had those plans discussed in the dressing room, so when you come out it makes it even easier for you. What fields you're going to look to set plan A and then go to plan B if A doesn't work. But this should come as a patience game. You've got to be patient in the areas that you want to bowl and do it for long, long, long periods.
So when we look at what is happening in Jamaica, a second century now for Kirk McKenzie, the Jamaican left-handed opener. Oh, good delivery outside the off stump, angling away from the left-hander. So the left-handed Kirk McKenzie is second, so we have had two players with centuries so far, joining Kevin Wickham. And however, John Campbell was dismissed for 96, so he didn't reach the coveted landmark twice, but they have really shown good signs, those two Jamaican openers. Jamaica 242 for 2. Here is Chandapur playing this one back up on the onside to complete the over. 52 without loss. Guyana Happy Eagles replying to the Windward Islands Volcano score of 151. Matthew Nando leading the charge here. Chandapur giving good support.
Yeah, a very good reply from Guyana Happy Eagles. They're cruising along nicely. As you said, Nando and Chandapur, they are been equal to the task. Whatever has been thrown at them, they've been able to negotiate pretty well.
In that Jamaica contest, Johan Lane, the young pacer from Barbados, has been the only wicket taker, having 2 for 45. And over at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium here, just a few miles up the road, in Antigua the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, been brushed out for 131. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 44 for 1. Kelvin Pittman, the young fast bowler, coming into the team for the second game. He is the wicket taker. So some good young prospects in terms of fast bowlers are also around and can be properly identified, properly groomed, given that opportunity. And it could be good at that setup. So we're just about to see what I believe would be the first opportunity of spin. It looked like Kenneth, yes, Demba. Demba will be operating from this to southern end to Nandu. Nandu, who dispensed with the helmet, played this one out to Ryan John, short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Yeah, we see the introduction of spin, first time for the Windwards.
Comes forward again.
Yeah, I see Nando actually looking to sweep. I can see that shot coming, set.
Yes, well,
yeah, but
it's just a matter of time. He measures it.
Yeah, you've got to, play what the bowler throws at you, not planning your shots.
This time he goes around, instead he glances it, goes right across the wicket, prepared to move to the spin bowler coming into him. He gets a single, he moves to 43 from just 44 deliveries. And he has been striking well, brings Chandapur, who is on 9, to face. A slip and a forward short leg. Then the other fielders are spread out a bit, short mid-wicket. Wide mid-on, wide deep mid-off. Extra cover, backward point. Demba would like to get a breakthrough here. Lead is just 98 now. Here is Demba, and Chandapur covers up.
So So far, Seti has made a very good start to his bowling.
Yes.
He's been on the money.
He's coming from around the wicket to the left-handers, angling the ball into them.
Yeah, 1 run from the over.
Pretty decent or tidy start.
Yeah, tidy start.
To his bowling. So we've seen both teams. In fact, the Happy Eagles, the Guyana team, they did not introduce spin until the 32nd over. But we now see the Windward's Volcano introducing spin here after 15. So spinner completing over number 16, and Alec Atenes might be saying we really need a breakthrough, guys. So can we depend on spin? But Descartes will be continuing from the players' pavilion end or the northern end here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds.
Yeah, Descartes has been doing a pretty, decent job so far. But he need to make a break here for his team.
Nando rides it well, goes up on his toes and punches the ball down to the field at short cover. Even the birds are making their presence felt. You may not see them on your view, but you may be hearing them through the microphones. You may be hearing some music as well in the background. I'm not sure. It seems, Dave, as somebody may be having a party or there is a bar blasting music outside. It's definitely not music in the ground, so if you're hearing it, you know from whence it comes. This time, Nando covers up well, plays it back to the bowler, comes across and uses Booth to stop it.
Well, Seth, once cricket is being or was being played in the recreation ground, there was music.
Always.
Yeah, but we haven't heard that today, so
well, and
guess there's an event going on somewhere up the road.
Interestingly, the stand that was the party stand, it wasn't called, it was the double-decker stand, where much of that rhythm was played, is no more.
Yeah, it's been demolished.
So it's now a car park. For those who know the ARG, Nando works this one nicely forward of square on the offside. He's coming back for the second, and they would make the second one quite easily.
Yeah, well run.
Moving close.
Two nice and comfortable runs for Nando there, Seth.
Yes. It's really showing his prowess here. Moves to 45. Really good to witness the progress of a young player. I remember seeing Jaden Seals just, closely around that time or just after, and I identified that he sees what have gone on to make the West Indies team from the under-19. Nando covers up again. He looks so tight and compact. He's moving to the ball. The angle of his bat, whether he's opening the face, whether he's angling it to the offside, whether he's glancing it on the onside, is very decisive, and he middles virtually every ball.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Said he's actually playing with real confidence.
So I was speaking about Seals, and when I told the guys he's got to make it, the guys them say, are you sure about that? And I told him I'm sure once he remains fit, because that is also a factor in cricket. Nando comes forward and plays it to short cover. And then within 2 years of that discussion, because the academy, the under-19s, as you know, usually play their little series against incoming teams. And there was something very clear about his bowling. I'm not trying to be a prophet here, but I believe if Matthew Nando can stay fit and really get some big scores consistently, he has the right technique and temperament to be playing in the big league. This time he gets inside the line and he works the ball on the onside.
Yes, that he'll definitely need to turn these 50s into 100s.
Precisely. That's the way to go.
Yeah, that's going to be the key. You can't
big
do
scores.
all the hard work and getting 50s and not turning them into 100s.
That's right.
Once you would have gotten to 50, 60 means that you would have done the hard work. You'd have, weighed down the bowling, so it would be just for to capitalize and go on and make big totals.
Yes. The temperament, the capacity to score easily without doing anything out of the ordinary. 45 from 50. It shows you, and it has been a flawless innings He has not been drawn into any measure of indiscretion so far. Here is Denver to Chandapal, and he comes forward.
Yeah, the good thing about him said he has put away all the bad balls that has been bowled to him. He has not, maybe for one or two, maybe missed out on, a bad ball. So which means he's pretty sharp.
Coming forward, Chandapal once again. Contrastingly, in terms of the two batters, Chandapal, he's anchoring the innings, but can get bogged down. Then when you've done the hard work, getting bogged down without the runs to show. That is another challenge this time. He puts pad instead of bat at that one. It was way outside the off stump, so not even an appeal came from Demba. Demba from around the wicket to the left-hander, plays it back to him, Chandapal. There is no run. So the slip clapping, the forward short leg crouches because they're trying to see if anything is there to snap. This one breached the defense, but it was going down the leg side, definitely. The appeal came in. It was all stifled appeal. They were happy that the defense was breached. Chandapal knew that he was not in trouble at all.
Yeah, he looked pretty confident coming forward. I don't know if he might have taken some bat anyway into that too.
Perhaps, but this one does take the bat, full face of it, back to the bowler, and over completed. Your thoughts, Dave Joseph?
Yeah, well, as you say, Guyana cruising along. They're going along pretty smoothly. Leewers definitely need a wicket here to make a break so they could get some energy going.
Yes, and the man who has taken much of the pounding is Tyson. 33 runs from Tyson alone. He has been the man who has suffered the onslaught of Matthew Nandu.
He was actually getting the ball to seam around, but he just couldn't, land it down in the right areas. And that's going to be key. I think he would have played against this opening pair before.
Precisely.
Last week, so he should have got his stuff under control. And last week, he got a fifer.
That's right.
So
should have been consistent.
Something is going wrong with him here today.
When you look at the ground, similar grounds. Most of in fact, the three international grounds here in Antigua, the northern end is usually that end. That's from my observation. That gives you that little extra pep. Covering up Nandu. On this occasion, we didn't see Tyson coming from the northern end. I'm not giving an excuse for his bowling because...
Well, he will have a chance to come from that end at some point set. It's going to be a long haul for the Windwards. So I sure will have,
an opportunity
to see him from the next end.
That's the end in which Niall Smith
got
had all 5
wickets,
wickets, yes. And we saw last week O'Shane Thomas not bowling well at first from the southern end when he moved to the northern end, even though it was a different ground. He was able to create some challenges for the Red Force batters during his 2 sharp, short spells. So, that is a factor oftentimes. Sometimes captains are not aware of some of the factors. Conditions vary across the region. It is a vast region, 4 islands in the Windwards playing cricket, 4 to 5 based on what happens. In the Leewards playing sometimes up to 6 when you bring in the Virgin Islands.
Yeah, sometimes what happens set, you're thinking about with the captains and bowlers and which ends they bowl from. Sometimes the bowlers play a great part too.
They may have a preference.
That's right, and sometimes they're very comfortable, from one end, and they'll prefer to do it from that end.
And sometimes the senior bowlers may be given priority.
This is it, and then there lies your problems. But you should be able to bowl from any end.
That's right, if you are a good bowler.
Yeah.
In Guyana, you go from region to region, from town to town. Conditions vary.
Yeah, it varies. So. Surfaces vary too in terms of fields and the incline. Sometimes you got to be coming up a hill, sometimes you're going down. But The work still needs to be done, with how you put it, Seth. Whichever end you're going to bowl
That's
from.
right, whatever surface. Oh, Nando, almost the first false stroke on his part. It may be harsh to say false stroke. It's a good delivery from this
Yeah,
card.
that one came back at him.
It came back at him. He was really already out on the front foot. And that ball cramped him and went into the onside instead of the intentional offside. So it can't be a batter's bias commentary team. We must give credit to the bowler.
Yeah, Descartes has been, as I said from earlier on, he's been bowling pretty well. He's been bowling his line lengths and his areas that he really wants to bowl into his field, and looks pretty decent.
Nando this time walks into it, straight down the ground, but a fielder coming across, intercepting well. Looks like a geese, and only a single. He moves closer to the half century, moves up to 47, and at the end of over number 19, it is 55 without loss, 56 without loss. Guyana Happy Eagles, they are doing well.
Yeah, 56 without loss, Guyana Happy Eagles. And as I said, they're cruising along, nicely.
Not just cruising along, they're looking to dominate this match if they can. They may be assessing to know that if by the end of play they will have a lead, then imagine having a lead going into the second of the fourth day by tomorrow. That must be their thinking.
Yeah, that will be a plus for them, Seth.
Demba comes into Chandapur. In fact, that's Nando. He was charging, and then he checked the shot once the ball was pitched. But he's showing aggressive intent here. This time he gets a cap to replace his helmet. Being assured the spinners will remain. Goes down the track, and Chandapur is not moving. Wow, he could have been run out. Nando came down.
Well, Vernon alluded to that earlier on. Set these two guys.
And Nando is mad. You can see he walks past the wicketkeeper, walks past the slip. Has his bat on his shoulder.
They have a tendency to get run out, Set. So Vernon alluded to that earlier on. So there we go. Nando was chickwater down the pitch, and
yes, Chandapur didn't move. Was leaning on his bat.
Something is wrong because they haven't even shown any indication that they want to, settle it and speak to one another. Nando is upset. Clearly, he's upset.
Yes, remonstrating.
Let's hope he can, regain his composure, Seth.
This time he works it into the body of the forward short leg fielder. Yes, you're on the charge. You trip it nicely. The other batter, the backing up batter, should always looking to be on the march as well.
Not really in these days of cricket, Seth.
In these days, this time Nando goes, and it comes down to us. 6 runs struck over long off. Authoritative, brings up the 50 in a very positive manner. And look at this young man as Demba comes in. He goes for the 50 with an excellent drive into the stand here. And what a way to bring up the 50. Celebrates with his partner Chandapur. 8 4s and 1 6 in his 50, coming from 60 deliveries.
Yeah, excellent shot to bring up his half century set. Let's hope that he can go along. And as I said, let's him turn some of these 50s and some of his half centuries into 100s.
Yes, he has 100. He has 5 half century. His conversion rate, he would like to ensure that he shows that he's authoritative. This time he trots forward and plays the ball to mid-on, gets a quick single.
Yeah, well, he's under no pressure whatsoever to, get these runs set. He's just got to, knock it around. 1s and 2s. There's no pressure whatsoever, I can tell you that much. So he needs to turn these half centuries, as I say, into 100s.
Chandapur, who is yet to get double figures, 58 deliveries for 9 runs, comes forward again. Mr. Patience. It is beyond patience here.
Yeah, it's an excellent thing to have.
Yes.
So water break.
Yes, the end of the over here. At the break, it is Matthew Nando, 53 from 61 balls. Tej Chandapur, 9 from 59 deliveries. It's a daunting task here for the Windward Islands Volcanoes because they're up against a strong Guyana Happy Eagles team which bowled them out for 151 this morning after winning the toss and batting, and then replying a strong reply, half-century partnership by the two left-handers, Chandapol and Nandu. After this, Vernon Springer will join me.
Yeah, it's been good ball. You know, putting in Windwards and got them out cheaply, and now they're actually replying very strongly with a good opening stance of what, 60 yard? Yeah, 63 without loss here to put them in a very good position here, guys.
Well, we're on the final stretch here at the Antigua Recreation Ground, and play is expected to close off at 5:08, but I can see us going right down to 5:30. The coaches for in fact, looks like it is Permall and the head coach just walking around the boundary, and that's the beauty, Seth Burton, of playing cricket at the Antigua Recreation Ground. It just has a simple touch.
Very personal.
All right, so here we go. You did talk off air about the effort so far here by Descartes. I know you didn't see him up at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, but he did bowl well.
No, in fact, it's my first live. Yes, we would have seen him on television, CPL, but it's my first live viewing of him. And I think I like what I'm seeing of him. I am not quite sure. Maybe he does have extra pace as well.
We'll wait and see.
We'll
I
wait
think
and see.
I think he just settles into a medium pace role, but he swings the ball. He tends to look to swing the ball, and he looks like he's the stop bowler.
Yes.
More or less.
May I say I like what I saw of Kimo Paul as well in that similar vein.
I think if Descartes Set can just get the non-bowling arm up, and he can be able to kind of just complete his action. Just as you rightly said, feel that he can be able to get some more pace. He just kind of strays away when he gets up into that coil position. But if he can just get that non-bowling arm and just get more aggressive on the approach to the crease, I think he can put on a couple more yards in the process.
Yeah, he has the body, he has the right dynamics, as you mentioned, the non-bowling arm up in his final rotation, and even his strides are good. Ooh, but I would also like to see a little leap from him. You get that impression that he sticks too close to the ground, to the crease.
Well, that comes with the stride pattern.
Needs to get up.
Yeah, get into that coil position there. But everything is like biomechanics set, and I like how you positioned yourself just a while ago. So if you get that non-bowling arm and be able to rip that ball down and get that bowling arm close to his ear. If you look at him right here, you see what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Yeah.
The non-bowling arm almost just remains
it
below.
just remains right there. You can get that up there, so you can be able to have that pull, so you can come down in the motion. But these are things that I've been saying to you, Seth, that we have a situation here where we need some technical coaches in the Caribbean. And I say that because I think Lewis is missing a trick by not having a Micaiah McKenzie in their lineup, in their team. Who's going to be the match winner? You got to bring some unknown person, Vital Laws, in Jamaica lineup. And I think there's a fear factor as to who is going to help these guys. It's the same thing that we had with Hayden Walsh. Hayden Walsh also had to coach himself, send off some of his footage to John Maynard in England. So he was like coaching himself because we don't have any technical coaches who can be able to take them to the next level.
So we're really hoping for the best, that the measure of assessment is done.
64 without loss. Shandapal Set has just played within his limitations and his comfort zone.
Yes.
Meeting over there.
He has done that. He's content just to be defiant, just to weigh down the Windward's bowlers, and Matthew Nando is content to really be assertive, and he looks good, Matthew Nando.
But I have a different view set. I don't mind Shandapal batting for a long period, but you can't play at this level. Like I told you, he could have walked 100 at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He made 70, and he missed out on 30 singles that he could have really accumulated. There were 70-meter boundaries at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and it's all well batting good. I like that.
And the point you're making, you can't just block, but you must be able to rotate the strike. You must be able to keep striking it. It's a message to the opponent. These things, sport is about a signal, eh?
And it's about science.
So exactly. And if you're signaling that you can't push on, that you can't do it, that you're not taking on the bowler, he is going to take advantage of you. Or ultimately, your returns would be not what they should be at the end of your innings.
Demba, he comes straight away around the wicket. I read Sonil Gavaskar's book, and he told you, Seth Burton, the best place to be is on the non-striker's end. He was always looking for a single. Driving, hit it down the road. Excellent catch. He claims the catch. And Matthew Nando gives it away.
Yes.
That needed to be elevation. He was going flat. He never got to the pitch of the ball. Lapse of concentration. Got to the 50. And you could see that he was very, very disappointed. Was that shot on? But you know why, Seth? You can't fault him, because it comes down to what we were talking about with Shandapal just blocking from one end. You've got to have rotation of the strike so that somebody can feel in that mood. It forced Nando to play out of context in terms of what he was trying to do.
The six that he struck a few overs earlier to bring up his half century, he did get to the pitch. He went for elevation. On this occasion, I think the trap was set to have the player at deep mid-off. And he went in the same vein, but the angle of the ball from
there was no elevation.
Precisely, didn't present that opportunity. It was flatter, it was faster. He really tried, struck it with power, but straight into the hands
of Tyson.
Tyson, that was it. But
good,
still a good innings.
Excellent catch there by Jalen Tyson.
He timed it well because it was dying, just fading.
Yeah. Simply because
he was coming forward.
I think he hit the toe end of the bat as well too, Seth. And if you look at the shot, if I can get Jason to just show that again, Nando shot. To me, Seth, his head sort of went up and he never really got close enough to the ball. If you look at it, here is it. He'd made his mind up. And that's good. Nice approach. Look, the head set. You see?
Yes.
Yeah. So almost like in a golf position shot. To get closer to the ball and make the proper contact, that ball would have gone.
So Kevlin Anderson.
Who said took the catch? Did I say it was?
It was Cyrus.
Cyrus that took
Cyrus
that one,
took
yeah,
the
and
catch,
not Tyson.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Tyson is at mid-on. Well, he's due for some runs. And Kevlin Anderson, he really didn't.
He's due for some runs.
Yeah, he really didn't look himself. In fact, he had to open the innings in the last game there because Shanda Paul got injured. But he will be under some pressure. Only played one test match.
Yeah.
And he came to light set when we saw him for the West Indies Academy.
That's right.
He dropped it. He got to take that. He's got to take that set.
You got to, especially
that's an easy catch set.
Your first delivery, you would have been on a hat trick. And that one took a leading edge over the back of the bat, yes.
Got to take that set.
His timing was off. I think Denver a bit lazy on that occasion. Going around, thought maybe he had it, or didn't expect the ball to go that far.
Yeah, certainly something I see just happening.
A late dive.
The bowlers look like they don't want to feel the ball. You got to take that. Anything in the air, you want to be able to make sure you grab that.
And one of the issue for the spinners, the follow through is important.
Yes.
You know, you start cricket way back from Willett, come right down. The follow through becomes critical for the spinner. So while you're following through, you're following the ball with your eyes. So it seemed as though he was looking more at Chanda Paul and not realize what was happening from the stroke that Kevlin Anderson played. And now here is Anderson
just
getting
opening the face of the bat and just playing it down. And again, Anderson trying to get fancy there with that first delivery. Off spinner bowling into you. No need to try and get fancy. You just allow the ball to come to you and you just kill it. Leaning edge. And can this just ruin the chances of the Windward Island Volcanoes?
Besides, you got to take all the chances.
This is something that happened in the first game. They just didn't catch well at all. Short ball. And Anderson is back and across and just defends it nicely. Over comes to an end. And Denver could have had two.
Could have had two in successive deliveries. Then the equation could change.
And they need the equation to change and change very quickly. In a hurry. This is something that I feel that they're going to have to work on. Today we had Kelvin Pittman making his debut for the Leeward Islands. Took a long time to make that happen. And I don't think anybody has been really paying attention to the young man's cricket development, even with the academy. And I can't see, Seth, that Cricket West Indies would have invested in all these young players around the region in the academy, and then you send them back to the territories, and that was that was a problem that Cricket West Indies had before. Well, come back to that Descartes. Shanda Paul just punches into the offside. He's going to think about two. No, if I know him, he's already like a traffic policeman. He's put his hand up, and he's not interested.
Quite an interesting analogy there. Traffic police. But the question is, I think it's a question to be asked about the transition from the well-structured academy towards moving into the territorial teams. And I think there has to be a link. I'm not quite sure what then transpires. The expectation is that the territories would take full responsibility. But it varies from territory to territory. You know, how one gets that player, because Pittman has pace. You have seen it in the CPL. You have seen it, you know, those of you who may not follow what happens in the academy.
Woo! Here is Anderson. Inside edge onto the ball, as they would say.
Chinese cut.
Chinese cut. Cyrus coming around there. He can't stop that.
That could have easily gone onto his leg stump.
Yeah. Anderson doesn't look balanced at the crease at all.
Bat away from body.
Yeah, he doesn't look comfortable. And it could be the environment. so many things. I know at one time that I can remember Kevin Wickham saying to me that he just prefers to play for the academy because he was
around a body of players, the environment, nurturing environment,
yes,
rather than hostile environments. All that affects the player.
Yeah, it's a real serious thing, and I think some of the seniors in some of the franchises are threatened by the young players. Don't want to move over, don't want to give the players an opportunity, and the administrators also help to kill that as well too. Could leave. How can you tell me, Seth? You have someone like a young Vital Laws from Jamaica is not around the Jamaica setup. You have somebody like a Micaiah McKenzie who's not around the setup for the Leeward Islands. You have somebody like a Joshua Dawn, the West Indies under-19 captain, who's not part of the Barbados setup. How do you explain that? And then it's almost like a cardinal sin because nobody can explain to me to tell me that Carlin Tuckett with 412 runs, 103 not out, his first class 100 at Kensington Oval, and to complement that set, he had 3 half centuries. So it shows you that he's improving if you're following him, and he was the best wicketkeeper.
And then he does not get into the Leeward Islands team. It's inexplicable.
Something has to be wrong with us, you know, and then we wonder why people don't play cricket. You know, it's certainly not adding up at all to me.
A few years ago, Guyana had a model where they had under 23 cricket. And apart from the academy, I'll break and allow you and then get back to that.
Model of concentration, got his feet moving there.
So under that model, which I discovered, they were able to nurture players. So then the transition, because we lose most of our players after under 19, struggling to get into senior teams because what? As you say, they're competing the other players. And I think that whereas the academy is good, is excellent, I think the territories should also look into that. It doesn't have to be on a consistent competition, but they must have a nurturing ground for those players.
But so why would you sign a memorandum of understanding with the Bermuda Cricket Board if the point that you're making there, Seth, where you're not being able to establish under 23 team that can go on tour? Winston Benjamin took his academy team 2-3 years ago to Bermuda. So the point that you're making there is who is going to replace Raheem Cornwall? You have a young 22-year-old spinner in Nevis by the name of Anaji Amri. You got Micaiah McKenzie. You got Hayden Walsh. But they're not part of the actual setup. So if Cornwall tomorrow, God forbid, decides that he's finished, who's going to be the person that is coming in?
Yeah, the process. So
we're talking about development. Development set is not competition. Let me repeat.
Yeah.
And some people are playing the two. Development is not competition. You have to put plans in place. Denver starts, comes up. Bows to Chandra Paul, who's spanking that through cover. Won't get a boundary, but if he wants, he will come back quite easily for 2, and he get 2 runs quite easily. We have the young man in Kevin Anderson who played 1 test match for the West Indies, so 2 test players for Guyana. Guyana boasting.
He had a horrible time.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
when you're speaking about Michelle Starks.
Not only that, he was asked to go and open. Don't forget that. He was like thrown like into the deep end, and he ran into a hurricane Stark. Denver. Delivery. Chandra Paul is just thinking that, hey, I should have hit that over into the mid-wicket area. He got in line, and then he just for himself, like, he's still looking at the area as if, like, I missed out there.
I think it comes down to his mindset.
It does.
Scoring opportunities are there, but if the mindset is about digging in only, you won't maximize or capitalize on the scoring opportunities.
And I like Chandra Paul's approach. I love that. But I'm feeling that there are vast acres of land at the Antigua Recreation Ground that you can score runs.
That's the point. Love his patience, love his tenacity. So we're just saying, picking up. They are high-risk strokes, they are low-risk strokes. But the opportunity to play even the low-risk strokes, which he prefers to score runs, I think that is a factor.
Comes forward to a Denver delivery. I'd like to see now Denver now move from around to over. Just to Chandra Paul, just to give him something to think about. They got to be thinking about getting on Tejara and Chandra Paul. That has to be in the back of the mind of Alex Atenes and the Women Island Volcanoes team. Just come forward and just work that into the onside. Don't give him anything away, Demba. You just got to be patient. Don't try anything. Over comes to an end. And at the end of over number 24, Guyana coasting along there, 74 for 1.
Yes, the Windwards earlier had Matthew Nandu's wicket, and they would have seen a few more little opportunities to get wickets.
Well, Anderson could have been back in the hot cotton bowl, Denver for
First
naught.
ball. And what they're doing, you can see they're trying to plug their attacking stumps. They're not spraying the ball as we would have seen. We just saw good controlled bowling from Denver. Attacking the stumps, not giving the batters any room. So they therefore would have to work for their runs. And I think that approach, you know, is competitive in the context of the game because their batters did not really give them, you know, much of a chance.
When you make 151 set, you have to be able to be on the money. You got to take all your catches. Around the wicket comes Descartes. Chanderpaul stands up straight, just punches it straight back down the wicket. They've now reverted to one slip in the process.
Well, I guess the pressure is coming because the lead is what, just 77 now, so they have to make decisions in terms of defensive moves versus attacking moves.
One slip and a gully go down. Chanderpaul just stands up straight and just pushes that up to mid-on, can't score. Now, let's look at that shot set. He could have maybe just stopped that ball top hand rather than looking to force it and get a single and get off strike. Because of that now, Anderson's just going to be like a normal spectator. And sometimes you need a rhythm to get going. Must be a challenge batting with Tej Chanderpaul.
Look at the opportunities that we have. You have John Campbell, you have Chanderpaul, Kirk McKenzie's pushing his nose up and ahead as well so far in the competition, getting his second century in consecutive matches. John Campbell just missed out his second. With one more game to go before the playoffs, I think these are critical in terms of the top order.
He was fighting back at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Trinidad and Tobago are 68 for 4.
And there is also a retirement.
Yeah, Cooper for naught. Evan Lewis for 18. Joy Gooley retired, not out hurt. Jason Mohammed, Pittman has picked him up for 3. And Amir Django, the double century maker, is picked up by Thomas. So some pressure now on Hines, the silver. I think that's going to be a good game.
Well, it's a good fight back because, you know, it was really...
Hurricanes leading by some 63 runs. Still not enough. But like you rightly said, the set. It's a good fight back so far. Pittman.
And the difference, that may have well been the difference. The
2 for 18 from his 7.
The youngster, we thought he could have been a part of that setup. That could have made a difference last week. It seems to be making a difference this week.
Just don't know. You got to find a room for McKenzie. No ball bowled here by Descartes. His first for the game. Don't know if he was maybe mashing the return crease there on that delivery. Over in Jamaica, don't know if they're having rain. Let me just check out and find out what's going on. Yeah, rain in Jamaica. 242 for 2.
But in spite of the rain, that's a good first day, you know, going for the Jamaicans.
A very clip rate. Kirk McKenzie, 102 not out. That's a big one, as you would say. based on what stands for back-to-back hundreds.
The players having some fun out there. You see good spirit there. Ambis pushing Anderson out of the crease and pretend to be taking the bails off. So they're all having fun.
Yeah, played in high spirits. The game so far, 75 for 1, 25 overs bowled. And Nacho Nando, he would feel very slighted.
Yes.
In terms of the way he got out. But in the context, I think you will have to understand. Scored 54, 65 balls, 43 dot balls, 8 fours and 1 6 in the batting for 96 minutes. Anderson comes quietly forward.
Well, he sweeps and he's getting a 4, Kevlon Anderson. That one was angling down the leg side. He played it well. Fine leg fielder coming around O'Geese and could not stop it.
Offline delivery there from Denver. And pretty strange set because he's coming around the wicket.
I'm not quite sure if he's seen something, because that's how he bowled when he had what could have been a chance with his first delivery. He did come from around the wicket, so he's trying similar thing, getting the ball to hold and stop and turn.
Chanderpaul for a moment seemed to be interested in a single at that time. Not bad. That's good. At least we've seen some intent there from Chanderpaul. Bowling is about rhythm. Got to get into your rhythm. You got to look like you want to bowl. You can't try to look to bowl like somebody. That's just my thing. And sometimes players can get fused. We have coaches around who want people to bowl like them or look like them or back like them.
Allow you to develop your own.
Yeah, you know, just tweak you. We
keep saying if Bumrah was a West Indian, maybe he would not have gone through the ranks. He would be changed.
I keep saying that all the time because I've been around them long enough to know. They come and tell you some stuff that starts to kind of amaze you. If some of the bowlers came now, look at Colin Croft. They'll tell you, no, Colin Croft, you can't bowl like that. You know, you're going to get injured. You know,
it was a terror.
Yeah,
you got right at the Antigua Recreation Grounds here.
You got to change your action.
Let the ball talk. Let the ball moving around.
The late Malcolm Marshall came now. They'll be saying the same thing. You know, you can't bowl chest on. It's just amazing. And Dave Joseph likes to remind me that it's the modern way set. But I know the fundamentals of the game remain the same. 80 for 1.
Yes, and individuals are unique. You have to allow their uniqueness once they, because you may cut something from a person's natural rhythm, natural mechanics.
I was saying that to Colin James up at the stadium set, where I asked him if you've ever seen another Michael Jordan. You might see glimpses of somebody who might do a Michael Jordan move, but will there ever be a Seth Burton? You know, however you look at it, God made all of us special in our own light.
That's right. And you must appreciate the uniqueness and nurture that uniqueness for outcomes.
Coming to tell you, we don't want you to bat that way and we don't want you to bowl this way, we want you to look this way. It's just really craziness sometimes.
I look at Terence Hines for Trinidad and Tobago. Very unique in his shot play.
Okay.
But he goes on, he scores 100, easy and simple.
Here's Anderson. Almost like in two minds there. He was caught whether he wanted to cut, whether he wanted to leave, and in the end the ball looked like it just rushed his bat. Went down to deep point.
The mindset. You got to be decisive in what you're doing. When it comes to cricket, you have a split second. Or maybe...
That's why the balance is also has to be important. Your fundamentals, and your use of your feet, your center of gravity is also has to be key. Because as you rightly said, Seth, you just got a split second. Talk to Chanderpaul about that. He comes quietly forward. He will do that all day. Chanderpaul. That is his 79th ball so far that he's faced, and he's got 71 dot balls with 1 4 and 13 runs. I'd love to be a fly on the wall in the Guyana Happy Eagles dressing room. Descartes. He's bowled his heart out so far. No wickets in the column yet. Chanderpaul just nudging this onto the onside, and the fielder caught napping on his heel.
Trinidad and Tobago further declining, 69 for 6.
Things are happening. Something must be happening up at the wicket up there. You got to go find out what's happening at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Is the wicket seaming around that much? Playing on a new track there. Here's Anderson.
Really whipping this one off the pads.
Lovely shot to square leg.
He's finding his confidence. That is so important to him, for him, and also for the team on the pads, and he really just turned the wrist on that one.
Well, Pittman has got 4 for 18. Set button.
Pittman, we spoke about that last week. In fact, you saw him running in and going through some paces with Sir Curtly Ambrose at that time, and you thought, look at that pace. And there are guys ambling in and bowling, and you wonder, why would you want to hold back someone with that raw talent and pace?
Yeah, because we have gatekeepers around set who continue to try to stifle the talent. We are not short of talent. What we're short is vision. And to have people who understand the game, to be able to take a chance on a player and develop them. Everybody wants to win set, rather than looking for the development. The Windward Islands Cricket Board says based on their young players, they've got a 5-year development plan. At least they have a plan on paper, so you understand what's happening. So they're accommodating the Bishops, the Noel, and those young guys into their formation.
If you have a plan and you even have to make adjustments, that is okay. That is part of it. But when you have a plan, then you can look at it and you say, this is my strategic plan, okay. At the end of the day, you evaluate, there is a gap, a strategy to performance gap. You say, this is how then I'm going to approach servicing that gap or the changes I'm going to make. But you must have a plan, and I think that plan has to be in place for our younger players, because you're right, it's not about talent. Every time we play as an under-19 team, we compete against the rest of the world in the best competitive environment, whether it is in Africa, Australia, wherever we are. So if we're doing it then, why the gap is so wide between our test team and the elite test team?
How can you not have Jakeem Pollard, that young fast bowler, coming out from Barbados there, not part of your setup? You can imagine if he gets into a real setup, how dangerous you think he can be. Come quietly forward. It's just amazing. Really, 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 really amazing. And it's not like we're winning set. So sometimes when you look into some of the franchises, some of the people that we're playing, we're not winning. So you might as well give the young people a chance so that they can play and develop. But like I said to you, Seth and Dave, there are some senior players that control some of the franchises around. And once they have power, trust me, some of the young talent is going to have a very difficult time in coming through. And that's where we need an independent investigation as to what's happening in the franchises.
You're taking it far further. Having the investigation. Don't worry, it's not a strong word. It's just how you interpret the word.
Shanda Paul just decide to just be comfortable. He's not worrying about anything. Don't think you will see him trying anything to hit anything over mid-on or mid-off. He'll be just contented to just bat, and come back tomorrow. He's not going to give it away. Flighted. See, he could have just delayed that set. See, you see the power that raced down to mid-on?
When you have a player like that, you can safely say if he takes you to bed, you're in a strong position.
Oh, you should be.
Forward.
Hoping that he doesn't leave the door open.
That's right.
He now comes and just works it into the square leg area. I would like to see him do more of that set. He's got the class. You're a test player. You come at this level, you work around the ball, make the feelers just be chasing leather. 87 for 1.
Shanda Paul is 15 from 87 deliveries. Kevlon Anderson 16 from 17. So you see the point we're making about the pace, but Vernon is making, as the over came to an end, Vernon, you're making that critical point. It is not a matter of being defensive or being patient, but it's a matter of just picking the gaps, turning the wrist, dropping it short, be prepared to run the singles, be prepared to rotate the strike so that it continues with the flow.
It could be frustrated for anybody who's partnering with Shanda Paul, because Shonda Paul is going to face most of the balls, and you want to get into a rhythm. You want to get going. You want to get moving. And, you know, sometimes he just stays there. He just nudges. He doesn't do anything extraordinary. Doesn't even look to rotate the strike consistently enough. Here waiting for a long time. Alex Atenes is trying to make some adjustments in the field.
They're looking a bit flat.
Yeah, they
at
are
this
flat.
stage.
Tyson is coming back. Second spell from the Sir Vivian Richards Pavilion.
That's what I anticipated, or I thought could have been the play at the beginning for him. Bowling from that end, in my view, matters.
Well, the funny thing about it is that Cyrus is playing. He's not bowled yet.
That's right.
I think they missed a trick this morning by leaving out Ned.
You're seeing a pattern here.
Jalen Tyson. Is he bowling from the right end? We'll find out. Ball dying on the wicketkeeper. Can someone please tell the wicketkeeper to take a step up?
Well, he has done that now. He has just marked where he would stand.
And the reason why I said that, if he was following the pattern of the game set, most of the bowlers who come in from the Sir Vivian Richards Pavilion, the ball has been dying.
Yes,
It's really not kicked up, really. So you have to remember, you have to put that in your think tank and remember. You already dropped a sitter. Did he drop the sitter, right? Shonda Paul is coming quietly forward.
Well, we thought it was edged, but in the end, the umpire signaled leg by. So that was a fact.
He was saved by that.
Yes.
Thought he got a little inside edge onto it, basically there.
He did show disgust about.
But he still has to.
But
he still has to catch that, because he might have been a different ball game had he maybe caught that.
That's right. The umpire
might have been a different ball game. And those come, you have to take those.
Ooh. He got something special there, Vernon.
Yeah, that had some bounce on it. And former captain Dave Joseph said, who's on our panel, you have to be prepared to come and bend your back. And I said this to you, Seth. There were matches played at Warner Park in St. Kitts, and every time Andy Roberts came, he went away with a bag of wickets. It didn't matter if he was playing for Antigua, the Leewards, or whoever.
That's
always took wickets at Warner Park. And
Yes.
people used to say, oh, it's a batting track. But Andy Roberts always walked with a bag of wickets.
That's right. And
Shonda Paul is punching that out to the sweeper on the offside.
And the same bowler took wickets in India at a time when everybody was saying about India being
it's about your craft.
Graveyard and about India is a spin dust. And he did bend his back. It's about your approach.
Understanding your
Yes.
craft.
That's right.
And that comes from, that didn't just happen overnight. Andy Roberts worked on his craft, and he always believed that he could get somebody out on anything. A lot of people today tend to blame the pitch. They come and they tell you, oh, Dave, that pitch there is a flat pitch. It's a cricket pitch. Got to go and work. Jalen Tyson. Here's Anderson on driving down the ground. No need to chase 4 runs. He plays that shot very well.
Very well.
Kevlin Anderson.
On the front foot, walking into the shot. Good movement with the top hand. Middling it well. Knew where he wanted to hit it. And I think that has been one of the factors for him, on and off, with what he wants to do. Making up his mind whether he wants to cut or whether he wants to drive. Whether I think that has been a challenge for him. And when he's on the go, he looks so simple and correct.
He's got some mannerism like Sir Richie Richardson. Comes back and across. Over comes to an end. Got an easy boundary. 92 for 1.
92 for 1. An excellent, superb start by the Guyana Happy Eagles. They have really had the upper hand on the Windward Islands Volcanoes throughout this game. limiting them to 151 in 37.1 overs. And now they are batting well, 92 for 1.
You know, a lot of times, Seth, we go to a cricket game and we really don't give enough major credit to the groundsmen.
That's right.
And everybody's always querying, well, I wonder what kind of pitch they had at Survivan, so ARG. And our modern cricketers just blame too many people.
Go and play cricket. If you have to play it on grass, you play it on grass. You can't control what happens wherever you go around the world. So whatever you have, make the best of it.
But there's another school of thought to that. Here, Shandapal running. I'm catching Cyrus there mid on the back foot. And Cyrus, it look like it's Tyson. And Dave, as a lot of the players coming up when you went to factory, you took some pride out because under Taddy Arundel, the Ayatollah, you had to go sometimes and roll the pitch. These young players coming up today, Seth, if you drop your son somewhere and the pitch is not, he wants to go back home. He's not even thinking about that.
About preparation.
About preparation. We used to have to go and prepare a pitch and
well, all the guys who are preparing the pitch, most of them are going off the scene or close, and it is a matter of replacement because that's part of, you can't play cricket without a pitch.
Here is Anderson sweeping again. Down to the boundary for 4. That fielder coming around had to stop that.
I said before, once he makes up his mind and he has clarity of thought, he will progress. That's Kevlon Anderson.
Yeah.
But whenever he's decisive, he's just indecisive rather, he looks just a different player, looks out of sorts.
Yeah, badly line delivery there by Demba. Don't understand the tactic of him coming on, right-hander coming around the wicket. Must have known something that I don't know about. It's kind of quite confusing to me. Demba. Again, he comes around the wicket.
That's really defensive bowling.
Yeah, it is.
You know,
if you're a spinner, you want to come over the wicket to the right-hander. So that's where the short leg is going to come into play.
Once you're coming from around the wicket, you've already decided that I'm being defensive. I'm not looking for wickets. I'm looking more to stop scoring.
97 for 1. Clipped away into the onside. Anderson is going to come back for 2. Shandapal is already put up his hand like a traffic policeman and has shut that down earlier.
Explain to me why that was not 2. That went past Amber's short.
Because he wants to strike. It's obvious. You got to look to run everything.
Well, maybe Anderson said, "Hold on."
98 for 1. That's a full toss. Has to do a lot better with that. Demba's lucky to get away with that set.
Yes, only a single. He prodded it. That really should be coming from over the long on boundary, perhaps on the Richie Richardson stand or on the press box stand. It was a full toss. He didn't really make any effort to do anything, but just to block it and work it in the onside.
The breeze has been very consistently strong here today, coming in from the eastern area, and Seth did come up with an important point. With the mahogany trees aging, not as big to be able to save the breeze, but it's just been powering through. 99 for 1, 30 overs bowled. Is this time for Cyrus?
Well, let's see what Atenes is thinking.
Yeah, it's Cyrus time.
Well, Atenes has gotten to the realization.
And the reason why he's gone to Cyrus is because Descartes bowled 10 overs, no maidens, 26 runs, no wicket, 1 no ball. Let me repeat, he bowled 10 on a trot set. 10 overs, no maidens, 26 runs, no wicket. Wow. Ryan John, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 8 runs, no wicket. Gillen Tyson, 5 overs, no maidens, 38 runs, no wicket. And Kenneth Demba, 8-1, 26-1. See the bus arriving. So somebody told them, well, be on standby. But I think this can go right down to about maybe 5:30. Because based on the scoreboard, I think we have like at least 20 overs remaining. And if we check the time.
Because most of the bowling would have been done by pacers throughout the day.
Certainly. So we have something different here. The only thing is that we don't have a Mackay McKenzie for the Leeward Islands. Here we go. Flatter faster. And Shanda Paul trying to juggle and play around there. Here goes Cyrus. Shanda Paul comes quietly forward. Score is 99 for 1. 99 for 1. Here Shanda Paul whipping a full toss. Got to do a lot better with that. Can't get away with that. You got to find the gap there.
Well, the gap was so easy between mid-on and a man on the mid-wicket boundary. There is only a short mid-wicket in Ambrose, and that was a full toss, a looping one.
Here Shanda Paul losing shape there. He should have been able to just get deep into his crease and punch the ball onto the offside. Trying to play a forcing shot onto the onside, and he had a full toss before he missed out in putting that away to the boundary. Hope he's not looking to blame the bat. Cyrus, can he create some magic here? Shanda Paul comes quietly forward. Over comes to an end. So Cyrus starts with a maiden, and the score remains at the end of 31, 99 for 1 in the West Indies Championship for 2026.
Well, he was trying to find his way, or is trying to find his way, because he came in at a time when I thought the batters were already set. 31 overs, in fact, 30 being bowled before he was brought into the attack. And I think, as you mentioned, it would have been good to get him in a bit earlier to see what impact that he could make. But
right after the rain break set, McKenzie is gone for 114. So Jamaica are now 258 for 3. Almost sound like a 50-over game.
Yes.
It's going at a clip rate, indeed.
Well, that was the case. They continued in the vein of the first game when they
chased down that big total.
Precisely.
Here goes Denver. All spin now for the Windward Islands. Anderson just stroking this up to the short mid-wicket fielder. Can't score. Score remains on 99 for 1. Denver round the wicket. Anderson again clipping it. Can't beat Sonny Lambre, so he's tumbling on the ground there. A lot of activities happening behind us. A lot of noise. That's the uniqueness of the Antigua Recreation Ground Stadium. Clipped again. So many years ago, Denmore, it's not Denmore set. I can remember doing my first football game here. Sink It, Nevis versus Antigua and Barbuda. I'll give you a story about that. Set. Clipped again. Can't beat Sonny Lambris. Ambris is saying, what happened? You giving me catching practice? Just hit one to me and I'll send you back in the hut. Anderson would be advised to play the ball as straight as possible. He's back now. 100 up for Guyana, and they come quite easily back for 2 runs. So Denver just offline. 100 up for Guyana. 101 for 1. 32 overs have been bowled. And this has really been a real, I don't want to say easy going, but it's been, Anderson has quickly scored 27 off 27 set, 18 off 99.
Yes, he's going well. He's been positive, been decisive, was not that way at the beginning of his innings. But I think also that Denver has been a bit too defensive. And you're not seeing him trying to flight the ball. You're not seeing him coming from around over the wicket to the right-hander, and losing a bit of consistency in the over he just bowled.
Here goes Cyrus to bowl to Shanda Paul. Shanda Paul leaves alone. Seth will take a small break because I think he will be doing the end of play interview with the player of the day. Dave Joseph steps into the comfort zone chair. Kenny turns back to the sharp mid-wicket fielder. I think that person will happen to be Niall Smith, who I sure would be, you'll have to consider him to be the player of the day. Picked up 5 wickets. Here goes Cyrus to Shanda Paul. Shanda Paul is forward. Good afternoon again, Dave.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Vernon. And we see Guyana cruising along. 101 for 1.
Shows you how good this track is.
Yeah, it's certainly a good batting track. But
Well,
as
all of the Devils are out of it now, right?
I don't think so, really. As I said to you, once you're willing to work hard and bend your back, you'll get, you know, some results. As you see, it was
Here goes Cyrus.
Ooh.
He is peeled for a catch there at first slip. Good sharp low catch there by Hodge. Kevin Hodge at first slip. I think it came off the pad more or less.
You're saying it was Descartes bowling 10 overs for like 26 runs.
Yeah.
He's bowled pretty well.
Here's Shanda Paul clipping that. Can't beat the
and he
short mid-wicket fielder.
Yeah, he really ran in, Vernon, and bent his back. He got the ball to move around a bit. He bowled some, you know, nice areas. So
He was rewarded for bowling in the nice areas.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Once you're willing to work hard, you can get results.
So we've seen so far for round 2, 3 half-centuries for the day's play and a century by Kurt Mackenzie. John Campbell will be very mad that he missed out with a 96. We've seen a 5-wicket haul, and we'll journey our way back up to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and find out what's happening. Trinidad and Tobago was 79 for 6, and the young Kelvin Pittman promising on debut. So he picked up 4 wickets.
Yeah, well, I thought for the first game, Vernon Pittman has been hard done based on the Leeward Island bowlers that I'm seeing. Yeah, I think he should be in that setup, you know, at all times.
Here is Anderson just tugging this one down. I think it might have ricocheted off of the short leg fielder's pads. Did you ever had a chance to feel a short leg, Dave?
No. That wasn't my favorite place. Yeah, I'd rather been in the slips.
Yeah.
You know, maybe a little tip for some of the youngsters. I decided that I wasn't going to chase any leather, Springer, so I worked on my fielding and my catching. So any team I turned up for, they say, oh,
we got a slippy.
Dave, you got a slip. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a speciality area that you want to work on. Shanda Paul comes quietly forward. Bias for this game, Carl Tuckett from the island of Nevis, tuning up into the Twin Island Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and Dighton Butler from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Lovely island. Denver. He's not doing anything with the ball here at all. Dave?
Yeah, he's been bowling pretty negative, as you guys alluded to early on. He has got to back himself and back his talents and back his abilities. You know, try to bowl some good areas and hope that he can get the batsman to play some foul shots.
Just above the eye line, you want to just get Shanda Paul just coming down. And where, you know, the variations of some of those deliveries are also going to be key.
Yeah, I think, you know, with the field placement that they have to, maybe these guys are looking to go to closer play, really. But Anderson has been batting against him and trying to work the ball into the onside.
Now Shanda Paul wants a single.
Yeah. I think they have some issues running between the wicket, Vernon, as you said early on.
Everybody's afraid.
I think what's happening is it's been a negative influence. Shanda Paul, he doesn't look to run. He's not looking to get a single, so it just the other players will tend to think that we're not going to get any runs, especially once he's facing. And when he's at a non-striker and he doesn't look to advance to get a single Springer.
He's not backing up.
Yeah, he's not interested in that at all.
And I think this is something that, you know, even when he's playing for the West Indies, it's all well to just bat and bat, but you've got to be able to rotate the strike, because that can frustrate somebody who's in a rhythm. Most people want to get going. You want to get your blood pumping.
Yeah, so right that I remember my good teammate Ridley Jacobs, whenever he comes into the wicket, he wants to get off the mark, and you got to be ready to get him off the mark. He doesn't like to be a knot.
Here is a delivery by Cyrus. Flatter faster is aiming for those pads. Anderson playing the ball as late as possible. I think Atenes has to try something different, Dave. He can't wait for something to happen. Maybe just get a short leg in. You got a slip point. Just try something different for Cyrus.
Yeah, well, Springer, you've got to have the armory to do so. I'll tell you that much. I think he's working right within his limits. He knows what he has, and he's trying to use them to his best.
Single on the onside by Anderson. Brings Shandapur back into strike. Because a lapse in concentration sometimes, Dave, might just open that gate.
Yeah, but as I say, you've got to have the armory to put that ball in the right area to create that, you know, that sort of error.
Let's look at this field, Dave. What do you think about this?
Yeah.
You're really right. It's just a negative.
Yeah,
they're now forcing Cyrus now to bowl down into that onside.
Yeah, well, he's bowling leg break, so that's pretty okay. But it tells me that he doesn't bowl much of a googly, Springer.
Well, that is the issue which I'm sort of kind of strange.
Yeah.
Strange about most wrist spinners. You know, that would be their trump card.
Yeah, well, he obviously doesn't have that in his repertoire. So, based on the field placement.
It's almost a headache here now for Athenes. Who's going to be the bowler, Dave, that is going to put their hand up and get the Windward Island Vulcan as a 5-wicket haul?
Well, I think you need to get back to Ryan and just say to him, let's hold a good line and a good length here somewhere around the off stump, and let's try and put these guys on the check. They've been scoring pretty freely. 1s and 2s coming.
Here is a sweep shot.
4 runs easily.
Badly lined delivery by Cyrus. And it's gone for 4. And just too many boundary balls, Dave.
Yeah, that's it. You've got to try and eliminate those boundary balls, and you try to build some pressure on these guys. Get some dot balls in. And I think Descartes was doing that pretty well.
He was.
He tried, you know, his heart out. He really ran in and bowled, bend his back. And as you said, Descartes has been the player that has been moving around and trying to work on his cricket. And it really shows.
4 more.
Yes.
I think he likes to see that shot.
Yes, same shot. Swept around for 4. Again, Springer, that's a shot we don't see very often with the youngsters.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
We don't.
Being in Guyana, I know we'll see a lot of spinners, so maybe that's, you know, better shot for those areas. But sometimes you tell the youngsters about sweeping, even in the nets, they act like asking you, what are you talking about?
35 overs bowl, 112 for 1.
What's it strange, Springer? They're not sweeping conventionally, but they want to reverse sweep.
They want to switch it?
Yeah.
Imagine that?
I don't know.
You can't sweep, but you want to switch it. You know?
Yeah, it's modern day stuff.
Oh gosh, boy, it's amazing. It's really amazing, Dave. Denver still continuing. How effective can Denver be? That's a big question. What are his lines that he's going to try and bowl?
Well, he needs to ask himself some questions. Maybe 1 or 2, like, have I bowled any ball from over the wicket to Shandapur or to any of these batters? Let's try a few from there and see what happens.
I don't know. I'm confused. On drive by Shandapur. Tyson can't stop the single, and the wicketkeeper almost allowed the ball to go through. You have both gloves.
Well, it's good backing up on behalf of, who's that?
Hodge.
Is Hodge, Kevin Hodge?
Yeah.
Yeah, good backing up.
But that certainly would have been overthrows.
Yeah, again, you got to be careful because the sun is dipping on that side, so the wicketkeeper will have the son to Dave said, you got to be careful how you throw it to him. And again, I don't think he had any need to throw that ball just now. The batsmen were already through.
Denver to Anderson.
His first ball over the wicket, Springer.
Yeah, he must have heard you, Dave.
Yeah, well, you got to try something different, you know.
You know, one of the things I've seen also happening now, Dave, when guys come forward, they're looking to score. If you come forward, Dave, you kill the ball right there.
Yeah, that's something I've been preaching to my young cricketers, you know. But everybody pushes the ball off. You know, and you ask them, like, how much runs are you looking to score? And they say none, but so why are you pushing it away?
Just kill the ball there.
Yeah, sometimes it's almost going back to the bowler, going up the short, extra cover, you know, for a catch.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I grew up at the time, Dave, with easily one of the best players of spin bowling, Victor Eddy. And he used to practice that for hours. When his dad was around him, Dave, that ball would have to stay right there. And his father would tell him when he played that ball, he had to stop right there, consistently.
Is he still around his dad?
No, his dad passed.
Oh.
Yeah, 51 partnership between Anderson and Chandapal of 87 deliveries.
Yeah. I remember coming to St. Kitts, you know, seeing his dad and, you know, Victor, and I think I got the tail end of Victor playing for St. Kitts versus Antigua.
Yes, you did.
And he was a master of playing spin. Yeah, he had all the time in the world.
No, trust me, man. His father, he got him over there and he had to kill the ball. And sometimes he would stay from, like, way over on the wall where they live.
Yeah.
And ask Victor, what is he doing?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, but Victor Eddy was a master of playing spin, though.
Yeah. That's an art. That's why sometimes I'm amazed these days. And Dave, when you played, I can remember, Dave, the first time I saw you for Antigua against St. Kitts, Virgil Newton and Gishard and company. And I think you had just made a big score against somebody, Dave, and you came to St. Kitts. And as soon as you came, they had long on, long off. And Hesketh Benjamin was the manager. And he came out of the dressing room on the balcony and he said, Virgil, Joseph is on north.
Yeah, it was some real, you know.
I'll never forget that, Dave.
Yeah, well played by Anderson.
Punched away. But just being around Hesketh, you know, he's saying, you don't know. Dave Joseph back 170 the last game. This game, he's a north.
Yeah, well, as I tell you, some guys play, you know, what they do, they play names sometimes they play scores, you know, before the game has even started. You know, remember Captain for Leewards, you know, lots of games, these guys, sometimes the team will go flat. I'm trying to find out for them, what's going on, guys? You know, there's a new batter in, let's get going.
Boy, it's amazing. Chandapal comes quietly forward.
Right. And this is something we don't see very much, Springer. We don't see the support of the fielders, you know, supporting the bowlers in this modern day cricket. But as Leewards, we used to be, you know, really chirping around the batsmen, and sometimes, you know, I believe the chirping actually got some of the batsmen out.
Of course. Here goes Ryan John. He's like a Big Mac truck going after it. Are they going to test him? No. They're comfortable with 2 runs there. Well, I could tell you about that because being around the St. Kitts team, the pace attack that you guys had, trust me, it was fast, furious, and battery. So you know what was going to be happening. You listen to McChesney Simon and company and the late Otto. Trust me, it was a lot of chatter.
Yeah, he had a whole slip card. Most of the time, Antigua had only, the cover out.
Yeah.
Everybody was just behind the stumps or behind the crease for that matter, whether it's going to be on the leg side or the off side. You know, these guys bowling real quick.
I always tell people, Dave, I'll give you a little story, Dave. Here, Chandapal back and cracking that square. He won't get a boundary. He get a couple of runs if he wants. He can get 3. Is he interested? Kevlin Anderson is. And Chandapal finally decides to run 3. Might be his first 3 in the 2 games so far.
Yeah, well, he needs to improve on his running then, Springer.
120 for 137 overs bowl. I tell some of them young batters, young players, that if they came in a time of Hungry Walsh and Quinn and company, they would have to have the ambulances lined up all the time.
Yeah, well, Hungry was pretty fierce, you know, and he's not an easy customer. Whether the ball is old or new, he's coming at you. You know, one time I remember in Nevis, playing against Nevis, and we had a ball like about what, maybe 60 odd overs old, and Ralston after the then captain was saying to Hungry, I want to give you a few overs, but the ball is a bit old. And he said to Ralston, I haven't tried yet, so I don't know if it's old. And that guy came on and bowled some lightning pace balls.
Ooh, yes, man.
I think he got Keith Arterton out with a short ball that took the top of the bat and flew down 3/4 away to the backward point, to the backward. Ooh.
Outside the line. And you know why, right, Dave? Because he's coming around the wicket. That would have had to really straighten to convince Carl Tuckett.
Yeah, to hit the stumps. Yeah.
That is what you were talking about. In fact, the ball pitched outside the line of the off stump as well, too.
Yeah, if he was over the wicket, he'd be able to get straighter balls being bowled to Shanda ball and the stumps. And then any spin you get from there going across him will be a plus for you.
Denver is coming around the wicket. He's going to come and try to see if he can prize out Shanda Paul. Badly line delivery again. Shanda Paul just leaned into it and just picked up a very easy single. Somebody has to tell the fielder there that the sun is right there, just as Dave was talking about. They've got to be aware of these things. Can't be firing in the ball still at the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, better off not throwing it if you don't need to.
And the issue is here, this might have been the first time, but they would have practiced here, so that's something that you would have been able to pick up.
Yeah, well, maybe they would have practiced in the mornings, not in the afternoons. Vernon.
You think so?
Maybe.
I think one team had I think based on the rotation list, if they did, one team is in the morning, one team is in the afternoon.
They'll rotate around.
Yes.
All right.
Denver to Anderson. Anderson is clipping this into the onside. Gets a very easy single. Looks a lot more relaxed in this innings, Anderson. Goes up to 40.
Yeah, he reminds me, a bit of, they've got, what's his name? It's a batter from Guyana, they call him Keith Semple. Yeah, he reminds me very much of him. He's pretty easy, has time to play shots too.
He's got the mannerism of a Richie Richardson as well too. Maybe not in the shots, but it's in his body.
Yeah.
Body armor.
Body structure.
Yeah, just the way he goes about it. He's not in any hurry. Just the way he sets up as well too in terms of his crease. Not that square, but got the mannerism. Shanda Paul just easing this one out to cover. Don't think we'll get in these 12 overs, Dave. It's now, we look at the time. Light is still good, 5:28. I think the umpires will try to push as much as possible to see how far they can go. But I don't see them going past 5:30.
Yeah, as I said, Springer, time is dwindling away here and the overs are yet to be put in. You need, 12 overs in how much time?
Originally, the umpires are in control of the game, so we'll see at the Survivorited Stadium. They did try to get in there, but I don't see them going past 5:30. On my watch, I've got 5:28.
Yeah, the shadows are lengthening here.
Yeah. Cyrus.
We've seen a change in feel now, Springer. We've got a deep backward square where Anderson swept 2 balls of 4 in the last over.
He's whipping that pass mid on. If the fielder doesn't stop it, that's big effort. Seemed to have lost the ball. That should have been 2 runs.
Well, he dove onto it and it's actually like he's injured himself.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Or maybe the ball, maybe.
Yeah, he dropped on the ball. It seemed like he's holding his rib area here.
He's okay. He's back up again.
Yeah.
Fizzer didn't have to come out.
For once. As you said, the last game at Survive was.
Oh my gosh!
Physio coming out every second.
for both teams.
Yeah, we have seen that here for the Windward especially. Physio has been on and off the field very fast.
She's been working for her money, as they would say.
Yeah,
23 for 1. The left-hander comes in to strike. Cyrus comes around the wicket, stayed away. John again is after this. He'll only get 1 run in the process. And John, like, he can't wait to get off the field to get a proper ice bath and come back tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I've been watching that spring. The Windward's players are looking real flat and sore. Yeah, John in particular, he's at mid-wicket. He's looking real sluggish.
Anderson comes quietly forward. He knows he's got a start here. It was dropped or not. And you want to capitalize on that one. 124. So, getting himself lined up. Here's Anderson back and looking to punch that. Can't beat the mid-outfielder. What he doesn't want to do is get too aggressive here. This could maybe be the last over. So he still has to be circumspect. He's 41 from 44 deliveries. Chanderpaul is 27. Anderson coming quietly forward.
Yeah, I think what you were saying earlier on, Springer, you probably might need to put in a short leg to create. If you notice, Anderson is actually reaching outside the half stump and he's tapping the ball into the onside.
I think he's overbalancing himself as well too.
No, he's actually taking the silly mid off out of play. That's what he's doing.
All the time.
Yeah.
Clips it again.
So in his mind, he doesn't even have a silly mid off.
Over comes to an end. 39 overs, ball 124 for 1. Trinidad and Tobago, 82 for 6. They're trailed by some 49 runs. The captain, Joshua De Silva, is not out on 13, and Anderson Phillip putting up his hand, not out on 2. And he's faced 31 balls. Wow. That's really good commitment. And they still got Gooley to come back. Game on there. Here goes Denver. Round the wicket to Chanderpaul. Chanderpaul again comes forward. So this is what I was saying, Dave. It's almost like winding down. So I'm saying just try something different.
Yeah, well, he could fly to 2. Fly to a ball or 2. Yeah.
Just try something just above the eye line.
Chanderpaul
might be tempted. That's not a bad line there, but they get an easy single. I think that man is there wasted. Skipper.
Yeah, well, he probably could, as you say, try something different. You know, if you keep him on pressure, under the pressure, and then maybe try to loop 1 or 2. Let's see what he does. He might induce a foul shot.
It's going to bowl to the right-hander in Kevlin Anderson. Anderson comes quietly forward, like there. Victor would have killed that right in front of him. He wouldn't have gone nowhere.
Yeah, well.
Boom, right there.
Again, Vernon, as you'd recognize, it takes lots of practice.
It does.
Yeah, lots and lots of practice.
I want to say good afternoon to Livingston Sargent, who celebrated his birthday some time a couple of days ago. I think he's turned 79 now. Sarge, as they would call him, was one of the batsmen, along with people like Enoch Lewis and Jim Allen. Those guys not to have maybe played for the West Indies team.
Ooh.
He's out like before.
Yeah, that looked pretty straight.
Yes, Anderson misjudging one there. Came across, didn't go right down to sweep. Carl Tuckett saw his leg stump. And he goes a judge leg before to Kenneth Denver. Misjudgment there by Kevlin Anderson. Look at it, Dave.
Well, I've seen it, Spring. I don't even have to look at the replay because it's exactly what we've been talking about. He came over the wicket, and I'll tell you what happens. His bowling arm, when he gets close to the stumps, is rotating right over in line with the stumps. So the ball comes down pretty straight. And what happens to Anderson is looking to sweep because he was actually sweeping in before. And now he missed that one, and he was straight on.
Yeah, I think a good decision by Carl Tuckett.
Yeah, very good decision by Tuckett.
A lapse in judgment there by Kevlin Anderson. You heard the description there from Dave Joseph. The umpires are having a discussion. Are they going to continue? Light is good. Tevin Imla is coming out. How many balls do we have in this over? One?
One, yeah. One remaining.
Could be a maiden wicket over. Could be a double strike as well.
Yeah, well, it's a good time to get some pressure on this new batsman here now. Is the captain?
I don't know if Atenes is that brave.
Well, he need to get brave at some point.
He just seems to be a very conservative captain.
No, you've got to back yourself, Springer.
Especially with Imla coming out now.
Yeah, and your role is actually to get the wickets, get somebody out, get these guys out.
So Imla is just going to be allowed. In fact, I don't need that field out there.
Deep mid wicket?
Yeah. And he's got the deep back of square. That man can come on the 45, Dave.
Well, he seems to know something about Imla, as you wouldn't recognize. I don't think he'd want to try any rash shots at this time, so maybe you should have to put him under some pressure and force him into that shot. But he still had an extra man that he could have used there, Springer, with the off spinner, bowl into a right hand. He could have taken the man from backward point and place him in front of him and still keep the mid wicket. So you're locking him down. You have the man blocking him from going over the top, and you still have some pressure in front of him. You know, one thing I used to enjoy about St. Kitts cricket, St. Kitts used to be attacking you and still defending at the same time. They'll have 2 men on the boundary and 2 men in front of your bat. So it's not like you could just go over the top
and blast the ball away.
No, you have to really go with caution. Yeah, that's one thing I always remember about St. Kitts.
All right, so let's see what he's doing here now.
Yeah, we've got some pressure here now.
Yeah, but I want the pressure in front of Chandapal because he's just poking.
Yeah, but it's not looking like it's making any sense to me, Springer. This bowler is not bowling much of a googly. So where he has the men placed, it doesn't look like the ball is going to go there. As I said, I want to see a silly mid off and a short leg.
Early. Chandapal is going to do that all day. He's not somebody who's going to look to go square. He's somebody who's going to look to
stay in front.
In front. And he's not a person who's going to nudge the ball around us, or he does not. It's got to be offline for him to nudge that. See, he would just whip that there.
Yeah, well, I'd say the time of the game, you could actually, put a bit of pressure.
Yeah, it's coming down close to the end.
Yeah, in front of him. Let him see that man in front of him, in front of his face.
Both eyes, out his left, out of his right. See, the length there, yes, that's comfortable for Chandapal. Imla is not. This is his second delivery. 126 for 2. Here is Imla getting the ball, which he's pulling through mid wicket for 4.
Yeah, he kept pretty low.
He did.
Brennan, yeah.
Did. He's going to have to be careful with that.
Yes, I'm trying to figure out here, Vernon, how, a leg spinner reaching this level of cricket and hasn't got a googly in his repertoire. You haven't seen that ball from him at all. And the field placement that they normally said doesn't suggest that he doesn't. Ooh!
Here's Imla.
Ooh!
Think he's in trouble there. That was hit ferociously into his shoulder.
In his shoulder, yeah.
Ah!
And the physio comes out again.
Out comes the physio. I think that should be the end of the day's play. That alone.
That's Atenes, isn't it?
Yes, the captain. That's going to need a proper icing. That was hit ferociously.
Yeah, that looked like the end of the day's play.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a serious blow there to his shoulder. It was pulled hard.
Yeah. He was short as well, too.
Yeah.
But anybody who feels a short leg needs special insurance. That's all I would say.
That's a serious place.
That's all I would say, Dave.
Yep.
Anybody who's feeling in that position, Yeah, they certainly need special insurance. No doubt about that.
Yeah, so very good day's play of cricket.
Yeah.
Yeah, good to see cricket back at the ARG, Vernon.
So let me just give the viewers and folks a update in terms of what would have happened. The Windward Islands in their first innings were dismissed for 151 in 37.1 overs. Aki Mogi, Scott Anderson Bowl, Kimo Paul for 2. Johan Jeremiah was Scott Imla Bowl, Niall Smith for 1. Kevin Hodge was Scott Imla Bowl, Niall Smith for 4. Alex Atenes, LBW to Niall Smith for 9. Sonny Lambris was Bowl Shamar Joseph with a beauty for 35. Shadok Descartes was Scott Savoy Bowl Paul for 1. And we now go over to Seth Burton for the Player of the Day series, for the Live and Louder Player of the Day series.
Good. So today we are delighted to interview Niall Smith after a 5 for 38. Outstanding figures. How are you feeling now?
It's a pretty great feeling, getting a 5 after a long time. Last year it come pretty close to 4 wicket, but just couldn't get over the line. So it's a great feeling to come back and get a 5.
You started off the bowling from this northern end. Did the pitch offer you much assistance?
Yeah, definitely. I think it had some moisture, so the ball was seaming a lot. So it was just keep the batsman playing and just hit the right areas.
When you consider the position of the game, at one stage you had them 21 for 5, and then you came off of the bowling a little bit. Did you have more gas that you think you could have gotten them for under 100?
Yeah, I did, but the captain had a plan. He wanted to change it around and give Shamar a chance to bowl, and when Kimo was finished, I was going to come from the bottom, but things didn't go as planned, so I just came back from the top after.
Okay, so we're in the second game of the Tri-Series. So do you have any targets set in terms of number of wickets you'd like to have by the end of the season?
I think I come into this tournament with 81 wickets, so I'm looking to achieve that 100 wicket before the finals. So,
any more 5-4s? You have five wicket hauls. Any more 5-4s are you perceiving by then?
Well, hopefully, but I'm not looking, to go bigger. Just looking to, work with the plans and just, try and hit the areas early as possible, and hopefully success is going to come my way all the time. Yeah.
Okay, so you had your first match at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium in North Sound, and you have your second match here. Any comparison in terms of the pitches? What's the difference?
Yeah, I think at Sir Viv, it was a bit more grass. Well, a lot more grass, and it was some extra bunks and seam movements of the wicket, so it was much difficult for the batsman, but was easy for the bowlers once you put the ball in the right areas. But this wicket early up, it got a little grass, but I think the moisture is kind of dry off now, so it's pretty much easier for bat now.
So going into the second innings, possible you expect another opportunity to bowl if as required?
Yeah, definitely. Well, there's a job, so I always looking down bowl, but you just gotta get a good start, give the team a good start, and I think once the ball get a bit older, it's kind of easier, for the batsman. So hopefully we could shift the top early again and let the spinners get into their work.
Last question: how was the chemistry between you and Kimo Paul in that opening spell?
It's always a good chemistry between us. Kimo, he's a senior bowler, played Test cricket and everything, so. Kimo's always experienced, always know his work, so it's just me to assist him, any way possible. So.
Okay, all the best to you and to the Guyana Happy Eagles team.
Thank you.
Keep going.
So we heard it there for the Player of the Day, the Live and Louder Player of the Day, Niall Smith speaking to Live and Louder commentator Seth Burton. And the man himself really delivering in a very big way, Niall Smith. So congratulations to him for a big 5-wicket haul. 13 overs, 36 runs, 5 wickets. And we're looking now at what we've got, the Live and Louder game changer highlights. Just looking at some of the dismissals there this morning, Dave.
Yeah, that was a beautiful delivery there. by Smith.
Yeah, use it for anything, sir? Oh, all right, perfect. Good.
Really
Well, good.
interesting
Well done.
highlights in the context of things. Ghana's seam attack this morning, just having the energy of having somebody with their test bowler like Shamar Joseph complementing Kimo Paul and company. So you had Smith, Paul, Shamar Joseph. Smith 13 overs, 2 maidens, 36 runs, 5 wickets. Kimo Paul 9 overs, 2 maidens, 46 runs, 2 wickets. And Shamar Joseph 10 overs, no maidens, 52 runs, 2 wickets. So 9 wickets between the seamers, Dave, based on the concept.
Yeah, it was a beautiful display of fast bowling today. You know, both pace and movement on this track. You know,
and some good catching as well too.
This is it. I think the guys, you know, bowled pretty well.
Leo tried to turn the game upside down in a contest. In terms of, you know, trying to take the game away from the Guyana team. Played some extravagant shots, but just wasn't tough enough. Good catch, good running catch there. And that was the beauty. That's the one that dismissed Ambrose.
Yeah, that was quick. Yeah, I think for Joseph, this is actually his go-to ball and gets down into the crease.
Really impressive there. Denver came and tried to play out of his skins. Good sharp low catch
Low
there.
catch again.
Yeah, the slip catching was brilliant. Few streaks. How many times, Dave, you had seen balls race down to third man? There we go, in the air. That's the 5-wicket haul there for the big man.
Wow.
And here's now the Guyanans. Very fine shot there to get off the mark there as Macho Nando. On top of that and cracking that square for 4. And I think the cover drive would easily be one of the best shots that you would have played for the day.
Yeah, he played some lovely shots to get to, you know, 50 yard.
And that was sweet too. That one he hit to square leg.
Yeah, I was hoping that he'd be able to turn the half centuries into a century, but he didn't.
This is the one that he hit for 6 to bring up his 50. And then he was outsmarted by Denver. Missed time, lost his shape, and a good catch by Cyrus. And then Kevlin Anderson, misjudgment. Look at the leg stump right there. He doesn't feel that he got out. He's trying to say to umpire Carl Tuckett that he wasn't out. So we saw the highlights here. 130 for 241 overs. And just for the folks who like to keep stats, let me just go to the scorecard very quickly. Aki Mogi, Scott Anderson bowled Powell for 2. Johan Jeremiah caught Imla bowl Niall Smith for 1. Kevin Hodge caught Imla bowl Niall Smith for 4. Alex Atenes, LBW to Smith for 9. Sonny Lambris bowled Shamar Joseph for 35. Shadrach Descartes caught Savory bowl Kimo Paul for 1. Noel Lear caught Savory bowl Niall Smith for 36. Ryan John caught Anderson bowl Moti for 37. Kenneth Denver caught Anderson bowl Shamar Joseph for 15. Darryl Cyrus caught Pamal bowl Niall Smith for 5. Tyson Nutter 1. We had 5 extras, 1 by, 1 leg by, 1 wide, and 2 no balls. Bowling figures for the Guyana team. Niall Smith, the live and louder player of the day. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 36 runs, 5 wickets. Kimo Paul, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 46 runs, 2 wickets. Shamar Joseph, his first game for the 2026 West Indies Championship season. 10 overs, no maidens, 52 runs, 2 wickets. Gurkish Moti continued his good bowling form from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 3.1, 1 overs, 4 maidens, 1 run. And for Sammy Pomal, 2 overs, no maidens, 11 runs, no wicket. In reply, Guyana closed day 1 on 130 for 2. They trailed by some 21 runs. Tejumai Chandapal knocked out 29. 129 balls faced, 108 dot balls, 1 boundary. Has so far batted for 166 minutes. Machu Nandu was caught Cyrus, both Denver for 54, 65 balls, 43 dot balls, 8 fours and 1 6. He batted for 96 minutes. Kevlin Anderson misjudged 1 from Denver, LBW sweeping for 41, faced 50 balls, 32 dot balls, 7 fours. Started to look real explosive. 63 minutes at the crease, and Tevin Imla, he cracked one into the shoulder of Alex Atenes. Not out on 4. The bowling figures for the Windward Island Volcanoes. Some 5 bowlers used today. Ryan John, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 8 runs, no wicket. Gillen Tyson, 5 overs, no maidens, 38 runs, no wicket. Shadrach Descartes, he's got to be the man of the day. 10 overs, no maidens, 26 runs, no wicket. Kenneth Demba, he's been the wicket taker. 13 overs, 1 maiden, 34 runs, 2 wickets. And Darryl Cyrus, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 23 runs, no wicket. At the end of day 2, Windward Island Volcanoes, they will feel very disappointed being bowled out for 151 in 37.1 overs. And Guyana Happy Eagles, they closed day 1 on 130 for 2. The game is nicely poised. And join us tomorrow on the West Indies YouTube channel. Live and Louder production for Cricket West Indies. Our team today included Seth Burton, Dave Joseph, and yours truly, Vernon A. Springer. Let me just say thanks to the entire team who have worked hard here today. And tomorrow morning, we will be back to you live and in living color right from the Antigua Recreation Ground. I'm Vernon A. Springer, signing out.